Death has come to your little town to earth.
Number one in the chat is Female Remix. It's fucking right. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. Big props to BXGDVN. How the fuck am I supposed to say? Is this supposed to mean something? BXGV, bunch of letters. Tales of horror and blood. Make sure you pick it up today. Pick up your cassette tape today. Good shit. Oh, God. Holy shit. It even brought Mercurius out of the goddamn ether. Mercurius up in this motherfucker. True OG. Only the OGs know Mercurius. Welcome to the News Underground, folks. I am Abandoned Nihilism. This is the number one source for news on Twitch. All you had to do was look at the bottom, right? Just had to push all the bug carcasses away. Oh, look at this. It's real news. How we doing? How are we doing? President's a pedophile. He's dismantling the country right before our eyes. We're criminalizing leftist politics in general under the guise of terrorism, just as we warned during the Bush administration. It's all happening. It's all happening. It's all happening, folks. We got to have the guts We are the plan B, the people. The buck stops with us, right? It really does. Number one in the chat, it's Female Eunuchs. Big props to Macarius coming back. OG Macarius. Big props to Norden Walks. Thank you so much for Norden Walks for this scary forest night walk in Sweden. Did you guys notice the JD Vance? Anyone notice the JD Vance? No? Whoa! I pulled a slick one on you. All right. Since I've been a good boy covering the news throughout the week, we're really just playing. We're not going to be playing much catch up here. You missed nothing, just my babbling and bullshit. So we're getting right to the news. I'm a little late, as you can see. It's already 1:00 p.m. for me over here. So we are going to be. I'm not as organized as I should be. Everything is not categorized as much as it should be. Ukraine's near the end. We got Gaza as well near the end. But it's a whole lot of Trump. It's a whole lot of fucking bullshit. What they're taking away from us. How they're fucking us. What's about to fuck us. How fucked are we right now? How fucked will we be at the same time next year? I'm not tired of streaming to zero actually on Kick. I'm actually proud of that, honestly. Because that if I'm streaming to nobody on Kick, that means the racists aren't watching me. Right? Because that's like 99% racist on Kick. So if nobody's watching me, that actually means I'm doing something right. Soon, though, as we discussed yesterday, I will be purged from Twitch along with Hassan. I think they'll just. I mean, how are you just going to allow right-wing voices to do politics, right? You're going to have to, if you're going to kick Hassan off and say you're not allowed to do progressive politics, surely you would want to save face and just say no politics, right or left, anybody, just literally no politics, nothing but games and tits. That's the only two things we're allowed to discuss on Twitch, which, kind of sounds like paradise, but it's also, pretty slippery slope and all that. Twitch warned me you might be using drugs in the stream. Never seen that. I might be possessed by the spirit of Mary Jane right now. So, reefer madness and all that. Whoa, that was loud in my headphones. That was a loud one. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. That's not a drug. Oh, that's true. That isn't drugs. Am I racist for chatting on Kick? You for being on Kick and having a Kick account, you're at least 1% more racist. It's just how things go. It's just kind of like, it's like when you drink alcohol and like it damages your liver. It's kind of the same thing with Kick. Yeah, I know. There's like nothing we can do about it. But just 1%. Right? We have a lot to fix before we can enjoy that Gooner paradise. I agree, Macarius. So let's put the lid on this. The Charlie Kirk shit. Let's put the lid on this. It's a medicine, for fuck's sake. I mean, come on. We know it's not a medicine. It doesn't do shit for pain. It's okay. Let's just all admit it's for recreation and just like... What we need to do is follow Bill Hicks's suggestion and make this shit mandatory. His amazing sketch, the guy like, meh, meh, meh. He's like honking in traffic, right? He does that for a long time. Meh, meh, meh. It's really annoying. Cop walks up. He's like, knock it off and smoke this shit. And everyone's like, yes, yes. Bro, my job leaves me alone now because I have a med card. Don't ruin this for me. Your job knows you smoke weed. It's a ticking time bomb. It's only a matter of time before they fucking fire your ass, man. Update that resume and start submitting. The second your job knows you smoke weed, unless it's like literally like backwater, gas station. Not yet, guys. But no, if you work for a corporation and they know you smoke weed, you're fucked. Oh, come on, that doesn't matter. They don't care about you. You could be working there for 400 years. They'll purge your ass just as quickly as you were working there for 4 minutes. So anyway, I don't mean to ruin your high there, buddy, but stay on your P's and Q's. Your fucking job hates you. Your boss fucking wants to eat you and consume you. Okay? So don't let me yuck your yum, but don't show your ass to these fucking people. They are not your friend. So let's do this final bit on Charlie Kirk. Let me just make like an omission, correction, whatever you want to call it, fucking mea culpa. I 100% wanted this guy to be right wing. Totally admit that. I never said definitively 100% this is it. He's a groyper. I was like, okay, it's looking like this, looking really good. And my stated reason for wanting this guy to be a groyper, of course, was that it was going to make it more difficult for the right wing to do what they've always wanted to do, right? Because this is the shock doctrine. So they've you know, it was in the blueprint to do this, but they're taking advantage of the Charlie Kirk assassination to accelerate what they already had in the hopper. So I totally admit that, you know, that's what I wanted. I wanted it to be harder for them to crack down on free speech. I wanted it to be harder for them to say it was a left winger. Now, of course, in reality land, I have an article somewhere here. In reality land, the officials, or see if I can find this here. Yeah, here it is. No evidence found yet of ties between Charlie Kirk shooting and left-wing groups, officials say. Has that mattered? Has that mattered at all in what we're seeing in the acceleration? Right? It's the left. It's the left. It's the left. You got the yahoos and the fucking peanut gallery, so-called comedians, repeating the talking point. You got the fucking Roach Lord himself, Asmongold, repeating the talking point. You got a bunch of weak-ass centrist fucking Democrats who go, yeah, well, but they just agree with the premise. Yeah, quick double tap. We only just started. Don't worry. I was babbling. King of the buys have arrived. Look upon ye mighty fancy sweets and despair. I'll fuck all of you. You're all nothing. You're all holes to me. No. Shiver and quiver. I will taste the fruits. Well, you can go ahead and fuck off, okay? Your right-wing movement is currently engaging in a wave of fascism that we've never seen before in our lives. Like maybe since World War II, but it's more global. So you can fuck right off with your I'm right-wing. You know what? Just for your fucking honesty, no good deed goes unrewarded. Get the fuck out of my sight for 10 fucking minutes. Pile of trash. Conservative fuck. Gleefully dismantling our beautiful democracies. Fuck right off is what you can do. Anyway, it doesn't matter to the right wing that there's no proof that he was a left winger. Ken Klippenstein over here once again totally fucking nails it, because he goes right to the source. He went to the Discord. He looked through the guy's conversations, right? And he's like, his conclusion, I mean, look what they're doing to your country, Leon. Look what they're doing to mine. Look what they want to do to Canada if the Canadian people weren't so fucking smart. Extraterrestrial takeover. You know, Gamer Jam, can I be honest with you? I often fantasize, right? It's like we just need like a Vulcan moment, right? To change people's perspectives, to pull us we need a monolith moment, right? To pull humanity away from our tribal desires and demand more. We ain't that smart, I worry. Well, so far, Pierre Poilievre is back like a fucking virus. Pierre Poilievre is back, so we'll see. The current left is a joke in my country. Centrism, entryism, leftist disorganization. It's a disaster, bro. Even in the Corbyn wing, there's disaster and disorder now, infighting, before even the party's formed. Right? The Greens are apparently the only real alternative now. Even we have a well, he's back, Gaius, but yeah, I agree. I couldn't have been happier to have him not on the fucking radio. We got to give corporations tax breaks. Mark Carney's trying to destroy you. Mark Carney's trying to destroy you. Populism, empty populism. I'm a pretend tough guy. We're in bad shape. So anyway, back to Charlie Kirk here, though. Ken Klippenstein's summary is that the kid was basically apolitical. Is that he was kind of like, and he was kind of doing this to kind of impress his friends. It seems like he was gay. So it definitely seems like he was like, pro-gay, and he did not like Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk hated him. Right, and Charlie Kirk often made the religious argument, of course, that gay people are an abomination, et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of like actual politics, it's probably that he like leaned a little right because of his family. But when it came to the gay stuff, they're like, that conservative family that has the gay brother or the gay son. I mean, I'm okay with fascism, but love is love, but I don't know about kicking gay people out of the military. My brother, who I love very closely, he's gay, and, he's one of the strongest guys I know, and, he should be, one of the conservatives, but they got an exception. So that's the family. Grandma's like, MAGA, 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 MAGA. And the family's like, yeah, I mean, MAGA, but maybe no Donald Trump. Can we get a J.D. Vance fascist? This is what I'm so worried about. People getting placated. Like, okay, no, the circus is over, but you're not allowed to, do this, and it's a Christian country and all that. Anyway, that's kind of the conclusion here. Now, this is a long video. I'm going to show as much of it as I can to get here. We might stop after nihilistic violent extremists, because that is now being used as the catch-all term for trans people. That's what they're going to be arresting trans people for, being nihilistic violent extremists. Yeah, nihilism mentioned, but this time it's to pretend doom, like truly. Because instead of like, we're arresting you for being trans, they're just going to say, we're arresting you for nihilistic NVE. They're going to say NVE. We're arresting you for NVE. All right, so let's hear what Ken Klippenstein has to say, because I think he pretty much nailed it, and I think this is the direction that I'm going to be going in, is following his reporting, following the Substack. And once again, totally admit my bias, totally admit I absolutely wanted this guy to be right-winger, right? Because I wanted it to be harder for the fascist government to implement what we all knew and saw coming. But because it's so confusing, they're just barreling forward with the narrative. The media doesn't have the ability to recontextualize every time the right wing repeats it. They're too cowardly and, of course, controlled by right-wing billionaires to properly do it. So they've just acquiesced to the narrative that left-wing violence too. What about left-wing violence? Both sides, 50%. And it's like, what? Who are we kidding here? Right? Anybody who's living on planet Earth knows a grand majority of the violence is coming from the right wing. But now having a pro-progressive opinion now puts you in the same boat as a Timothy McVeigh. And this is exactly how dictatorships work. It really is.
He had some conservative views, he had some liberal views, but for the most part, he didn't really talk about it. And, he was dating a trans individual. And I was told that that was an issue that you could tell he didn't want to bring up around his parents, which I don't think is extraordinary. That probably happens all the time.
Yeah,
this whole
especially in a conservative home. So they all know he's gay. Oh, you're hanging out with your friend, huh, honey? Oh, you're going to move in together with your friend, huh? Oh, okay. Okay. Don't talk about this around grandma. Welcome back, Salazar.
thing of like, if you're LGBT, therefore you must have this set of views. Most people aren't like that. They're a mix. If you ever just have a conversation, people are all over the place. There's no category that most people fit into.
Right.
And what I found was
and of course, does any of this matter? Not really. They're barreling forward with the left. And what can we do? Yeah, look, man, she's no one else covering Ken Klippenstein. MSNBC just agreeing with the right. They're not really even challenging any of this. Mainstream. This is it. Like, can someone else, maybe was he on the Vanguard? I think maybe Kyle Kulinski. But no, this is a good interview. Look, she did a journalism. Sorry. She says a slur. Yeah, she's not exactly slur. I don't know about that. I've never heard her say a slur. Are you talking about against trans people though? She does appear to have some kind of issue. But at the same time, okay, you're joking. At the same time, she does make some really great points when it comes to crime in left-wing areas, and she's one of the only people on the left who has the balls to push back against some of this stuff, because some of these mayors are like, oh, we don't have any problems here, and it's like, no, dude, you can't leave anything in your back seat in a lot of their cities without that shit getting broken into. And and they get arrested sometimes, but then they're out in 3 months. Like it happened to me. I had my entire video game collection pillaged. I wasn't allowed to know who did it. They apparently caught the guy, but he was able to fence the stuff quickly, so I was just totally fucking screwed. And the legal system completely fucked me. Cops was way overworked. He barely even bothered to take prints. Whole thing was a fucking joke. Whole thing was a joke. And that was supposed to be liberal city, right? Giving all the money to the cops. And it was basically, if you can commit the crime fast enough, you can get away with it. And I was like, this is outrageous. And this is supposed to be like a city where people know what they're doing, right? The smart ones, the neoliberals. I'm like, these people are fucking failures.
More complicated than the red team versus blue team thing that we saw in the first 48 hours after the shooting.
There's been a lot of reporting about Tyler Robinson.
Maybe
that
Blue
is
Brother.
The suspect.
Maybe Blue Brother. I mean, there's some rhyming to Night of the Long Knives. There's some rhyming there, but we're not quite there yet. It's happening at a different speed. It's like if you do it slow enough and kind of like lazy and absurd enough, right? You got the guys picking up trash and stuff. You can kind of just slowly normalize this. There hasn't really been a tipping point yet. But also, how expensive are these occupations going to be?
He was accused of killing Charlie Kirk, shooting him in the neck at a Utah university.
Yeah, female
and
eunuchs.
There's been a lot of squabbling about the political identity of this individual. To be quite honest with you, I think political violence in general is a really big problem in the country. It continues to grow as a problem in the country.
Yeah.
It's not quite as bad as it was in the late 60s or 70s, but it's really concerning when you have a public figure like Charlie Kirk getting shot and killed in the neck at a very public event. And this is all happening at a time when I think a lot of people just have lost complete trust in our institutions. The search for the suspect was
definitely
completely ham-handed, at least by the FBI. FBI Director Kash Patel is being, criticized quite a.
Look, Ana Kasparian. I watch TYT enough to confirm that Ana Kasparian is 100% a leftist progressive, and I do think that some dishonest elements have taken her out of context. At the same time, you got TYT, Cenk Uygur. going on Tucker Carlson's shit, praising Dave Smith, the Palantir, or and I'm sorry, not Palantir, but the Peter Thiel Connected Company sponsorship. So it's like, ultimately though, their message is progressive. I can't deny that. I'm not gonna, they haven't done a Dave Rubin, not even close. But they, to stay in operation, or to stay, to keep the money going, they definitely do. I mean, what can you do, man? But it's like, I mean, do we have to do a Peter Thiel Connected Company? Was that the only choice? You know what I mean? Anyway. I don't mean to defend Anna. Oh, the other thing I wanted to point out, her doing the interview with Madeleine Albright, Anna Kasparian, and it's a softball interview. You're not going to bring up a good chunk of the war crimes and stuff. It's like a respectful interview with Madame Albright, who's like a fucking war criminal, should be in the fucking Hague. Or at least, tried. And, given some kind of sentence, some kind of slap on the wrist, something. And Anna does a softball interview. So look, I agree with all this stuff. I'm conflicted myself. But when I watch, when I pop into TYT 2-3 times a week, 4 or 5 times a week, let's admit it, they're in my algorithm. I'll watch them. Probably once a day, I'll watch at least one TYT video, right? Not all of them. Certainly not all of them. It's progressive. It's progressive politics. And it's like, with criticisms aside for TYT, what other progressive, even Democracy Now!, who used to be on TV, they're not on like regular TV, I don't know if they have the money or they have the right team. But TYT, they're on, the TV app, Samsung Smart app, you get and it's like progressive content. They're one of the only progressive news outlets on even rubbing up against mainstream media. And I'm hesitant to be throwing that shit away, dog. We're kind of desperate, yo. All right? We're not on top. Okay? We got morals, okay? Those are free. Right? Got morals all day. Got principles up the wazoo. Those are free. Okay, what we don't have is the fucking, organization, the goddamn monster. So it's like, that's where I'm at with Anna Kasparian, folks, if you just want to know, because I totally acknowledge the criticism anyway.
Bit as a result of that. But I think the media has also really failed the American
John
people.
Axel, a lot of shit's been
First
going
off,
down.
Before
we had a
anyone
political
could get
assassination.
Arrested, there was already a ton of assumptions about the political identity of the suspect. Cable news was debating this and discussing it as if it was already a hard fact.
Yeah.
But there are also some arguments from those on the left that Tyler Robinson, no, he was actually a groyper. And they were spewing that without a shred of evidence to prove it.
Right. I wanted that. I reported on the evidence. I went through it. We tried to pick it out, and I was like, I'm feeling good. I predicted that, but I never said, that's for sure, 100%, this is the conclusion. And we did see folks do that, right? That's the conclusion. Boom, Groyper, got him, boom. And Jimmy Kimmel, that's kind of what he was hinting at. But what, all that requires is the next day, do a correction. Oh, there's been some recent news. I made a joke. Assuming that the guy was a right-winger. There's been some recent revelations. He's not. Like, that's all it takes is just literally 15-second correction. Okay, back to the funnies. Right. That's all you need to move on with your life and keep your integrity. Whatever, Jimmy Kimmel integrity. I don't know, whatever. Okay, we're not gonna talk about the content. Keep crying. Keep crying. Conservative, right winger. Keep fucking crying. Fill my cup.
And then there's the original reporting, the exclusive from friend of the show, Ken Klippenstein, where he actually spoke to childhood friends of Tyler Robinson, had access to the Discord server that Tyler Robinson was active in. And that actually paints
Proof of
a more
life.
complicated picture. So joining us now is
He
Ken
gone,
Klippenstein.
dude.
You can follow and subscribe to
ICE
his work over at
kidnapped his ass.
kenklippenstein.com. Really, really great reporting. And Ken, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah,
Hey, Anna, good to be
Roxfist.
with you.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for
No. I mean this dynamic, gay kid, conservative family, right? Most of their politics are right wing because they don't know any better. They're getting exposed to the internet. They're kind of raised by the internet in a way. So things are all jumbled. Things are all mixed, and then you sprinkle in some mental illness. Right. And some like, oh, well, I'm going to make my legacy here. People will like me. I'll be like Luigi. I don't know. Right. When you're young, you make really dumb decisions. So this dynamic exists in rural neighborhoods all over, conservative neighborhoods all over. Right. You know why? Because gay people don't have a choice. Gay people don't have a choice. Dude was 20. That's incredibly young style. That's incredibly young. And I think it's fair to say that this individual and the person he was living with was experiencing arrested development. Okay. 22 is super young. And when I was 22, I was still acting like I was a 17-year-old. But that really isn't relevant. That really isn't relevant here. Anyway.
joining us. It's good to have you. I always love the fact that you're willing to publish things that other journalists or reporters are, for whatever reason, terrified to
scared.
publish. Now, since
Yeah.
you published this piece, reporters have also published some of the other
Wow.
exchanges.
One of the things that's, of course, not being talked about is the massive mental health crisis. He should have had the ability to pick up the phone, go somewhere totally free, talk to professionals. The parents should have had the ability to call somebody up and say, hey, could you, we're going to have dinner, my son and the whole family. Could you come over and just have a conversation with us and the son, right? And all that should be paid for by the state. Mental health professionals, sit down, de-escalate, talk about stuff, try to get ahead of mental health issues. All this stuff needs to be free. It needs to be like advertisements need to be telling people not to be ashamed if you think you have a mental health issue, to not be ashamed to admit that and talk about that, etc. Right? That's one thing that's really not being talked about here, because all this stuff with this kid is totally normal and natural kind of stuff, especially, gay kid, conservative neighborhood, conservative family. But it's that mental health stuff, man. Has anyone in the chat, wanted to fucking murder somebody, pick up a gun and shoot somebody square in the neck? Like what? That all the other stuff is actually totally normal, natural stuff. And then this whoa, what the hell? Where'd that come from? And that's where I come in. It's the nihilism. It's the societal nihilism. What's the point of living? What's the point of working? Everything's fucked, etc., etc., etc. And there's some truth to it, right? It's really what does a Zoomer's future look like? What does Gen Alpha's future look like? Quite dismal. Can't afford a house, can't get a job, and the government hates your fucking guts, dude. Wants to poison you, make everything expensive. It's quite dismal. And that is being reflected. That is being reflected in society. So that's one thing that is definitely not being talked about here.
Exchanges that Tyler Robinson allegedly had with his
Gaius.
roommate / partner, as some are referring to the roommate. Before we get to what you were able to publish, what did you think about the exchange between Tyler Robinson and his roommate? because there are
Absolute
all sorts
zero,
of theories
100%.
about how that was totally manufactured and
used to
fake.
hide
I'm
better.
not sure I'm buying it, but
They
I will
don't hide
admit
as
that
well.
the way Tyler Robinson communicates seemed strange for a young man.
Yeah, the tone in which he spoke was definitely different than how I saw.
So this was done before the news broke that the transcript that we have of the messages was not 1-to-1. And we have no screenshots, we have no pictures of the actual conversation or anything like that. We just have what was given to us, and that's been confirmed to be a interpretation, which makes perfect sense.
Interact, which was much more informal and just kind of like a normal guy in the Discord chats. But I would imagine that the way that, you know, somebody talks to someone you're intimate with, and on top of that, after you've murdered somebody allegedly, is probably gonna make you behave a little bit differently than your baseline would be. So to me, it's not that surprising that it's different. I hope you'd act a little differently after something like that happens.
Well, it's interesting because the exchange that you have kind of, he appears to be a bit nonchalant. Okay, so let's get to that.
That's the gayest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Graphic here, where someone in the Discord server posts, Charlie Kirk got shot, dead. Someone else says, I just saw the video. Rest in peace.
I guess.
Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Sad. And that's when Zealous Monkey, that's Tyler Robinson, responds and says, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. No. Thanks for all the good times.
We have a Discord here for the News Underground, and it is a place of enlightenment and honest and robust conversation. Because I moderate the shit out of that fucking place, okay? And it's interesting, I don't really have to moderate it much at all. Is the S or C silent in... okay. Chud alert. We got a chud alert, folks. What do we do with feces? Hey, folks, what do we do with garbage or feces? What do we do with that? Do we have conversations with garbage and feces? What do we do with it?
And laughs. We've all been so amazing.
Baby.
You've all been so amazing. Thank you for everything. So, his communication style is definitely different there, but he is also simultaneously kind of...
I don't know. I actually don't know why it's a chud alert either, but I'm getting chud vibes as well. I'm definitely getting chud vibes. My finger's on the trigger. My posse's getting big, and my posse's getting bigger. We'll see.
Nonchalant about the fact that he just shot and killed someone in broad daylight, in cold blood. What did you make of that?
Yeah, both when he's talking to his partner privately and in the Discord chat, everybody's just kind of shocked, and he just drops this thing like it's like, oh yeah, I saw a new movie. Interesting, huh? And then just moves on. And the people that I talked to in the chat, they were, stunned, as you would expect, horrified, confused.
Right. This kid, he sounds sociopathic. Like he sounds like legitimately, like totally, like actually, like diagnosed sociopath over here. Because like only someone who's like actually like something's like legitimately wrong would just make a decision like that and think they could get away with it. I'm not buying the inside job shit so far. I'm not buying the inside job shit so far. I'm seeing some of this evidence I'm seeing. It's kind of interesting. There's this really interesting conversation between Cenk Uygur and TYT, or not Cenk. Sorry, Cenk Uygur and Kyle Kulinski. Actually, let me show that because that is actually a really interesting one. If we're talking about this. They just released something. Yeah, this was really interesting, but not this. 2 months ago. Come on with this. Was it Breaking Points? What's the name of their stupid show? Crystal Kyle and Friends. That's it. What a weird name. Crystal Kyle and Friends. Come on with this. I just had it. All right, fine. You know what? You get to see my history. You want to see what I'm watching? We're going to find this video cuz it's in here. Hold on. Yep, I watch RoboCop shorts. I do. I still haven't seen the movie. I've only watched clips from the movie. Hold on here. This was good. This was actually worth it. I found this conversation to be pretty interesting. This doesn't even total up the total amount of videos that I'm watching, because this doesn't even include the shit that I'm watching on Reddit. Let's see here. It was right around here. Or was it? It was like a sample video that they have for members only on Kyle Crystal and Friends. So let me just go there. What the fuck is this? I didn't ask for Xbox. Yeah, let's go over here. Yeah, they had an interview with Joyanne Reed. It sucked. I'm sorry. It sucked. No, this is secular talk, dog. What the fuck? Rational National? No. This is on... He has this shit on... I'm sorry. This is so disorganized. I apologize. I thought he had... So he has these samples on his shit. Did he delete it? Is this not on the fucking thing anymore? What happened? Yeah, here it is. This is the one. That's why I couldn't find it, because it was fucking Kash Patel's ugly ass fucking face. No, but this is a really great conversation between Cenk Uygur, Kyle, and Crystal. And Kyle is really buying into the conspiracy stuff. Crystal really isn't buying much of the conspiracy stuff. And Cenk Uygur is kind of where I'm at, kind of on like watching it carefully, but also listen to Cenk Uygur coming around to the 9/11 shit. Yo, I feel so fucking vindicated. If for those who are new to the stream, 9/11 is the one spooky thing that I absolutely put my foot down and say something isn't right about it. Everyone's, oh, you're Alex Jones, you're Alex Jones. It's like, no, you know, I have to be very, very specific. But I know for certain buildings don't just collapse neatly within 8 seconds because of fire. A high-rise steel, and don't give me that, you know, jet fuel, melt steel beam. You know, they turned it into the meme. The one thing that I actually really love to study is the pre-programmed responses people have to 9/11 criticism. It's really, really interesting. People, you know, it's that is kind of a fascinating thing, anthropological thing that I think should be studied. How successfully these memes and other things were used to completely discredit any criticism whatsoever of what is a very, very shaky and strange story. And I've stood my ground. I've been ridiculed at parties. Right, I've been compared to crackpots, but I'm telling you folks, buildings don't do that. I don't know who did it. I don't know why. I got some ideas. I don't think it was a plane that went into the fucking Pentagon. Doesn't look like one. We're not allowed to see the footage that would have told us. Right. So that's the one thing that I'm kind of spooky on, right? That's the one thing that people are like, nah, can't let this guy on TV. He's a truther. He's a truther. And it's like, no, I'm not a truther. I fucking hate Alex Jones and what he's done to the discourse around this subject. He completely, for his own gain, for his own fucking money, right? He completely confused everybody. There was a bunch of grifters on every side. You know, so there's so many lies, there's so many things like that. But the one thing that I stick to is that steel-framed high-rise buildings don't neatly collapse in 8 seconds because of a fire. They burn for hours and hours and hours and hours. You know, maybe the top will kind of deform a little bit, but you know, I can show you case after case after case of, you know, not the exact same scenario, but similar scenarios where the whole building's on fire for like 20 hours, and the steel frame stays mostly erect because the fire never gets hot enough to, you know, in certain places it does get hot enough and then the steel frame deforms, but you know, the foundation's still there. right? There's no pools of lava because of the explosives. Like, come on, all right. Right. I only engage in 9/11 conversation with people or with videos that take it actually serious. I'm very, very careful to not engage with people who just want to repeat tired talking points and memes. You know, jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams, etc., etc. I'm never really interested in having a discussion with those people because you got to do the homework. You got to do the homework. And then we can have a serious conversation. And Cenk Uygur, it sounds like, has done some homework, and he's finally coming around to it. And quite frankly, it feels a little vindicating for me that, you know, because like Cenk Uygur, look, he's got his own fucking problems, but he's not a crackpot. You know, he's not an Alex Jones by any means. He's not perfect, though. That is certainly for sure. But anyway, this is an interesting conversation. Let's get to it.
Are you buying the official story of the Charlie Kirk assassination? Because let me just go on the record right now and say, when I was reading through those text messages that they say he wrote, I agree with everybody online, both right and left, who are saying, this does not look right. This does not look right. A lot of the language that he uses the word vehicle instead of car.
Squibs, right? There's a lot of things to talk about. There's a lot of serious things to talk about with 9/11. And that's really the only time I want to have that conversation is when everyone in the room has done their research and not the kooky shit. You know, they're not Infowars.com representatives, right? The stuff that we know for certain, right? And we have honest conversations about that. That's where, you know, Alex Jones has done so much damage to this, to these discussions, right? Because it's really hard to take it seriously. You really have to weed through the feces. You got to fucking, like, oh my God, this thing is covered, right? You got to really, weed through it to get to the actual information.
He says, my old man, which is something roughly no Zoomers have ever said in history.
Confirmed in the chat a couple days ago, we do have a Zoomer who does call his old man an old man, right? Like Kyle is totally convinced. He's like, he thinks there's decoys in the fucking crowd. Like, he's totally convinced. And it's like, I don't know, man. It honestly seems like lonely, stupid kid trying to impress his friends. He's mentally fucking ill. Confused gay boy in a conservative world. And he's like, he has no idea what he's done. You know what I mean? Like, he has no fucking idea what he's done, how he's going to be used as a pawn for this fascist government, like the perfect timing that he has. Like, I honestly feel like it's just like literally, it's just, there's no grand agenda here. I don't think there's a grand agenda here. I think that we're seeing the shock doctrine by Israel. We're seeing the shock doctrine by Donald Trump. Right? We're seeing these entities take complete and full advantage of the situation for their own means, for their own purposes. But that's just because they're craven and they're taking advantage of a tragedy. Was it planned? Executed a professional shot? No, it wasn't even a professional shot. The kid was trying to aim for the head. I know it. He's still alive. Let's ask him. Were you trying to hit the head, right? And you missed. I guarantee you, he was going for the dome, dude.
He literally lays out in order all of the things that would plug the holes in their investigation. Like, I used this rifle and I put it under a blanket and I left it in the trees. And remember when I was engraving those bullets?
And it was definitely premeditated.
So I know it sounds like we're out here in cuckoo land in the sense that we're not buying it. But at the same time, this is Kash Patel. This is Dan Bongino. This is Trump's FBI. These are
something
paid
isn't
political hacks. It's the same guy who wrote a literal...
I agree that something isn't right. That we got... Somebody's lying, something's lying. But honestly, when it comes down to like who did it and why, the most important parts of the story, that's where I'm coming at. This is either a really like super duper advanced psyop assassination, right? They know the kid was going to get caught. He was groomed for this. Something completely wild in Hollywood, or like I explained earlier, right? A bunch of bad actors taking advantage of a tragedy. and the person who committed the tragedy is just a stupid, naive kid who is also clinically and medically, fucking mentally ill. That's like I said, that's a really important part of the story here, is that this kid was fucking like psychopathic, sociopathic, right? Like, what does a doctor say about this kid, right?
Children's book about how Trump the king was being like besmirched by Hillary, the jester or whatever the fuck it was, right? So I know it's controversial to say at this moment, but do you look at that with the same sort of skepticism? Like, what the fuck is this? Or do you think, no, they largely got it right. Tyler Robinson probably is the guy, and they're just going to go through the process and he'll be locked up and that'll be that.
So in the old days, like when 9/11 happened, I didn't entertain any like nonsense about, the steel can't melt at this temperature, blah, 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 right? And then over the course of time, I was like, look, I don't know what the right answer is. Where did the planes go, right? Like, so if it's a conspiracy, like there's a million unexplained questions in my mind, right? On the other hand, now I'm going, wait a minute. I've always been skeptical about World Trade Center 7. How is a building across the street get so hot that
filled with evidence, by the way, World Trade Center 7, filled with evidence. That's where all, like, the FBI and the CIA, all the spookies had their little offices in the building. It was a very spooky building, Building 7.
Steel melts, but the building in between the steel didn't melt. Like, none of it makes any sense when it comes to World Trade Center 7, right? Mm-hmm. And then as it's melting steel across town, they find Mohammed Atta's passport, a paper passport, on the
perfectly
rubble. Perfectly preserved. Mm-hmm. That's paper, right? And you're like, look, I don't know what happened, but World Trade Center 7 didn't melt, and Mohammed Atta's passport didn't. Come on, guys, right? So now when you turn to Tyler Robinson, so on the one hand, same thing, like, yeah, but I mean, what is his dad and mom lying? They turned him in. So, and he apparently, told them, and they'd have to concoct this enormous conspiracy that involves his family.
Well, Bill Ackman's paying them over $1 million. You saw that, right?
No.
Bill Ackman is paying them over $1 million because Bill Ackman says, oh, thank you for turning in your son who did it. Here's $1.2 million for the dad who turned him in.
Oh, I did not see that. Okay.
I just lit up.
Oh, boy. Okay, so, but to your point, Kyle, so first thing is, they're like, okay, we got the guy, and the minute they said the bullets were engraved, I was like, bullshit. Like, engraved bullets is bullshit 101, right? That's exactly how you go, I am doing this for trans people, right? Exactly. I am. I'm like, really? Yeah. Really?
And we don't have pictures of any of this stuff. There's so much critical evidence that it's like, trust us, bro. It's a lot of trust us, bro. Which, I mean, like I think I'm going to stick until I see something really legitimate on this. It was Israel. It was a second shooter. I need to see, like, I need some, like, and Crystal brings this up, like, I need some extraordinary evidence, right?
So, but actually, that wasn't the first thing.
Yeah, Macarius.
The first thing
within
was,
minutes.
He only took one shot. Mm-hmm. Now he knew where the cameras were. Everywhere there's a camera, he's doing this with his face, right? He's got the hat on, the glasses on. He acted like a professional in every way.
No.
What do psychos do? They spray the place, right? Mm-hmm. Either with an AR-15, but okay, he's got this rifle, right? Mm-hmm. An amateur's only going to take one shot and be like, oh yeah, I got him. Next shot. Through the artery.
Yeah, no, I'm not buying this. The kid was raised with a gun in his hand. The all about guns. Like, there's like a series of photos throughout the kid's life, of guns this, gun that. Kid was born with a fucking gun in his hand. It wasn't even 200 yards. That's not an impossible shot at all. And he fucked the shot, by the way. He was aiming for the head. I guarantee it. So I'm not buying this. He was a professional, right? What? Because he wore sunglasses and a hat when he was walking up to the thing. He's a fucking, like, obviously, dude, super pro, dude. Come on. The fuck are we talking about here? Any schmuck can do any of this.
Severs the spinal cord. I'm good. I'm out, right? I've literally never seen that, right? So that's got professional 101. I'm not talking about the shot. People say, oh, you can take that shot. People who've trained, et cetera, right? I'm talking about the entire...
I could hit that shot. I'm telling you right now, I'm a pretty good shot with a gun. I could hit that shot with a scope. 308, it was like a Mauser 308. That's a good gun. I could pop that shot. Maybe not the first time, right? But this kid had practice. So if I had practice, give me practice with it, and then like say, okay, like give me 2 days, right? I practice the first day, and then I come out, I get one shot, right? I get as many shots as I want on the first day, but then the second day I get one shot. I could hit that. Yeah, John Axel. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, we have no fucking idea, dude. That's a total ass pull. That's directly out of the anus.
Now, then I start hearing from the right wing, okay?
Yeah,
they're like, wait.
terrible
When
at
he
controller
jumps off
aiming.
the roof, the rifle is disassembled. So then in the woods...
Yeah. Once again, the gun shit, I don't know what the fuck's going on with the gun shit. I think we're dealing with the confusion that we're seeing is due to the incompetence of Kash Patel's FBI and the incompetence in general of law enforcement. And they're sending out mixed signals, and they're not really confirming anything. They probably enjoy the confusion. They probably think that's a good thing, right? But when we're dealing with the gun stuff, to me, it just sounds like investigatory malpractice, right? That we don't know what the actual truth is. Like, we might find out in a couple months, oh, he just left the gun on the roof, and then we recovered it. The whole bush thing, it was just like miscommunication, and he didn't leave it in the bush. We don't have pictures of any of this stuff, by the way. It's literally, trust me, bro.
He assembles it with the engraved bullets.
Come on.
Yeah, no,
puts
it's totally
it in a towel
ridiculous.
and goes, here it is. Now
Totally
then you go to
ridiculous.
the text messages. He's like,
Yeah.
because the rifle's
It's ridiculous, but it's not necessarily indicative of a conspiracy.
the most unexplained thing. So he's like, now remember, it is definitely my rifle. And I left the rifle in the woods on purpose.
Yeah.
I would like to get it back.
Yeah, I'm not. It's like, okay, and now they're telling us, oh, it was an interpretation. It's an interpretation. We're not going to show you. You know, are we going to see the actual conversation then? Because like the whole like, I worry about the rifle. I worry about the rifle. But remember, we're dealing with a person who's probably having an emotional crisis inside, but they have mental illness, and this is how they're. You know, look, if you've been around mentally ill people, they sometimes do very illogical things when they're having a manic episode. And you think, oh, manic, right? And you think like hyper crazy, like he's insane. No. Some people can have manic episodes and seem totally calm, totally chill, right? And then they like very calmly go into the fucking fridge and start dumping mayonnaise on their head, right? Real calmly, you know? So like mental illness expresses itself in a myriad of different ways, and we might be dealing with that here when it comes to the whole, like, because the conversation might be real, y'all. Some of the words might not be correct, but the basic gist, right? Like, oh, he hung around the area trying to get the gun back. That might be real. That might be true. Okay, because we're not dealing with a person, like, we're not dealing with a fucking, you know, Metal Gear Solid, you know, professional over here, fucking Assassin's Creed over here. We're dealing with, you know, a person having probably like a major emotional issue. They just killed somebody, and they're already mentally ill, and then this is how they're, you know, expressing that you know, themselves through this crisis.
Okay. Oh, I am so worried about my rifle, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay. And then I read more of the text messages. He's like, I am the one
strategy.
who definitely did it.
Exactly.
And I'm like, really? Like, is this how people talk? And then he goes on Discord or wherever he goes. He's like, now remember, everybody, I really love you all, but it was me. Okay.
Yep,
and I'm
that's
like,
right.
I'm like, okay. So, but if he's saying it's me on Discord and the other place and to his roommate, okay, then why isn't he saying it now? Now you can say, okay, sure.
Well,
I mean, he got caught. He's worried about.
So apparently he's not cooperating, which is very interesting, and I don't know how true that is, because once again, it's a trust me, bro, and we don't have an update. Was he initially not cooperating, and then he started cooperating a couple hours later? Right? Has he been cooperating the last couple days? It's been kind of radio silence for a little while here. And we haven't gotten confirmation on any of this stuff, which is actually appropriate, because this is a murder investigation. So, but then why did we get anything at all?
I've said his word about death penalty. Then why did he say it in all the other places?
Yeah.
Right?
Right. And,
So-
and how about, I'm sorry, Crystal.
Well, I just
Go
want to
ahead.
put my marker down.
Yeah, go ahead. You're not with the crazy guys over
I
here.
don't
Go
know
ahead.
my marker down. Listen, okay. So I too have a lot of questions and a lot of things we should start with the fact of what Kyle said. This is a politicized FBI. We know that they lie. Period. End of story. Right. So there is no reason why people should take what they're saying at face value. Okay. On the other hand, like an extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. I too am looking at the text messages, and we actually had my daughter is senior in high school. Like, I was like, look at these. She was like, that's fucking fake. No way. There's no 22-year-old who is texting like this in complete sense. Oh, let me put in my comma in the appropriate place. Not to mention when you're supposed to be like hiding from the cops, whatever. So I too read the text messages and was like, these are fucking fake. However, like it would require a massive grand plot. It would require, a lot in terms of creating these text messages, planning them and convincing people. And there would be a lot of people who'd have to know, et cetera.
And it's just as easy in the confusion for this to be incompetence. Okay? Because we're all thinking grand master plot, master plan. That's why they're not telling us stuff. This is also the behavior of incompetent people who have fucked up and are continuing to fuck up and don't want anybody to know about it. Right? It's also behavior in line with that. It might be behavior in line with a conspiracy, but I'm thinking it's behavior in line with a toddler who broke the cookie jar.
So I'm going to need more evidence than just, these seem really weird.
But here's what I was going to bring up to Cenk.
Yeah.
The one part I literally cannot explain. I don't get the multiple decoys.
The decoys. One in an open carry, the fucking governor or mayor or whatever just made it legal to open carry on campus. One guy's carrying a pellet gun that apparently looks like a real gun, pretty common. So one guy's carrying a pellet gun, and then there's this other mentally ill guy who just got busted for kiddie porn, who is apparently, and Crystal points this out, a gadfly that he's just one of these freaks. He's like a political freak. He was apparently there at like 9/11 or something. Like he was just like, he's just a mentally ill guy. Like there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that this guy was like put there, and I'm just not seeing it.
They served a purpose of allowing him to get away. One guy was this old guy who said, I did it, shoot me. Cops were dragging him out, his fucking pants were falling down. It all looked like he was acting, right? Then there was another guy who had a pellet gun on campus. The pellet gun just happened to look like a real gun. So the cops spent extra
all look
time
like real guns.
grabbing the old guy, grabbing the guy with the pellet gun. Come to find out, this part I don't know for sure is true, so I hesitated to say it on air. I'll give all the disclaimers leading up to it, but there's speculation online that this guy, I think his name is something Zinn, George Zinn or something like that.
Yeah.
He also saw 9/11 happen.
Yeah.
And said, oh, the second the planes hit the towers, I knew it was Al-Qaeda. He also called in a bomb threat in 2013 to like the Salt Lake City Marathon or something like that.
Okay, like seriously. So like, he's a lucky freak, right? Like honestly, it does not like what is him witnessing 9/11 and him calling in a bomb threat? How does that make him a certified decoy? Right? It actually makes perfect sense that a person like this would be at a Charlie Kirk thing, right? Charlie Kirk and the right-wing conservative movement attracts mentally ill freaks and weirdos. You think there's some freaks and weirdos on the left. Holy shit. Go to your average right-wing hootenanny, right? With their little fucking, pro-Trump cult meetings or whatever the fuck they have, they're selling T-shirts and stuff. It's like a fucking Walmart threw up in there.
Then he was at the assassination of Charlie Kirk. What are the statistical chances this one guy is at all three of those events that have a lot of questions around it, and he was a decoy for this? I can't understand how that adds up unless there's a bigger professional job going on.
I need a whole lot more, dude. I need a whole lot more.
I'll play the devil's advocate
Go
here,
for it.
okay? So, I mean,
a little bit more absolute zero. I want it because this is pretty good, but yeah, we're gonna transition here pretty soon.
you've run for Congress. I've run for Congress. You've been around. You don't like to go out in public, so you haven't been in that many political events. But
Politicon, I've done
there's a
Politicon.
lot of weird people who are attracted to. I mean, all you have to do is walk around DC at any time, and you see a lot of strange, mentally ill people who are odd, who inevitably show up at these sorts of things.
Yes.
And this guy was apparently a well-known local gadfly
Yes.
who was there because he's at all these sorts of things. And
when they're married, folks, if you didn't know that. It's lovely. It's lovely because he's really going in on this, but I think he's wrong. And I really do agree with Crystal on this.
is probably mentally ill, and the minute this happened,
Really?
decided
Simply
to like do
Steve,
this
great
whole
news.
crazy thing. I mean, I think the part that's the most is like, okay, he
That was a hard
concocted
fight.
this idea of like, let me distract to help the killer, which is what he says that he was doing. I mean, that is like, okay, that's a lot to believe, but I do. What people know, law enforcement kind of knew him, local people kind of knew him. He's this like local gadfly who turns up on this sort of stuff. So I do think there is a potentially innocent explanation for why he was there.
You see, everybody's running for their life when the shots ring off, and he's standing there. It was me. It was me. Mm-hmm. Shoot
Okay.
me. Shoot me.
Yeah. What do you think?
So
Jake?
I'm right between you guys. Okay. So I agree with both of you. I agree with Crystal that, first of all, let's just be very clear to the audience, right? We don't know.
We don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
We're just doing freedom of speech
Yep.
here, speculation based on the evidence that we have. If we can't do this kind of speculation, then you can't talk.
Right. That's right.
So we have to be able
We'll
to
take a quick break,
converse
and
and
then we'll
discuss this
move
and
on
get
when
to
I get back. I'll
conclusions.
be right back.
I have not gotten to a conclusion. I'm nowhere near a conclusion,
Yeah.
right? And you're right, Crystal, it requires overwhelming proof,
Yeah.
right? So, but Kyle, you're right that there's a lot of weird things happening here. So another point here about the right wing. So the right wing said, oh, there's two guys behind him giving him like dugout
Hand
signs.
signals.
over
Yeah,
it,
yeah. I
right?
saw every conspiracy about
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And I was like, oh, come on, guys. Every time there's something like this, there's something like that, right? Then I saw the video yesterday. I'm like, God damn it. It's totally true. Okay. So there are two guys right behind Charlie
Yeah. You
do it.
being like this, that, the other thing, and they
Thing with the
point a
hat.
thing,
Yeah.
etc. I'm like, okay, and to Crystal's point, though, there could be an explanation. Maybe that's Charlie's security, and they
they're
have a
signaling to each other
signaling
about-
system,
Yeah.
right? So, but they should be asked. They should be asked. Are you part of?
Yeah, I mean this is the thing that's really bothering me, and we'll move on after this. Is that these two people are alive? The killer, and the boyfriend. And last time I checked, the boyfriend has not committed any crimes. Is cooperating with the police. They were quick. The police, the FBI or whatever, were quick to put out some information, but they're extremely hesitant, seemingly, to put this kid, this other kid, to let him, freely speak to the media. Once again, I think we're dealing with incompetence that is injecting a ton of confusion into what is ultimately a tragedy committed by a mostly apolitical gay kid in a conservative family, conservative town, who was mentally ill, and this tragedy is being taken advantage of by a fascist administration that desperately wants to clamp down on free speech, and likely Israel and Russia and, anybody else who wants to take advantage of it. I'm not buying the conspiracies. Okay. Reward time. I'm going to reward you. Does anyone want to watch Alex Jones? Someone artistically put together this video. I saw Hassan commenting on it. I had to find the video myself because it is truly, he calls it cinema like a Zoomer. Bro, you're almost 40. It's hilarious. It's brilliant satire. Whoever edited this video is a fucking genius. The flute, the whole thing. It's so perfect. So enjoy. This is Alex Jones talking about Destiny. Destiny is, he's going through it and he deserves it. All his being a proud piece of shit is finally catching up to him, on top of him being a sex pest and possible pedophile. Come on. Innocent until proven guilty here, right? But it's not looking good. Destiny has hinted that he's going to take a break from politics and just focus on his gaming career. Anyway, I think that's a great idea. I think you should do that. I think Destiny should leave the world of politics and stick exclusively to video games. I think that's actually a great idea. And you should follow that advice, Destiny. But we're not here to talk about this piece of shit. We're here to talk about this piece of shit, who Hassan has also called in the past a theater kid, and that's 100% accurate. Alex Jones is a theater kid, drama kid, kind of like his messiah, Donald Trump, a big theater queen. He does absolute zero. Yeah, he hurts just the entire leftist movement because he's not even a progressive. He's a neoliberal. And he's just enough trying to make excuses for this man-child. I think he should 100% neoliberal. There it is. I think he should 100% leave the world of politics, stick exclusively to video games. I think that's a great idea for Destiny. All right, so let's watch this Alex Jones clip. Trust me, this is art.
Hell, I didn't get to this, but Destiny, that scumbag piece of filth, celebrating Charlie's death and saying more Republicans need to die to intimidate us. That's terrorism. That's calling for terrorism. Elon Musk is calling for his arrest. You got free speech, but you don't have saying we go out and target and kill people to silence them.
Right, because the right doesn't do that at all. It's not like I could literally take 5 seconds to pull up 30 examples of the right doing that within the last 2 months.
That's racketeering. That's terrorism. That's terroristic threats.
Yeah. For us.
And I'm telling you, I just got a gut feeling that guy's not going to be too happy very soon. People are sick of this crap.
I agree. I think.
And he talks about he stalked people and planned to kill them and their families.
Yeah.
All this other stuff, try to act all scary and tough.
When you see Destiny going on his little infant rants, it is embarrassing. It does make you as an adult embarrassed, a fellow millennial. Just embarrassed. It's like, turn the camera off, man. Stop talking.
Those little wild, beady eyes reminds me of the serial killer in Dirty Harry. They have a tour where they were stalking Kirk around the country and all this crap. I mean, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, Destiny was doing a Charlie Kirk style debate me event at a Colorado State University. Is that where it was? Yeah, I mean, and props to him for having the nuts. Like just a couple weeks after Charlie Kirk's assassinated, he's doing a Charlie Kirk like event. But the videos that went viral were people throwing gay slurs at Destiny. It's terrible. It's terrible. Because it's like, how about we criticize him for having bad political takes instead of maybe having sexual relations with Nick Fuentes? Oh, God, make him go away. Take your own advice.
And they've taken our kindness for weakness, and it's just not going to go on forever. Not calling for any offensive violence against this guy. But I got a sneaking suspicion. He's already done a lot of stuff to be under investigation. I wonder what's on those hard drives. I got a real good feeling.
Yeah, you would know, Alex. You would know. Methinks you come on. Well, maybe not Alex, though, because he gets plenty of trim. He's fine. He goes to the bar like he's a 19-year-old teenager and probably picks up chicks. But the right-wing party, right? And this guy defending the right-wing party. The pedo cons. I love it when they call it. But Destiny deserves it. He 100% deserves it. And that's why he needs to step down.
Something tells me that'd be real informative.
Good job, Simply Steve.
So obviously, to me, it looks like he's on methamphetamine.
Hey, if we're going to do Destiny, could we do Matt Gaetz, maybe? Could we just take a quick peek at Matt Gaetz' old, desktop computer up in that attic?
Saying he is. He's a cowardly piece of filth. I challenge him to bare knuckles boxing match. No limit. He can wear brass knuckles.
I'll take this, by the way. Alex, can someone send this to Alex? I take this challenge. Would you accept? I accept this. I'll do it. I'm touching 40. I got a couple more. I got one more day until I'm 40, folks. One more day until I'm 40. Lordy, lordy. I probably shouldn't have told you my birthday. Uh-oh. Chat GPT taking a note. I'll take this. You and me. I don't want brass knuckles, man. Bare knuckles. You and me. Okay. My only stipulation is that it needs to be in the middle of the night in an open field. No ring. Okay. Baseball field is good. We'll go to the outfield. You and me. That's how men do it.
I'll go bare-fisted.
Let's go. Yeah.
Did that a few days ago. I hadn't heard anything with the big, tough man.
Yeah.
Brass knuckles, punk. See how you do. Let's get
I don't need brass knuckles against you, tough guy. You keep them. You can go ahead and wear them.
in the ring right now. I'm an old man, too, son. You're going to beat the hell out of me so easy with those brass knuckles. You're so tough. So mean, so strong.
I'll take that. I'll take that shit. I'll be your fucking Huckleberry.
Look at those eyes. Thinks he's so powerful because he has delusions of what he can do to people. Yeah.
It is true. Like he is delusional. He is quite a mess.
Has no idea. I'm so sick of cowards playing a man's world.
Oh, whoops. I agree. Broken clock. I agree. I'm absolutely sick of cowards living in a man's world. I'm looking at one right now. Ozempic Jones over here challenging other people to a fight. Look like fucking skeleton under there, dude. Sure, I'll take you up on that challenge. You keep your brass knuckles. Anytime, anywhere, Alex. Any fucking time, any fucking where. My pleasure. So there you go. Some Alex Jones. My fucking pleasure. All right, let's just do, what do we got here? We'll just do headlines. I got a lot of kind of mixed stuff. A quick double tap. He's just, summary. He's a piece of shit. He really is. Quintessential piece of shit. Moving on. Treasury issues official guidance on no tax on tips. Who's in, who's out. So there was a lot. This was kind of dense with a lot of information. So I actually asked the robot to help me break it down by, okay, how do people actually benefit from this, and how are people actually getting screwed? And would you believe it? There's only 5 things that it could find that people were going to actually benefit from, and it found 8 things that people were going to get screwed over by. But I wanted to talk about this at least just a little bit in detail here, because this was a big, the no tax on tips. We're so progressive. We care about labor. We care about workers. Right? Total lie. We all knew it was a lie. And here we see it in action, filled with caveats, filled with a bunch of weird shit too. Like it penalizes you for being married. Listen to this. Married filing separately are excluded. So say you're in you got mother, father, they're married. They both work at restaurants as waiters. Maybe one's a bartender, maybe one's a waitress, or vice versa. They don't get individual breaks. They get penalized for being married. If you're married and file your taxes separately, you can't use this deduction. You get it once. This is actually incorrect. In the article, it's incorrect. I believe. But you only get it once. You can't both get it. Exclusion of many mandatory tips. If tip-like amounts are automatically imposed, e.g. auto gratuities, fixed service charges, and the customer doesn't have a voluntary choice, those do not count. Which, I don't know, that sounds pretty good. I have always hated that, mandatory tipping. Employees depending on tips. It's a very good example of a very wrong system. I totally agree, Blue Brother. I totally agree. But I also agree with the restaurateurs who say it would shock our industry and to take it away and to mandate that we pay them a fair wage, it would shock our industry and it would, cause prices to skyrocket. I agree with that, which is why I think the government should ban tipping, but then, demand, mandatory living wages, but then subsidize that for the restaurants for like 5 or 10 years. We're talking about Donald Trump's vaunted no tax on tips. No tax on tips, folks. Are you you're a poor son of a bitch? So tipped workers will be able to deduct up to $25,000. But if you're married and you both work in this industry, you have to take the only one deduction. Both of you don't get the deduction, penalizing you for getting married. Income limits and phase outs. If your income is higher than the threshold, the benefit shrinks, so it's means tested. Yeah, I'm way too European for this, man. No shit. Give it time there. I don't know what part of Europe, but if you're a Nigel guy, this is what you're voting for. If you're a Nigel Farage reform, they're gonna fucking reform you. Oh, you got your own fascist problems there with Maloney. She's a piece of work. But I don't think she hasn't been stupid enough to really hurt the welfare state. I haven't heard a lot of. Has she hurt the welfare state? Has she implemented? Oh, she has. Yeah, she's implemented austerity. Okay, I shouldn't be surprised. She's a right winger. Some occupations are being excluded. So jobs in certain sectors classified under specified service trade or business, SSTBs, like healthcare, legal performing arts, might be disqualified from the benefit, even if the occupation is on the list, depending on the worker's employees' natures of work. So more means testing, reducing the amount of people that actually get this benefit. So you get it. A lot of smoke and mirrors. Pretty actually fucking similar to Joe Biden and his student debt deduction, right? Means tested into oblivion. So big starts off big, gets fucking chopped into a little twig. So same shit. Now, if you want to read this yourself, here's the archive link. And I can assure you that we've reached the point in which we have a bad version of Mussolini in her. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, I don't know every single thing about what her actions have been, obviously. She definitely seems pretty friendly to the right, that's for sure. Wanted to show you this here. Benny Johnson, right? Kind of going back to Charlie Kirk, right? Like I said, we're a little scrambled here today, folks, but just wanted to highlight this tweet here because, I mean, the lies are unbelievable. And Benny Johnson is one of the most proud propagandists, one of the most proud fascists on the right wing that they have right now. He's very charismatic and probably just about one of the most dishonest people on planet Earth. I swear to God, easily one of the most dishonest human beings on planet Earth. So here he's saying, here's all the victims of the cancellation of liberals, right? And then he says, now you want us to feel bad for Jimmy Kimmel, right? Fully justifying, right? Because I mean, how many tweets does Benny Johnson have talking about free speech? I care so much about free speech. And here he's actually like shaming liberals because they were against free speech, right? So, obviously no principles here, but I just wanted to go through some of these. Roseanne was quote unquote canceled and she apologized for her statements claiming that she was on painkillers or something, some kind of, she said she was on Ambien. Was it she said it was Ambien, that's why I got racist on Twitter. No, I haven't heard Tom Hooman took a bribe. I didn't hear that news. But anyway, Roseanne was canceled under Trump's first term. Dave Chappelle enjoys a very successful career. He's had 2 Netflix specials since being canceled. Kill Tony, he enjoys a wildly successful career that he absolutely doesn't deserve. Probably one of the least funny, quote unquote, comedians in the comedy sphere right now. he was embarrassed recently. Like there was that event he was supposed to do that was canceled because not enough tickets were being sold. So his career might be on the way out because people are sick of the shtick. But he's enjoyed wild success. And when was Kill Tony canceled, by the way? When did that happen? Oh, because of the Puerto Rican joke that he made about the island of garbage. He was canceled for that? What do you mean? Mildly criticized for a couple days on social media, then people moved on with their lives? He's made hundreds of millions of dollars since that incident. Kill Tony. Ridiculous. Tucker Carlson, he was kicked off for what, like lying, and kicked off. I think he was kicked off Fox because he was lying about the voting machines, the Dominion voting machines that cost Fox News almost $1 billion fucking dollars. It was like $750 million or something. Billion, or was it 750 billion or something? Almost cost them $1 trillion. Massive lawsuit. So that's why Tucker Carlson was canceled by the left-wing organization called Fox News. And by the way, Tucker Carlson enjoys a very successful career doing his goofy fucking show. He's interviewing everybody, left-wingers, right-wingers. Hell, even I showed a clip of Tucker Carlson yesterday because he was talking about how this is the Nazification of America. What happened to Jimmy Kimmel? So, yeah, canceled. A victim. Megyn Kelly, we just talked about this. She's enjoying incredible success right now with her show. Like, unbelievable success, actually. Her shit's view-botted is what I'm saying. But she's doing incredibly well for herself. Shane Gills, he had the fucking year of his career last year. When was he canceled? And what for? What are you even talking about? He was on S and fucking L, for fuck's sake. Gina Carano. Now, yeah, I guess you could say she was canceled, right? She was canceled from her Star Wars gig for being racist and bigoted. So, yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. She was canceled. No one wants to hire her. She's not talented enough to make it on her own. She never really was that great. She's just a fucking, she's just like a muscly woman. Who cares? Like, she had no, no presence. She couldn't act for shit. But whatever, yeah, okay, you got me on that one. Hulk Hogan, fuck him. Fuck him. We've all seen the picture of him buddying up to Nazis and other fucking right-wing freaks, selling his cheap beer right before he stepped into the grave. Russell Brand's a fucking rapist, okay? Who opens up his stream shirtless like he's about to give you DMT. Tim Allen? Huh? You got me on that one. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about with Tim Allen. J.K. Rowling, the proud, loud turf bigot who can't shut her fucking mouth long enough to insult gay people and trans people. Kid Rock. Canceled? We can't make this fucking guy go away. He's like a stain on your fucking floor that you can't fucking make go away. Scrub and scrub and scrub. There's Kid Rock. Bah with a bah. It won't stop. Cancel? This guy's been in and out of the White House more than a constitutional academic or something. I don't know. Something funny. We'll come back to that one. So it's a bunch of it's a list of massively successful people mainly. Just the amazing scope of lies. As the person said here, every single word spoken here is wrong. Trump and Kirk weren't shot by liberals. Liberals didn't have the FCC actively target the bosses of these people. Roseanne got fired for being racist. Yeah, exactly. Strategy member. I mean, she's like a, hyper turf. She's actively trying to make being trans, illegal. So this is great from your boy Woke Patriot. A little bit of ancient history, but we've ripped the Band-Aid off the World War II Nazi Party Donald Trump comparisons, and we're doing them now. After what he did to the Rose Garden, there's no other way to put it. But look at this. Goebbels ends careers of 5 actors who made quote-unquote cracks about Nazi rule. So in the early days, after getting power, Goebbels cracking down on entertainment figures, actors, who made slights about the ridiculous Hitler. This channel and myself included do not believe in political assassination. Ziggo, if you're fishing for various leftist podcasts and streamers who agree with political violence, you have not found one. You have failed in that endeavor. Your boy Bernie, sure you're not fishing, sure. Your boy Bernie, hot one, just put out 6 hours ago. I woke up at my normal time, 5:30 in the morning, okay? We're filming this at 7 o'clock. I want this shit out 8 o'clock in the morning, okay? That's when people get in their eggs, they're getting their breakfast. I want them to wake up to Bernie. Wake up to Bernie. 7 o'clock. If you're not there at 7 o'clock, I'm going to hire somebody else. I got an app for it. Yeah, you can show yourself out, please. While we don't celebrate political assassination, we also don't mourn bigots and racists. So you can go ahead and show yourself out. Thank you. Biggie Bernie with a fat one. I encourage everybody to smoke doinks. Everybody, there's a new program. It's called Doinks for Everybody. They tell me it's a good idea. Everyone smells really bad now. I don't understand it. But yeah, smoke some doinks on Bernie.
In these very troubling times, we hear a lot of talk about freedom. So let's say a word about freedom. We now have a president of the United States who just the other day said, and I quote,
"Guys, he's not fishing, right? We're not fishing. We're not trying to get people banned though, guys. We're not trying to get people banned though, guys." You see how quickly they take cues from the state? This is all in line with fascist dictatorships of the past. People take it upon themselves to deputize themselves to become foot soldiers for the state. And it's fascinating to see this happen on social media where people can actively weaponize the reporting feature. He's probably reporting me right now. That was always the plan. But it would have helped had I said that, because that's now a no-no word. And calling Charlie Kirk that is hate speech. And they weaponize themselves, right? They turn themselves into weapons, into active tools for the state's censorship. You can't trust why do they do this? Just like in Russia, just like in China, you can't trust your neighbor. Don't talk so loud. The lady next door, she calls up the Chinese government. Lady, don't let her on your Facebook, right? She's she'll report things that she thinks sounds tricky. Same thing in Russia. Can't trust your neighbor. It benefits the state. It benefits the dictatorship.
I have read someplace that the networks were 97% against me. I would think maybe their license should be taken away. End of quote. Really?
Bernie, baby.
Mr. President, that's not freedom.
Be right back.
That's authoritarianism. Last I heard, under our Constitution, which you swore to uphold, the American people are allowed to criticize the president. The media is allowed to criticize the president or anybody else. We now have a Trump-appointed Federal Communications Commissioner, FCC, named Mr. Carr, who celebrated getting Jimmy Kimmel taken off the air, and then threatened other shows saying, "We're not done yet." Hey, Mr. Carr, that's not freedom. That's precisely what happens in authoritarian societies. So let us be honest, let's be clear about what is going on. Trump has sued and tried to intimidate ABC, CBS, the Associated Press, PBS cut their funding, NPR cut their funding, anybody who covers him critically. And just the other day, he filed a $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times. They got Stephen Colbert off the air. They got Jimmy Kimmel off the air. And we are seeing Trump's friends now take over CBS and maybe CNN.
Yep.
Freedom of the press.
And we're next. We're next. I think what I'm going to do for you folks, maybe not this weekend, but maybe next weekend. I should do it this weekend, quite frankly, but I have some very important things I need to finish for the kiddo. But I think I'm going to give you, I'm going to draw out a little diagram of Plan B and Plan C, and that way you'll have a very clear idea of what to do when the anti-political sweep, goes across social media. And, I can't be on TikTok, I can't be on Instagram, I can't be on Twitch, I can't, and what's the plan B, right? And then what happens when they go after Kick? What happens when they make it so none of the legitimate streaming sites can host any political content? Because they're not going to just stop. They're not just going to let Kick operate, right? And they're not going to kill Twitch and then let Kick operate, and they're cool with Kick. They're going to go after Kick and anybody else. Political purge across the... Because, does China just stop at the big dogs? Or do they go after anybody that wants to do business in China? They apply the same censorship to everybody, big and small. So I'm going to draw you guys a little diagram, and I'll show you what Plan B is and then what Plan C is. And Plan C really sucks. It'll definitely be bottom of the barrel, but you will still get News Underground content. But it won't be interactive at that stage. It'll suck. It'll just be videos.
And our First Amendment is what sets us apart from tin pot dictatorships. That's what our kids learn in the 4th grade.
100%.
But apparently that is not the case anymore. What's going on right now sounds more like Vladimir Putin's Russia. It sounds more like Mohammed bin Salman's...
Yeah, and it's your fucking party that's causing it, jackass. It's your fucking ideology that's doing this, you right-winger. How about a little humility, dude?
Saudi Arabia. Under Trump, we are seeing a very strong movement in this country toward authoritarianism, and his attacks against the media are part of that process. So, let me make a simple request of my Republican colleagues. If you don't have the guts to stand up to Donald Trump and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, please, just stop using the word freedom. Freedom is not just saying nice things or agreeing with those in power. Freedom is not just flattering the President of the United States and telling him how great he is. Freedom is the right to express your point of view, no matter what that may be, without government interference. Maybe what you're saying is right. Maybe what you're saying is wrong.
We are no longer a free country. We are not free to express ourselves without punishment from the private industry and from public. Private, it was understandable. It's like, yeah, look, I don't want a guy Zeke Heiling, working IT in my company. That's not cool. And that's perfectly understandable. But the government was like, look, he's Zeke Heiling. What are you going to do about it? It's called free speech. Now, government cracking down. And by the way, you think it stops with the lefties? Right? They're coming after your guns, right-wingers. This dictatorship's going to be coming after your guns. Mark my fucking words.
Maybe what you're saying is
Welcome back,
brilliant.
Rebel
Maybe
Phoenix,
what you're saying is
Promethean.
dumb. But in the United States
Dari.
of America, what our Constitution is about is having the right to say it. And we must not allow anybody to take away that basic freedom, that most important freedom away from us. There is a reason why freedom of speech is the First Amendment.
Number fucking one. Number fucking one.
To our Constitution, not the 5th, not the 10th. It is the First Amendment because the founders of this country, correctly, in their wisdom.
All right, I will acknowledge you listening, conservative. That's a far leap from participating in the resistance against the fascism you, up until recently, were seemingly fully supportive of.
Knew that you cannot maintain
Back links.
a free society without the right to speak openly without fear of intimidation. That's what they understood then. It was true then. It is true today. So let me conclude by saying this. I don't care what your political point of view is. If you're a progressive, great. If you're a moderate, great. If you're a conservative, great. You're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're independent. It doesn't matter what your
Get on the right fucking side. Sick and tired of it.
political point of view may be. This is the moment, no matter what our politics may be, for us to stand together and
Well, we've all been lied to. Fuck it.
protect our Constitution and the fundamental freedoms that make us a great country. Thank you all very much.
All right. Okay, how about we name some names, Bernie? By the way, Bernie Sanders finally acknowledges it's a genocide in Gaza. Finally. A couple days ago. Finally acknowledges it's a genocide. That was pretty heavy. I wanted to reward you. This guy's really funny. If we lived in an honest world where actually funny people were, became successful, this guy would be enjoying some kind of success. But because we live in a hell world where Chris Pratt is everything and everywhere, and it's just Chris Pratt everything, praise him. Talented people are relegated to YouTube. This guy's really funny. So this is what it feels like to be a free speech defender right now.
I believe in the First Amendment, right? I believe that you have the right to say whatever you want to say, even if it's bad or dumb or stupid or what, the government doesn't have a right to censor you for it. If people don't like what someone says, let them express that too, but I don't think the government should be strong-arming corporations into forcing them to silence free speech or whatever. Whether you're left, right, or center or whatever, they shouldn't be forcing people into silence. Like, who was this recent guy? A comedian. Comedians, yeah. So there's a history of comedians fighting censorship. George Carlin, Lenny Bruce. Comedians are often on the front lines of free speech. So who is this guy specifically? Jimmy Kimmel. Right.
This is so funny because I totally talked about this yesterday. I was like, you couldn't force me to watch this shit if you tied me to a chair. I'd be like trying to break my wrist, trying to break free. And now I got to defend his ass as a free speech martyr.
Right. From the Man Show? Yeah. Him? You seem less enthusiastic. No. I believe in the principles of free speech. Can't say I've ever been a huge fan of his work. But he and Matt Damon, they have like a fake beef, right? That they pretend to have. Mm-hmm. And he hosted the Oscars, right?
Yeah.
Him?
I don't wanna. Not the Man Show guy. He's vanilla pudding formed into the shape of a man. Hey, fuck it. How about you just crank down the I'm a conservative bullshit in my chat, okay? No one's crying for fucking Evita. All right? I'm not your daddy. It's so great to hear that you're open-minded. It's so great to hear that you don't think we're scum, that you don't think we're second-class citizens, but somehow you're still on the fucking fence. How about you tone it the fuck down and continue listening? I'd appreciate that. Is this enlightened conservatism? I don't know what this is. Quite frankly, I feel like I'm getting conned. I feel like I'm getting fucking, I feel like we got a Fisher in here pretending to be progressive, waiting for his chance to hit that sweet report button. I think that's what we got going on here. Yeah. Okay, fuck it. You're allowed to participate. Just stop talking to us about how you're a conservative and blah, 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 blah. Participate in the discussion of the subjects. Give a fuck if you're conservative. But I'm not a fan. I got to say, not a big fan right now. Okay? You guys are pissing on the Constitution. Completely dismantling my liberty and the liberty of my child. Not a fan right now of the right wing. Feeling a little 1930s. You know what I'm talking about? Feeling a little 1930s up in me. You know what I mean? Holy shit. Okay, yes, please leave. You have officially reached the point of obnoxious beyond my capacity to stand you. Please leave. Groundswell, quote unquote, for Kimmel return after canceled Disney Plus blows up online. So this is kind of interesting. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna give him a little nudge. He's looking over the edge. We're just gonna give him a little nudge. There we go. Thank you so much for your time. Fuck it. Have yourself a good day. Please enjoy the rest of your day watching what? Asmongold, maybe? Yeah, a little Asmongold there. Maybe some other lesser viewed right-winger streamer. Maybe some Nick Fuentes. He makes some good points. Yeah, that makes some good points. We are being replaced. Asmon's offline. Yeah, I heard about that. As the initial dust settles over the quote-unquote indefinite suspension of comedian Jimmy Kimmel's late-night show over comments he made about MAGA fans' reactions of the shooting of far-right extremist Charlie Kirk, the onus now falls on Disney ABC for the next move. So what's great is apparently subscriptions are... the people are trying to cancel their subscription en masse. There's like thousands and thousands of people hitting up the cancellation website, and it was apparently having problems. People were having problems connecting to it. They inadvertently doxed the cancellation website where you cancel your Disney Plus subscription. And people are doing it. You know, it's kind of become viral. They're probably recording themselves doing it on social media. Good guy Dari, he has not actually shown himself in the chat, giving me the opportunity to ban him. I have it marked in my calendar when he will be unbanned. And I would like to be clear that even though I was, my desire for the shooter to be a groyper was incorrect, I specifically banned Davey for overt support of a overt fascist. Davey is proud to be a groyper. He's proud to support Nick Fuentes. He's on board for that. And that is why he was specifically banned for 2 months. I will not have people supporting a proud fascist go unpunished in my realms. If I have control over it, we had a back and forth on Discord. I asked him some questions, and he was too cowardly to directly admit it. But basically, he agrees with the Great Replacement stuff. He's inherently bigoted towards the idea of a foreign person being the president, which we all know is just coded racism. He defends Nick Fuentes time and time again. So I basically had enough. So just that specifically was why he was banned for 2 months. But, Davey gets a special break because he's an enigma sometimes. So that's why he doesn't get a permaban, because normally I just fucking flush and move on with my life, right? But Davey's extra special. He gets just a 2-month ban. But I ain't fucking playing. If he shows up in the chat, he's getting zapped, dude, immediately. No discussion. I won't even bring him up. Support for an overt fascist will be punished. If I have any control, give me power over the Dairy Queen, okay? I'm firing the fascist. Oh, you're not fit to be the manager of a Dairy Queen. Well, Dairy Queen isn't fit to squirt out ice cream into a cone, hiring overt fascists. Yeah, how you doing, Smile Entity? Holy shit. Anyway, you know my opinions on this. I love to see the cancellations. I love to see the cancellations. Keep it up. Punish Disney. I'm curious to see what direction they're going to go in. I guess we'll see, because the backlash is immediate, and the subscribers going down is apparently 8-9%. Let me see if this article gets into it here. Yeah, so some celebrities are meekly talking about it. Some are, blah, blah, blah. Some celebrities are talking about it. 24 hours. Yeah, so I don't have the stats on the amount of cancellations so far, but hopefully we'll see, because, like, Disney, it's all about that cheddar, baby. It's all about that cheddar. So we'll see. We'll see how Disney reacts, and I'll be sure to cover it. This is pretty frightening stuff.
I'll give you an example. I read someplace that the networks were 97% against me. I get 97% negative, and yet I won it easily. I won all 7 swing states, popular, but won everything. And if they're 97% against, they give me only bad publicity or press.
It's like, that's not that, and it's openly fascist. What else? I'm not going to waste any time. It's clearly it should be doing a jig right now. Or George Orwell is the smartest human being that's ever lived. I read somewhere equals pulled out of my ass. Yeah, well, that's better than gold, baby.
I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away. It will be up to Brendan.
And like I said before, you think this is going to stop with cable entities, just the stuff? He's going to pass an edict. He's going to pass an executive order that expands the FCC's purview to the internet, to everywhere in the United States. Anybody, internet broadcasting, cable, anything, private, anything, does not stop. It does not stop with this. We'll probably see that if they want to keep the ball rolling, keep the momentum going, we'll probably have to see that edict very soon, because he's probably calling up Jeff Bezos. Don't do it, female eunuchs. He's probably calling up Jeff Bezos and Zuckerberg and telling them, you got to do this, you got to do this. And if they hesitate, if they don't capitulate immediately, he's just going to do it for them.
I think Brendan Carr is outstanding. He's a patriot.
Right. And of course, he loves Brendan Carr because Brendan Carr vacillates. I mean, absolutely worships Trump. And, he's just a toady, does exactly what Donald Trump, he says exactly what Donald Trump wants to hear, and is happy to destroy America for his own career, to be part, to be on the winning team. Right. Yeah. I mean, he's surrounded by cuckolds, he really is. Status Quo over here. This was 2 days ago. But they were covering.
Watching for your leadership and courage and sharing your story.
Right. So they were covering this amazing Make Billionaires Pay march. No, this is actually the march. This happened today, 6 hours ago. This was 2 days ago. They were covering. Sorry, I'm getting things confused here. They were covering the mass arrests at the ICE protest in NYC. So status quo doing like it's crazy. You know, I'm starting to feel like a Palestinian, right? Because like, where's the news? Where's the fucking news? Right? They're like they're up in their big fancy news towers, and it's like all this shit's happening on the streets, and they're not covering it at all. Thank goodness for Status Quo and other, a few other independent journalists who are actually down here covering this stuff, because this is crazy. It's wild stuff. This is what following that 3-step program looks like. Remember, folks, the 3-step program is the solution to our problems. It's called nonviolent direct political action. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up and show up. That's what this looks like. And step 3, we put in the work, like some guy that we were covering a couple minutes ago. It's under my feet. It's gonna let the system walk all over me. So I believe I covered this a little bit. I believe these people are Democratic representatives. They actually work within the New York City government on the lower tier, probably. Maybe not representatives, but they're I don't know. I think they work. Their staff maybe, but hopefully these people are remembered by history. Is that got Priest right here? Priest with the funky shirt on. You gotta love that. Maybe is that just a collar? No, that's white. I think we got a priest with a funky shirt, y'all. Hell yeah. Get that, kidnap that person. Hell yeah. Priest with a funky shirt, can't have that. Get rid of that trash. Mexico! Border walls have got to go! From Palestine to Mexico! Border walls have got to go! So status quo over here covering this shit.
Yeah. It's our.
Oh, let's hear what this guy has to say here. Let's see here.
See at.
Got an interview with this guy? What? No? Okay. All right. Hey, status quo doing some real journalism over here. Watch out. That's why they're going to be, Donald Trump's going to have to do something about these guys too. You're not allowed to do this in Russia. Remember, I used to cover that Russian YouTube channel that, young folks just walking up to folks asking them, hey, what do you think about the war? They're like, whoa, I don't know. I love war. Then they walk away. Well, they got shit canned, of course. Why try to keep this country? See, that's the kind of nihilism that I fight. That's the kind of nihilism that I exist to destroy. When you say that, why try? Just give up. You're acquiescing to the empire. You're acquiescing to the dictators that will absolutely gladly do that. Things aren't going to magically get better when you give up. And we all agree with you. Things are actually going to get demonstrably worse. And we're gonna end up doing what I recommend we do now, what these people are doing right now. We're gonna end up doing this, but it's gonna be much, much worse. We're gonna have a lot more work to do to catch up. So the smart thing to do is to drive forward, to get organized now, because this is our fate regardless. So it makes sense to do it right now.
Brothers and sisters, and free Palestine!
Yeah, hell yeah. Free Palestine for show.
That I also will name that, as a black woman from the South, we have seen the ways in which climate has impacted reproductive health care. We have seen...
Rebel Phoenix, that would be nice, but, we have to operate in an environment where, that is very unlikely. That's how we need to operate. Is if we're not going to get help from Hakeem Jeffries. He's not going to participate. Look what he's doing with Zoran Mamdani. He's praising Charlie Kirk before he praises Zoran. So we have to operate as if these people have abandoned us, because they have. Maxim, sorry I disagreed with you. Oh. I know, my mask was totally badass. Thank you, though. I do appreciate that.
but the maternal mortality rates for Black women. We have seen, being in Louisiana, being in different parts of the South, the ways that we need. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Organizing is fun, chaotic. It's a great way to meet people. Let me tell you, when you're out there, when you're feeling the beat, when you're chanting and marching, it's electrifying. You feel alive. You feel a sense of togetherness that you might have been missing in your life. I'm telling you, it feels good. And even if it doesn't do anything else but provide us with a morale boost, then it's worth it. But I tell you, this makes the oligarchy sweat. This makes empire worried. China does everything in its power to make sure people can't do this. Russia will beat you into a pulp if you try to do this stuff. They are absolutely, gobsmackingly terrified of nonviolent, direct political action. Jeff Bezos has nightmares, I bet, about people rising up and taking his ill-gotten gains. I bet he worries about it quite a bit. Welcome back to Seneca, if I haven't said it. It's good to see you once again. Okay, and you could also reuse your sign, by the way. I have several signs that I've made that I just reuse. I just cycle through them because, things haven't gotten any better. I probably should add some more stuff. All right, moving on from that. Protesters and federal agents clash outside an ICE detention facility near Illinois, Chicago. So here we have the mainstream media covering that shit that we saw Kat Abu-Ghazala get into. In fact, we do see Kat Abu-Ghazala in this video, I believe. Yeah, it's near the end here. They show some protest footage, and Kat is featured. So she's one of us. If you're in this area, if you're in, as a District 9, let me just bring it up, catforillinois.com, Congress, Illinois, District 9. She's the real fucking deal, fucking Holyfield, okay? She's a woman of the people. If she leads, I will follow. All my homies hate ICE, dude. Fuck these motherfuckers.
This morning, ICE allowed the Associated Press to accompany them.
Well, Mr. Ascetics, I disagree that people are just going along with it. We see people doing the maximum amount of resistance that is legally available to them, and we see regular folks stopping what they're doing. They're at cafes, they're at their house, they see this stuff going down, they walk out and they participate in nonviolent direct civil disobedience right then and there. They drop what they're doing. Left, right, black, white, poor, middle class. They see this shit going down. They get out there with their cell phone. They scream at these people. And they have not engaged miraculously. Boy, get the fuck out of here. Boy, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here, boy. Get the fuck out of here. How about you get the fuck out of here, boy? Man, you've been here since the mask days, all right? You've been here since the mask days. So you know what? We're just going to get the timeout. I ain't reading that shit. Let him back into the restream chat. Yeah. So sorry to hear about that, or whatever the fuck you said. Sorry about that stuff, or whatever. Or I'm happy for you. That's good, dude. Whatever.
And their officers while they were going
Fucking
out to make
quoting
an
the
arrest
Bible.
in the Chicago suburbs.
Quoting the Bible. Gives a fuck. Quotes the fucking Bible.
ICE
Right? And it's always in the service of right-wing politics, by the way. Right? All this beautiful stuff, flowery language about peace and your fellow man and all that shit. It's cherry-picked away. And it's in service of the empire, service of a theocracy that would see us all fucking enslaved. Oh, that's what my God wants. Wants you all to be good, obedient little slaves. How about fucking no? How about you take that shit and cram it? I don't even know what he said, though, so I don't want to, like, get too ahead of myself. But you know what I mean? Like, we founded America, okay? We invaded and fucked this whole place up so that we would have the right to worship whatever religion we choose. And now we're bringing that shit back? I got nowhere else to swim to. What am I going to do, invade Australia? It's ours now. Yeah, they got all crazy over there. I'm just trying to worship my spaghetti monster deity in peace. Have a good one, Smile Entity. Keep hopping around, buddy. Oh, no, baby. Oh, no. Welcome back, German Cow. Medea in the house.
And a target in mind that they were going for. We gathered around at his house in vehicles out on the street discreetly. Somebody came out of the house and they weren't sure whether it was the person they were trying to find, so they followed him down the street, eventually detained him, determined it wasn't who they were looking for.
So they're just scooping randos up. Hey, brown guy. Hey, you're brown. Come on over here. Get him, handcuff him, put him in chains. Fucking stick a gun to his head. You're never gonna see your family again, scum. Then they get the oh, we got the wrong guy. They just unchain him, leave him on the ground. Hey, sorry about the mix-up. Sorry about that. Yeah, no. It's basic procedure to threaten your life and to tell you you're never gonna see your family again. So you're free to go. Sorry, mistake. Quit looking so brown. Quit looking so ethnic. You know, maybe we won't harass you. You know, maybe you should just go back to where you're from. I was born here. Yeah, well, you know. Sorry. Our bad. We traumatized you.
You got a passport in here?
No, I mean, Mr. Aesthetics, no, I totally disagree with that. The solution is liberty when it comes to religion. The solution is separation of all religion from government, but allowing people to worship whatever, you know, Shrek they want. Or there was that lady that was worshiping a Shrek statue. She was praying to a Shrek statue she thought was like Jesus or Buddha. I think she thought it was Buddha, maybe. I don't know. That's the solution. Religious liberty. Let people do whatever the fuck they want. But there needs to be clear and consistent separation from church and state. Yeah, Promethean. Supreme Court said you're good to go.
But that they thought that he was in the country.
It's flat out racism.
Illegally,
State-sponsored
and that
racism.
he was somebody they could apprehend. So they arrested him and then went back to the house where the suspect that they were looking for was located.
Got him there.
Oh, wow. Heroes over here. Heroes with your fucking masks on.
And then eventually somebody came.
Right. It's a war against America because like, oh, we're unsafe. Since when do I guess all Americans are cartel members, and we're gonna track these people down and hurt them? No, they're worried about history remembering, because they would be doxxed. They would be fucking doxxed. But not to hurt them, not to physically hurt them or do anything to them and their family, but just to have a record of, you know, this guy participated in, enforcing Donald Trump's fascist dictatorship. We need to know that. We need to remember that.
Came out again, and they thought that that was the person that they were trying to find. They waited till he got in his vehicle, started to drive away, then cut off both ends of the street and apprehended him.
Kidnapped him, black bagged his ass. Cool. We're paying for this, by the way. Costs us hundreds of millions of fucking dollars. Unbelievable amounts of money. Not seeing a body cam on this motherfucker. You seen a body cam on this motherfucker? I'm not seeing a body cam on this motherfucker. No, there's one. Okay, there's one right there.
This morning's arrests were part of Operation Midway Blitz. ICE has surged officers to the Chicago area.
Give them little military names. What's next? You gonna give them little badges and awards and shit? Is that what you're gonna do? You gonna give them a little award ceremony? Donald Trump gonna be limping down, giving people little pins? Good job suppressing the enemy, the American people. Here you go. Thanks so much. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Here you go. Here's a gold pin with my face on it.
And about 200 officers.
Thank you for suppressing dissent.
ICE always has a presence here, but they've really tried to step up enforcement, step up arrests.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, look at this dangerous guy. He's about to go build a deck. Maybe fix your roof. Maybe redo your
and
fucking
obviously
bathroom.
This is all part of
oh, no.
President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda.
These bastards. If I had any power whatsoever, I'd arrest every single fucking one of them. Every single one of them. I'd arrest. Look how they look at this.
So we
look
have
at this
a lot
theater.
of targets in the area, and we want to make
they
sure.
dress them up like Hannibal Lecter, right? Because they make a big show of it. Oh yeah, I like the chains around the waist. That's really scary. I like the chains. Make it scary. The dressing them up like fucking Hannibal Lecter over here. Yeah, just make him look like a criminal. Make him look like a really dangerous criminal. Meanwhile, what was he up to? Right, what was he up to? What, dropping his kids off at school? Going to a court-appointed date at the courthouse? What, was he hanging out at Home Depot hoping someone will pay him $5 an hour to rake a lawn? It is the most disgusting thing I think I've ever seen in my lifetime. I wasn't alive for Chinese or for Japanese internment. I wasn't alive for that shit. It is some of the most embarrassing, disgusting. I can't find words for the for what I'm feeling here. I mean, it's like down in the pit of my stomach. I'm utterly disgusted to see this happen in America. It's
so
disgusting.
we have a lot of targets in the area, and we want to make sure that we can arrest as many of those as possible to get them out of the community and keep them from being a danger to the community.
Right, because they're inherently dangerous. Statistically, they're likely to commit less crimes than me. Than a Johnny Appleseed over here, born and bred in America. They're less likely to commit a crime than I am. Shit, I'll commit a fucking crime. Right? At least I used to think that. I won't get deported. I used to think that. I don't commit crimes here in Canada. Tell you what, I'm a permanent resident. I'm on my P's and Q's. So it's like I get to experience the life of, a little bit. Like, of course I'm not being, but I get to experience like it does. It feels different. You like, until you get that paperwork, until you make that official, you do feel like a guest. And, and you do worry, how are you going to be treated in a court of law if, something goes down? But I just love this. Targets, we're going after these targets, right? And they're like, the implications that they're going after criminals, and the implication is that the neighborhood is made inherently better after they're kidnapped. And both those things are not true. Just this dead-eyed bootlicker doing exactly what he's told. A hammer who found his nail. I'd love to hear what this guy says behind closed doors, right? When it's just him and the other chuckleheads. Look how dead he is.
Those as possible to get them out of the community and keep them from being a danger to the community.
That's some dangerous shit right there.
The Chicago politicians,
I love Poutine.
Illinois politicians
Only good
have
Poutine
pushed back
now.
very hard against ICE being here and doing these operations, saying that they have concerns that they are violating people's rights and that they are unfairly targeting.
Yeah, thinks
the
he's a
immigrant
hero.
community.
God, love your neighbor, love your God. Red hole.
Yo, they got on camera somebody passing a joint. Anybody else see this? Yo, I spotted this immediately. I can see a joint. Okay, look, we're going to zoom in. We're going to do Doink Watch. This is the Doink Watch. Hold on, where's my doinks? We got Doink Watch. We got a Doink Watch alert. Doink Watch alert. We got ourselves a Doink Watch alert. Look at this guy right here. Hold on. You see him right here. We got the doinks. He's got the doinks right here. And he's passing that shit. He's passing that shit. Is he? I don't know. That's definitely a doink. That's not a cigarette. We got the doinks. Doink alert. He's holding that shit like a doink. He's doinking it up. Okay, back to your regularly scheduled program. This has been your Doink Alert.
Red hole. Go back in your state.
There's a person on the ground being held on the ground by those ICE agents. And look, if you pan over right now, Lou, let's see right the protesters out of the way. Dana, give me one.
All right, so Kat Abu Ghazala this is the one she was at. So we might be able to spot Kat in the footage here.
I'm back near the
True woman of the people. So they're already petitioning the government, right? I'm sure Tom Hooman and others are already petitioning the government to, let us fire live rounds in the air, let us intimidate them further with, real guns, or, let us shoot them directly at the very least with nonviolent, they're called stinger balls. It's basically, paintballs out of a paintball gun, but they hurt like hell. They're intended to sting you. So just let us open fire on them. Anytime they get anywhere close, we can just, let us do that. So it's they're not gonna stop escalating. Look at this. You got all the press.
We're gonna hold the shot. We just need to protect our eyes right now.
That's what ABC gets for capitulating to fascism. Yeah, I know. Good. See what I mean? It's like basically paintball shit, but they just loaded up instead of paintballs. They got these little stinger balls. Yeah, good guy, Dari. There's actually something I've been wanting to buy. It's this like what is it? It's at home pepper ball. That's what it is. Yeah, they're called pepper ball launchers. Shopping. Saber, that's the company. Saber. Right. So yeah, you're getting toys here, but yeah, here we go. This is it. So this is illegal in Canada. I'm not going to expound any further on that. But you can buy one of these, have this shipped to your home in the United States, in most states in the United States, and it functions like a pistol. It's loaded in the same way as a pistol, right? You get magazines that are preloaded. Yeah, everything's illegal in Canada. It really is. And what's cool is the magazine also has the air cartridge, because that's been a big problem with these devices in the past, is that the air cartridge runs out really quickly. So not only are you reloading ammo, but you're also reloading the air cartridge. Welcome back from south of Boston. It's your boy Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny, folks. Get on that follow train. So that's what's really cool about this product. So I would recommend this one. This is the one that I'm going to be getting. And obviously you got some options here, but I really like this brand and how they have it set up, you know, the magazine, how it's got the air cartridge and the pepper balls. But this, you know, if you don't want to buy a gun, not comfortable with it, you know, you don't like the idea, you got kids in the house, maybe you don't want them to kill themselves, et cetera, you don't want to become a statistic. This is a great alternative. Pepper balls. These hurt like hell. And you're not, you know, unless you're wearing a full hazmat suit, these things explode, big old ball of pepper, you're totally screwed. And if you get hit by one, hurts like hell. So this is the one that you have. Let's see what you got. Oh my God, this looks so real. Bro, you're going to get fucking shot up by the cops, dude. Shoot rubber balls. Yeah, so here's the thing. The rubber balls, sure, I mean, that's not, it's better than nothing. But you can power through that. You know what I mean? Like rubber balls, you can power through that, and you have to be accurate. You have to be totally like, you have to be John Wick with that shit and hopefully hit him in the face. And obviously, if the person is wearing thick leather or if they're under the influence of drugs, this might not stop them. What's great about this, what are you trying to do? I'm trying to show people your product. Don't try to fucking upsell. What's great about this is that you don't have to be accurate. Okay, have fun with that. Yeah, go ahead and use non-conventional ammo in a fucking, you know, little, it's basically a toy, right? But what's great about these is that you don't have to be accurate. You could just overwhelm somebody with a bunch of these pepper balls, and they're just like, you know, their eyes are screaming. They can't fucking see. You know, they're gonna want to get the hell out of there, right? So you can just literally blind fire outside of your door, right? And then lock the door, and then they're like totally fucked because it's a fucking ocean of pepper. Okay, so definitely I'd recommend these guys right here for home defense if you don't want to buy a gun. That device looks like, bro, please, cop, shoot me, right? Jesus. That thing is just begging to be used in a justified police shooting. That thing looks fucking scary. A two-handed sword. Shut up, Blase. Welcome back, by the way. Shut up. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be bad to have a choice, right? Because sometimes you don't want to kill a motherfucker, right? But you want him to get the fuck out, but you don't want to kill him. So sometimes it's a good option to have, you know, plan B. Or maybe I would use the pepper as plan A, and then maybe the real gun as plan B, right? Home defense blunderbuss. Yeah, Clutch Cargo, I agree, right? And you could buy a taser, but the thing that I like about the pepper ammo is that you don't need to be accurate, and you can just spam the shit out of these guys, and you're good to go. Reload that bitch, and you're good to go with another volley. Like it's and like have you ever experienced pepper spray? Have you ever experienced tear gas? Like it debilitates you. You can't see. Your nose starts running profusely. You start coughing. Fuck a home invasion. Fuck a rape. Good. You can barely stand on your feet. Because you're like draining and crying and like you could barely see. Throwing knives. Beery. You know what? I think you should invest in that product. It's by Sabre. S-A-B-R-E. S-A-R-B-R-E or something like that. I think you should get something like that. I do. I'm going to be recommending it to my parents-in-law, my mother, or my wife's Freudian slip there. My wife's parents. I'm going to recommend it to them. All right, so there you go. That's just some coverage right there of American heroes standing up against fascism, and they are 100% heroes. They deserve credit. I hope history remembers these people as the heroes that they truly are, fighting directly against fascism. Couldn't be more proud of my fellow Americans when watching that footage. Speaking of demonstrations, since we're on that topic, here's one that happened in the Netherlands, but unfortunately, it's the other kind of demonstration. These are these people are part of the right-wing resurgence that are weaponizing immigration to, to say that all of your problems, right? Classic fascist playbook. All your problems are the immigrant. All the problems are the brown person, right? We'll make them go away. Fuck it. I believe you proclaimed that you were leaving, and then I showed you out the door. I'm quite surprised to see you back. Anyway, we have a big problem here because Fuck It and his crew are ruining the world. This is not just a U.S. issue. This is part of a massive right-wing swing, and they're all applying the MAGA template, right? Find the hot button issue that the neoliberals are fucking slipping up on. Take full advantage of it, weaponize it. So isn't it great? They and right wingers. I'm seeing this as a pattern in the UK, and in other places, immediately engaging in overt violence. And where's the arrest, by the way? Because like when lefties do this shit, they bust out the fucking cybersecurity expert, facial recognition expert, people getting, doors getting knocked on. How dare you? How dare you? Is that happening with these folks? Throwing fences, throwing rocks directly? Oh, sometimes. But oftentimes we see the state, like we see in the United States, quite frankly, defending these folks, and they feel emboldened, empowered. No, strategy member, I actually disagree with you. I'm very thankful that Fuck It told us he's a right-winger. So let's not discourage honesty. I'm perfectly fine with that. I love it when my enemy reveals themselves right away. It's not like him telling us, wouldn't have revealed, I would have found out one way or the other. So I actually appreciate the honesty. Look at this. These can hurt people. Where's the tear gas? Where's the arrest? Where's the billy clubs? Where's the sound weapons? Right? Some fucking, 6 dudes with some fucking, shields from the 1600s? Are you fucking with me? When the left comes out to protest against cuts to Medicare, the goddamn SWAT teams roll out. We got drones overhead. Every cop has a camera. Cops from all over, everywhere, come from every corner of life to get that overtime. We got to deal with phalanx and kettling techniques. And when the right comes out, it's like 6 dudes. We got shields. Now, I understand this is the Netherlands, but I'm starting to see a fucking pattern here, dude. What the fuck? Holy shit. Well, let me vote for this. Wow, well, look at this punk rock counterculture, guys. Well, you're making a good point. Look at these assholes getting fucking completely fucking pissed. Yeah, he's drinking Fanta, right? You know why he's drinking Fanta? Because he's taking nips off the hard shit. These bastards, they won't be satisfied. They will not be satisfied. Look at the little cross there. Yep. They won't be satisfied until being brown is illegal. Until being ethnic is illegal. What they want is an apartheid state where their whiteness gives them a different level of class than ethnic people. That they always have that over no matter what position they're in, if they're useful. They want to be in a permanent elevated class than people of color. That's when, and if you're lucky, that's where they stop. They stop at the raw exploitation, basically the enslavement. But usually what happens is that they take it to the next level. Purity, 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 purity. Anybody brown, anybody ethnic, different language, different culture, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. That's the thing that's making us, it's not the corruption, it's not the inherent hypocrisy, right, of our beliefs. It's none of that. No, it's the people speaking Spanish, etc. Nothing I love more than a conservative bitching and fucking moaning about free speech. More. Give me more. Pretty good coverage by The Guardian. Thank you so much. Here's a right-winger. Here you go, fuck it. Yeah, you're not a conservative. Sure you're not. You just don't believe immigrants are capable of being American, and you quote the fucking Bible. Right, but you're not a conservative, sure. Keep telling yourself that, buddy. You should ask yourself why you think being a conservative is something to be ashamed of. Speaking of conservatives, they're going hard on Israel. They're going hard on Israel. I'm black. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know you were black. Well, that obviously must mean that you're completely incapable of holding ignorant conservative views. My mistake. My mistake. B-Read, did you know that? Did you know that? When you're black, it's impossible for you to be incorrect about, anyway. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. But anyway, the right wing, the Dave Smiths, the so-called libertarians, so-called independents that basically agree with all the right wing stuff, but I don't know, maybe they have a gay brother. They've been going pretty hard on Israel, and I'm not quite sure what the plan is, because I think what's going to happen is that they're going to run out of steam. They're going to find another thing to grift off of, right? And I think that's what's happening, is that Israel is kind of giving this room because they think it's just going to kind of like, I guess, there's probably some people in Israel that are a little worried about this spiraling out of control, and that, maybe does have the ability to do that, where the right-wing MAGA establishment has to criticize Israel publicly instead of flagellating Israel publicly, like they have to. But once again, I go back to the need to get these people. Like we're dealing with a situation where they no longer need democracy, right? Oh, the midterms, they're going to lose elections, they're going to lose their seat. They're stealing everything. They are seemingly acting in a way where they no longer have to worry about electoral results. And that includes this splinter group of the right. Oh, I didn't vote for Ted Cruz. I voted for this other right-wing idiot who criticized Israel, who was a fan of Dave Smith. Said he was a libertarian. How come none of those guys are winning? Only the Mitch McConnells and, the people who are Mitch McConnell clones are winning. How come all the mainstream conservatives, the ones that are pro-Israel, are the only ones that are winning? So this definitely goes both ways. Let's have a listen here, because this is something you see on conservative algorithms now, which is quite a change. If you've been following politics, this is quite a change.
You know how efficient our House of Representatives and the government is when it comes to anything for Israel? Just in this year alone, during the Charlie Kirk assassination, they passed the Boebert bill, which punishes anyone who boycotts Israel, passed the bill to increase their spending by $9 billion of your taxpayer money to give to Israel so they can commit a Holocaust. They passed a bill to impose sanctions on the ICC for charging Netanyahu as...
I wish he would have said genocide. Let's not get too hung up on it.
...a war criminal, in which he is. They passed a bill for loan guarantees, weapons guarantees, for Israel. They've just introduced a bill to revoke any passports or deny passports to anyone who criticizes the government of Israel. The Republicans and Democrats alike can vote on all of these bills and pass them, but we can't get them to agree.
Well, Maxim, looks like you were correct on that one.
Agree on releasing the Epstein files, bringing to justice pedophiles and human traffickers at the highest, most elite levels, and protecting these victims. We can't agree on that, but we can pass fucking 5, 6, 7 bills for anything for Israel. Meanwhile, American citizens like you and I struggle. Grocery prices have not gone down. Gas prices have not.
But the fucking real estate prices of a hotel or apartment or, condo in Gaza, it's going to be fucking sick, dude. Sick shit. Like $100K, you get yourself beachfront property, baby. Right? You just have to live on a graveyard, but $100K, dude, beachfront property. Oh my God.
Not gone down. Fucking drug prices have not gone down. Big Pharma is still running amok and extorting U.S. citizens who are in fear of losing their life to a chronic illness, and they're profiting off of it. We have American citizens that have lost health care. We have American citizens that cannot afford health care. We have kids that are going hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt to go to college just to come out to realize there's no jobs to be had. Interest rates are still out of this fucking world. But at least our government can just pass bill after bill after bill after bill for Israel. And at least we can send them all of our tax dollars to make sure that they have universal health care for free for all their citizens, as well as universal college for all their citizens. We're trillions of dollars in debt. They're billions of dollars in debt. And it's not Republicans. It's not Democrats. It's both of y'all. You're both at fault for this shit because you're controlled by fucking Israel. I've changed my political views from independent to officially fuck Israel.
Independent, right? What'd I tell you? Big difference between conservative independent and Bernie Sanders independent. But they would have voted. Those conservative independents would have voted for Bernie had he ran. He would have won. Bernie would have won. He would have fucking smoked Trump. He would have fucking smoked Trump. So here's Trump. I mean, he's really feeling emboldened. He's really feeling brazen now. Really feeling comfortable. I said this on the Discord. We're still in the fun and games phase of this, right? They have still really haven't felt the ramifications of their actions. All the damage he's done to the economy, all the damage he's done to civil liberties. Just what I predict is going to happen is that, he's been acting so quickly, destroying as many things as humanly possible, as quickly as possible, that once we start seeing the crises happen, there are going to be multiple crises happening at the same time in a cascading fashion. It's going to be one like the bond market, maybe, right? Then real estate, then the fucking job situation, then the farmers start going out of business by the hundreds, right? It's going to be this massive cascading wave of failures that affects probably hundreds of millions of Americans all at the same time. And then what we're going to see when that happens is a completely different administration, right? Because what are their priorities, right? Going after trans people, trying to kidnap as many Mexican people as they possibly can to try to make that number as high as possible so that they can run on a big number for the elections, right? Like, they're completely self-absorbed right now. The fun and game phase ends soon. Whenever that first catastrophe hits, when that tipping point cracks, then the cascading failures is going to be boom, boom, boom. And, it'd be a really great time for a China or a Russia, most likely a China, to take full advantage of the situation. We're going to be covering the farmers. I got a whole agriculture section I want to show you. Farmers warning America that soybean farmers across the nation are going to be going out of business. Oh, cute little kitty farmer. Makes me want to play Monster Hunter. What a game, huh? What a cool gameplay loop, Monster Hunter. Super cool gameplay loop. It's like you got to put in the work to figure it out. Couple hours, you're like, this is shitty. I hate this fucking game. Put in the work with Monster Hunter. Yeah, with Monster Hunter. Put in the work with Monster Hunter. And it rewards you. You start to get it, everything clicks, and all of a sudden you're addicted. Lovely game. So here's Trump being blatantly racist to a reporter. I really wish you would speak more clearly. Your ethnic accent makes me uncomfortable, and being ethnic is now illegal. Actually, could we just kidnap her right now? kidnap this person right now, please? Can we just kidnap this person? They're ethnic. They kind of offend me.
On board with this, Mr. President, the
What?
big techs are the big techs on board with this decision? You just
What's going to, well, I wish you'd speak more clearly. I really.
Because, like, honestly, it's not even. She's actually speaking very clearly. Her English is perfectly fine. He's literally just being racist right now, just openly racist.
On board with this, Mr. President, the
What?
big techs are the big techs on board with this decision? You just
What's going to, well, I wish you'd speak more clearly. I really do. Give it to me again.
Are the big techs, the CEOs, on board with this decision?
Big
Did you
tech?
talk- Big
Tech.
tech. Did you talk to them about this?
Oh, big tech. Okay, she was kind of having problems with that word. All right, this is okay. No, we're not making a thing out of this. Okay. On to the next thing. I got bigger fish to fry than that fucking little thing. Whatever. I take it back. He wasn't being blatantly racist in that. Perfectly understandable. He was having problems with the word. I can find many other examples of him being blatantly racist, so I definitely don't take back the accusations. But that was not him being blatantly racist. I was being misled. Stupid bullshit. Take it back. Donald Trump, take my license. Take my FCC license away. Journalistic malpractice. Here's something that is legitimate. We're talking a lot about religion. Here's where a certain sect of the Catholic Church currently is on Donald Trump. This is where they're at. This is how they talk about Donald Trump. Certain churches across America, this is the message. Shit is sickening. Shit is sickening. This man should be taxed and treated like every other kooky fucking religion instead of being buddy-buddy right next to representing the Trump administration. Listen to what he has to say, dude. This is about Charlie Kirk, I believe.
I thought, I got to learn about this guy. And the more I learned about him, I thought, this guy's a modern-day St. Paul. He was a
Charlie Kirk, modern-day saint, folks. We're there. We're there.
missionary. He's an evangelist. He's a hero. He's one, I think, that knew what Jesus meant when he said, the truth will set you free.
Right. Charlie Kirk, well known for his ability to speak the truth. His entire shtick was being a bad actor, lying about statistics, lying about this and that to make his point. Isn't that amazing? Like, it's just the hypocrisy level, the hypocrisy meter completely shattered. It goes to 11, and he blew it up.
And to do it, no, I understand. He was pretty blunt.
Charlie,
and he was pretty direct.
He was pretty blunt. He was pretty direct. He was a raging liar.
He didn't try to avoid any controversy. He didn't even try to avoid confrontation. The difference is the way, the mode, the style that he did it, always with respect.
He was a propagandist.
And not only was that a gracious, kind of virtuous thing to do, it's effective. Because when your opponents see, this guy kind of respects me. We kind of disagree here.
Oh, yeah. No. Look it up. Look up literally any Charlie Kirk debate, literally any one of them. Go ahead and watch it. And the number one thing you take from that is the shocking amount of respect Charlie Kirk would show to the people that he's talking to. Undeniable. That should be the number one takeaway, guys. Right? I mean, that's what I saw. No hidden contempt. No sarcasm. Right? None of that. No, just free speech, baby.
But he kind of enjoys me, and he's thanking me for being here, and he's telling me he appreciates the trust I have in him and sharing my views. I thought, this guy can teach us something.
Right. Can we check this motherfucker's hard drive, please? Just real quick. Saying, could we, Kash Patel, how many letters this guy send to Jeffrey Epstein? Right? Can we double check that? I wanted to show you this. First thing I wanted to talk about was the shirt. shit is so frightening, man. Right? Because, like, we oftentimes don't really talk about the cult side of MAGA too much. We don't really show it because it's so easy. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Oh, you know he's got that cheese pizza. We oftentimes talk about the more mainstream Republicans, right? But there is, what would you say, about 20%, 25%, maybe more, who are this right now, what I'm about to show you. And the shirt is really interesting, isn't it? Normal isn't coming back. They know they're going to, they're forcing this on millions. They don't care. This has nothing to do with democracy. And look at the flag is completely different, right? That's not an American flag. Now, does she represent every single one of them? No. But let me tell you something. Go out there. And it's basically, you know, people will repeat what she's saying. Maybe they're not as hardcore. But this is the prevailing view in a lot of these deep MAGA for life, Donald Trump is a god kind of places. And yes, they do exist. So here's a little taste of it.
I don't want to say he's perfect. The only perfect person that ever walked this earth was Jesus, but he was wonderful in office for 4 years, and he proved that. So what is it about Trump that you love so much?
Number one, he's a godly man. He's working for God, for darn sure. Number two, he really cares
Do I even need to say anything
about us. He cares about us. He cares.
Right. Godly and cares about the poor. Totally. Donald Trump, yep. Nailed it.
He cares about what happens to us. He cares about our country. He didn't come in there because he wanted the money. He's got money.
Right. He's acquired billions of dollars. Him and his family have acquired, what, 4 billion, 5 billion? In the few months that they've been there. They haven't even been there a whole year, and they've been scraping off hundreds of millions of dollars, right? I think they're at, like I said, 4 or 5 billion. Right. Not about the money, though. That just happens. That just happens because he's a nice guy and people just give him stuff. You know.
He's coming there because he is actually working for God and he wants to help us.
Right.
And he wants
God.
to get us to a good. He wants to make
slapping his fucking name on the motherfucking Bible, dude.
America great again. And I you know, it's true. You know, but I think he's going to.
Hey, fuck it. These are your people. This is your side, buddy.
Make it even greater because I don't think no matter what they try to do to stop him, he's going
Lenny,
to come back.
5 years ago,
he's
6 years ago.
God's on his side.
Absolutely, he is. God.
Absolutely, right. So that's what passes it for news. That was RSBN there. I think this is the same one that does Steve Bannon's show. Maybe this is the Greg Kelly one. I don't know. You know. They're all the same. Fuck it. You're tiring. You're a very exhausting person. But so am I. So maybe that's why we're clashing. Any bets in the last? Yeah. Okay. No. Sorry. I already answered that one. Linux here. For the term is money, success, barely managed investments and index funds, starting with his daddy gave him. Yeah. I mean, he got all kinds of loans from his dad. He gave me $1 million and that's it. It's like hundreds of millions of dollars, I think. Like his daddy was bailing him out left and right. So anyway, you might have heard, you might have heard that France, Canada, and the UK are maybe at the next UN Security Council meeting going to acknowledge the existence of Palestine. Heaven forbid. No, we can't do it. No. They're brown. They're so brown. It's not fair. And this was, of course, spurred on by Macron in France, who, he saw, I think it was the hospital, it was a couple weeks ago. It was one of the latest IDF tragedies. So he saw it. He just made a really rash announcement. He said, when we're talking about that, I'm going to get in front of a microphone and acknowledge the existence of Palestine. And like France is going to do that. And that's apparently one of the things that he can do. in his position. He can just unilaterally declare that France now declares Palestine to exist. So Canada and the UK, after this announcement, they felt kind of pressured to go along with this as well. And they're kind of hemming and hawing. They made statements like, okay, yeah, we're going to do this, maybe. Oh, we're totally down for this, maybe. Maybe we'll do it. Kind of half-assed. But Hamas. Did we mention Hamas? So here's the United States literally threatening U.S. Congress members, threatening France, Canada, and the UK, and Australia retaliation should they recognize Palestine statehood at the UN. So this is an official document right here, sent by these people, signed by, the worst of the worst, of course. You better not do that. They don't exist. It was always Israel. Oh, by the way, two-state solution. Anytime I get in front of a camera in the media, oh, we're talking about it. We're talking about that two-state solution, baby. Don't you worry. In reality, it's, how do I get that, beachfront property in Gaza, baby? How do we do that? How do I do that? Thanks for the money, Israel. Thanks for the money. We'll go back, Fragwoods. It's hilarious, right? When talking about fascism, the absurdity is part of the package. So it's so comical, right? You're literally not allowed to criticize me too much. I'm not going to tell you how to do it correctly. You're just supposed to kind of off vibes, like North Korea, like my buddy Kim. You're just supposed to kind of figure it out, and you're supposed to praise me most of the time, and maybe once in a great while criticize me very mildly. You're supposed to say I'm a very handsome boy, and then maybe you don't like what I'm doing very slightly. I'll allow for you to do that maybe sometimes. Everything else, you gotta go. You don't deserve it, right? So it's totally comical. Anti-free speech, anti-American. And it's, coming from his mouth, wildly absurd, hypocritical. It's part of the package. It's part of the dictatorship. This is, it's intentional. And I think future dictators will learn from Trump about how to deliver these kind of absurd messages in a captivating way, kind of in its own way, right? Not to us, but, to the cult, to the people that are going to be affected, some of the poorest in America who love this fucking man. We just saw one.
I'm a very strong person for free speech. At the same
but if you criticize me, you're gone. You're out of here. You're completely out of here. Right? So here's the thing. You're not supposed to run the country like I run my channel, right? When I ban somebody from my channel, I'm not banning their free speech, their ability to speak. I'm banning their ability to speak in my space. But they can do their own stream. They can do their own whatever they want, right? Totally free to do that.
Same time, 97 and 94%, 97, 94, 95, 90.
And just made up stats, by the way. Who knows where these stats are from? He couldn't tell you. Pulled this right out of his ass. It may or may not be true. MSNBC is pretty hard on Trump for various reasons, right? But just totally made up shit. And even if it was true, even if it was 100%, should totally be covered under free speech laws, et cetera, right? Irrelevant. It's unfair. It's so pathetic. It's so weak. It's so weak. Oh, mommy, this is unfair. It's like, it's just, his dad fucking hated this guy, Donald Trump. His dad fucking hated Donald Trump. Hated him. Was a pussy, right? Was a pampered little nepotism child, right?
86% of the people are against me in the sense of the The newscasts are against me. The stories are they said 97% bad. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See?
Right, and any great story like, oh, we just signed this executive order that strips health care from tens of thousands of people. It's a great thing. It's a big victory. Can you believe they covered it as if it was a negative thing? Cutting health care from tens of thousands of Americans is inherently good. They should have covered it that way. It's so unfair.
I think that's really illegal, personally. I think that
it's illegal.
Reporting has
Sure
to be
it is.
at least accurate.
Stop fucking crying, bitch!
To an extent. Whether it's 89, doesn't matter. It's a tremendous number. When somebody is given 97% of the stories are bad about a person, that's no longer free speech. That's no longer, that's just cheating. And
That's just cheating. We're losing our free speech to this guy whining to the fucking mods.
they cheat.
Cheat. Cheating, it's fake. I mean, his vocabulary is worse than mine, man. So I showed this yesterday, but it bears repeating. And this is the main reason why you see in the bottom right, against fascism. I changed it. I'm curious. I'm curious how long I'm going to, before I get banned, for having this against fascism in the bottom right. And I changed it from anti-fascist, anti-fascist to against fascism, so that there's no connection whatsoever to Antifa, which I've always, I've criticized where they deserve criticism, right, with the public property, but I've also praised them for, oftentimes Antifa will come out there and protect protesters from neo-Nazis. They will act as the frontline defense against aggressive neo-Nazis who, yes, gay bash and bash black people. And Antifa will often take it upon themselves to protect protesters from those fascists who intend to do violence and sometimes do violence. We saw it during BLM. Counter protesters who were fucking neo-Nazis. But, I've also criticized, and Fragwitz is totally correct, because it's literally just random people who, they, with their own money, printing out like a t-shirt with the flag or printing out the flag itself. There's no organization. There's no hierarchy. It's just random individuals who are using this logo to, to collectively resist fascism. But of course, what have I always said about property damage? It's counterproductive. But that doesn't matter. Like, literally, if Antifa, if every Antifa member literally never threw a bottle, literally never broke a window, they'd still say we're violent. They'd still say, all of us, anybody on the left, anybody who's against fascism, they would still say, oh, you're terrorist, you're terrorist. So let's not get it twisted. Don't be like, oh, yeah, we'd have freedom and liberty if it wasn't for Antifa. Like, don't get it twisted here, right? Like, they'd find some other boogeyman if they need to. So this is the beginning of the end of what we're doing right now. My broadcast on Twitch, this private corporation owned by Jeff Bezos. Don't do it. Don't you do it, female eunuchs. Oh, that's wrong button. Don't you do it. Owned by Jeff Bezos. We're going to see it across. Oh, God damn it. There he is. This is the beginning of the end of what we're doing right now, folks. Okay, I am fully confident that they're going to do something about Hassan. He's not relenting. He's not relenting on the Fed. Not relenting one bit on the Fed. They have their narrative with Charlie Kirk. They've basically cemented it. They've basically cemented that narrative. It was the left. It was the left. The left are dangerous. At the very least, they can depend on mainstream media to allow a both sides argument to exist. Okay, well, maybe you won't let the token right winger like Scott Jennings. Okay, maybe you won't let me get away with saying the left are crazy and psychopaths and they do all the violence forever, and the right wing have never done any violence. Right, so CNN won't let me get away with saying that, but CNN will let Scott Jennings basically present a what about both sides argument when it comes to right-wing violence versus left-wing violence, and that's good enough because that basically backs up the narrative. right? That there's a problem that needs to be solved right away. Manufactured crisis, and then here comes the solution. So this is the end of our this is the beginning of the end of our relationship. Yes, you and me, viewer, broadcaster. I have a plan B, I have a plan C. Okay? But I'll be straight with you. The moment this turns into something that where my family's in danger, I'm going to have to, say goodbye to you. Maybe. You know me. You know me, baby. It's ironic, like because it's not like this we're actually underground, right? But I might literally have to take this whole operation underground and blur my face and blur my voice, kind of shit. Like, no joke, kind of shit, like a fucking movie. Like, unironically, right? I'm doing this to protect my family. Like, I'm not going to stop talking, but right? I can't let them track me back to, to my, to the origin. I can't let them track it back to me. Yeah, exactly, blase. Exactly. I'll put on a hockey mask. That'll work. Yeah, Maxim, I did see that going around social media. It had Trump and Pam Bondi, I think. Maybe Kash Patel. No picture of Charlie Kirk. It was like a Charlie Kirk memorial. No picture of this guy. Oh, God, there he is. God, he's a freaky-looking motherfucker. That is one freaky-looking motherfucker, Kash Patel, dude. Freaky-looking motherfucker. I don't know if I showed this, but I wanted to show this. Here's Eric Trump responding with maybe, I don't know, when talking about both sides' violence. This is really quite telling. Watch this.
I think you're going to have an unbelievable fourth quarter, and we're really excited about it.
Your sister, Ivanka, was on last weekend. I know she was very close to Charlie Kirk. He was a friend of yours as well. When I talked to Ivanka about it, I said, your dad. Was it a centimeter?
Yeah, Simply Steve.
I mean, we can argue about it, but it was the turn of the head that we could have had a similar situation. Where do we go from here?
I'm sick and tired of seeing bullets flying at people's heads. It's insane.
On both sides.
On both sides, right? Yeah, we're sick and tired of the violence on both sides. I mean, come on, we got to, right?
It's insane. Well, I don't know. I mean...
Well, I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know, we might be justified murdering leftists. I don't know. I'm gonna let this play out so we can see the full context here, but that is an extremely troubling response. Because and I think the argument that he's gonna make next is that the right wing basically doesn't commit violence. Donald Trump has said, well, our extremists are good extremists and their extremists are the bad extremists. Honestly, when we have extremists, they're just sick and tired of the law getting in their way. And anytime the left has extremists, they go on these maniac rampages where they shoot up schools because that's mainly left wingers who are gay and stuff.
It's insane. Well, I don't know. I mean, right. Yeah, of course, both sides, but I don't.
Of course, both sides. Yeah, of course, both sides. Do you see how the right takes advantage of cynical both sides whataboutism? It benefits the right wing, both sidesism.
Really see the bullets flying in one direction.
It's only in one direction.
Happen, but it does.
Joe, I sat there with two kids on my lap watching my father's head almost get blown off by a sociopath in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then I saw somebody try and kill him on a golf course, 4 weeks later, and then I see a dear friend. I mean, Charlie was a dear friend of all of ours, our family. I knew Charlie when he was 21 years old, when he was just standing up. Turning point where he told him, I think you're going to have an unbelievable...
There you go. There's the full context of his comments there. Good stuff. Good stuff. He wavered. He was wavering into something. He was like, I don't want to be controversial. Let's snap it back. Emotion. This is going underreported. The kind of shit that you don't see on Morning Joe. Oops. Sorry. Oops. There we go. Want to get some beats going here. But, I didn't even know about this until I heard that it was closing down. So I'll confess my own ignorance that my temptation to Fed post is rising. But apparently there was a peace vigil that has been ongoing for decades, possibly started during Vietnam, but that lasted throughout the Iraq War, Afghanistan, Desert Storm, and Donald Trump is the one who finally kicked him out. You know, every other president, every other right-wing president was not troubled by this. Free speech, this is no threat to me. And Donald Trump destroyed it. A piece of history right here. The longest vigil has finally been squashed. The White House Peace Vigil, widely considered the longest continuous act of political protest in U.S. history, was dismantled by federal law enforcement Thursday night in what activists describe as the most direct attack on the protest in its 44-year history. Is that Vietnam? That might be Vietnam. What was left after demonstrators said National Park Service workers and U.S. Park Police officers closed Lafayette Square and hauled off protest banners, flags, and other supplies was the vigil at its most bare. A small handful of protesters lined up on the red brick sidewalk to the north of the White House, holding whatever signs they managed to salvage. So, you know, they were forcibly removed, but they didn't fucking go anywhere. They just went across the street. They brought whatever signs they could carry. So this is all the stuff. This was, you know, kind of a little mini encampment that's been there. So this is all the stuff that has been stolen from them. Right, so they're selling T-shirts and stuff. Guy in a wheelchair, smoke weed. You know he's smoking weed. You know he's smoking that good shit. Right, big threat is established in the 1980s. Call for nuclear disarmament, basically. Okay. Yeah, 44 years ago, that would be 1980. Wow. Holy shit, dude. If time could just stop moving inexorably forward without any, you know, mercy, that would be great. 1980s. 40 years ago. 40 years ago should be 1940s, not the 1980s. What am I talking about? I sound like an oldie. No offense, of course. I am an oldie. I'm a 40-year-old guy now. I'm a 40-year-old unfuckable guy. It hurts. The dismantling of the peace vigil on Thursday came nearly 2 weeks after President Donald Trump ordered, quote, take it down today, right now, make it go away. I'm a strong man. I'm not insulted by this. I'm not offended by this. But make it go away. Yeah, it's literally just me, Blase. Literally. For this boomer, it was like yesterday. Lynx, make it stop. Can you please make this stop, please? You have the soundboard with the Price is Right loser theme? No, I hate that theme. The vigil had been under intense scrutiny ever since Trump's demand for its removal. In 2 previous encounters with law enforcement, activists said the vigil had lost several supplies, including a blue tarp and historic Peace Rock, so that's got to go, painted by Virgil keepers of years past. So that's a historic piece of like memorabilia, right? Sign that's probably hung there for years, probably decades. Steal that. That's got to go. Peace rocks. How about a fist through the face? That's the new America. Merciless violence. The president's demand that the vigil be removed on September 5th came after Brian Glenn, a correspondent for the conservative network Real America's Voice, great job, Brian, told Trump during a press gathering that there was a quote-unquote a blue tent in front of the White House that was an eyesore. Oh! Great job, Brian. I hope history remembers you. Like, literally, I hope on the day of your obituary, you're remembered as the guy who told Donald Trump about this peace vigil. I hope you're remembered for this act, Brian. He's probably like, I hope they do too. I'm really proud of this. This is really good. I love being a fascist. Because that's what fascists always say a couple decades down the line, right? I'm really proud of what we achieved after civil society organized together to defeat us and then did that. It's always oh, wasn't me following orders. I didn't believe in it. Oh, no. In retrospect, I was against it all. Speaking of Palace of Trump, this is the end result. I guess he's done now with his renovations to the Oval Office. Look at this. Look at this. It's just a screenshot. I can't click play. Look at this. I'm sorry. Look, I'm going to say this only once. I'm sorry. This is gross. It looks like he hosed the thing down in piss. Like, for real. And it's so ugly. Nothing. It's just all gold. The two. Does he want to gild these two statues in gold? There's no contrast. There's nothing elegant about it. It's ugly. It's incredibly ugly, and it's an eyesore. What is this? Deus Ex? Human Revolution? Yo, reference. Is the thing with yellow? You'd have to be a gamer to know that reference. So anyway, I just wanted to show that really quick. I think it's really ugly. It's gaudy and tasteless. I totally agree. Judge rejects Trump's New York Times lawsuit for being, quote unquote, decidedly improper and impermissible. So this is actually something, I don't know, might be flying under the radar, maybe not. Yeah, no, we talked about this, by the way. This is very interesting. So all this, like this, all the stuff that we just saw, nailed on the wall, all this extra stuff, literally, people looked it up, literally bought at Home Depot, $60. We think it's gold paint. There's a good chance a lot of that shit isn't even real gilded gold. Bought at Home Depot, $60, $50, maybe $100 can of gold paint. Maybe they bought the good stuff, right? It's literally just cheap gold. It's literally just cheap gold paint and plastic shit you'd buy at Home Depot or IKEA. Perfect. 100% reflects the nature of the man. A charlatan, a fraud. Perfectly represents who this person is. He's back. He's fully on board with Palantir AI. He's fully on board with plugging this incredibly new and dangerous technology into every government system to enhance his security state, to enhance the state's ability to fuck you over, right? To cut you from your health care, to means test you. Oh, you made 30 cents too much money, so now you don't get this benefit. So, no, I'm completely against Donald Trump plugging AI into every inch of our government to fuck us over further, because it's not about making our lives easier. It's about fucking us over. And yeah, Lynx, I totally agree. Yeah, exactly, Seneca. Bernie would have won. I probably wouldn't even be doing politics right now if Bernie won, because I'd be like, yo, politics is fucking boring now. Let's, I'm gonna do my backroom show. There's a show I've been wanting to do about the backrooms, covering various creators making backrooms content. I'd be doing some more video game shit. I'd be doing more personal stuff, more writing. But this is like an emergency. Like, we're losing it. Like, my son might grow up without American democracy. That is a very real possibility. No, thank you, Maxim. So anyway, this is really hilarious. Yeah, me too, German cow. I can't fucking wait, dude. I literally can't wait. Judge rejects Trump's New York Times lawsuit for being decidedly improper and impermissible. So this is really hilarious stuff, guys. Listen to this. Dramatic artist. Stop making fun of me. In a ruling dripping with derision, a federal judge has rejected President Trump's defamation lawsuit against the New York Times, asserting that the rambling 85-page suit did not follow federal rules for filing civil complaints. So they just literally, all the grievances, type this, type that into type that into YouTube, and then watch that, and then that's what it is. It's a whole new genre of horror. It's a whole new genre of horror. Liminal horror. It's so fucking cool. Back to this. So they literally filed this suit with just all the fake grievances, all the fucking bullshit. The president's team has been given a month to refile, and a Trump spokesman indicated that they will do so. Of course they will. Listen to this. Judge Stephen D. Merriday of the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Florida said Friday that the suit, quote unquote, stands unmistakably and inexcusably athwart the requirements of Rule 8 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. What are the rules? A complaint must be, quote unquote, short, plain, direct statement of allegations of fact, he wrote, and Trump's broadside against the Times was, quote unquote, decidedly improper and impermissible. So it was just literally like, what about Joe Biden? And Joe Biden sucks. And what about trans people? And can you believe this? And blah, 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 you know. And apparently, I learned this recently, but apparently district courts, it's apparently supposed to be incredibly easy for the federal government to get something to happen in the district court. Apparently, it's mainly a rubber stamp. But Donald Trump has gotten so egregious, the right wing has gotten so egregious, that even at this level, they're no longer rubber stamping this stuff, because it is literally like 85 pages of rambling nonsense. And it's like, we need to know what you're accusing people of. Well, they're being unfair, and they said this one time on Charlie Rose 6 years ago, and that was unfair. Okay, what are we accusing whom of what, and what the hell? It's unfair. You're being woke. Well, Maxim, I don't take subs yet. Once we have 100 viewers or more, then I'll activate all that monetization shit. So thank you for your support. I appreciate it. A complaint must be... Okay, yes, sir. Merriday said Trump's legal team can refile in the next 4 weeks, but must keep the complaint to 40 pages or fewer. How can we do that when Joe Biden stole my daughter and kidnapped the president? Wait, that was a movie I saw last night. It was a good movie. I like that movie. It's literally just word for word that in the fucking thing. It just goes on and on and on. A complaint is not supposed to be, quote unquote, a public forum for oh, God, man, I wanted to say that so correctly. I should have practiced beforehand. Sorry, hold on.
Vituperation,
which stands for bitter or abusive language. A public forum for vituperation. Damn it! Hold on. We're not moving on from this. This is the show now.
Vituperation.
Okay, this is the show now. Okay, welcome to the new show. Okay, public forum for vituperation and invective. See, I could do that one. Invective, or quote unquote, a megaphone for public relations, he said. Thank you so much, Blase. I know, I'm so smart. Thank you. Well, wrong button. Shut it off. Don't make fun of me. Shut up. Shut it off. You're not allowed to make fun of me. Where's my phone? Ice? I want to call Ice right now. Ice? Daddy? Make them stop. Vituperation. Invective vituperation. That's a good one. German cow, that's a good one. When Trump filed the defamation suit earlier this week claiming $15 billion in damages. 15 abandoned vituperation. Imagine $15 billion. What did they do? They ran a story that was critical or some shit. 15 billion. In damages, numerous legal experts told CNN that the suit was meritless, and several argued that it was more of a PR stunt than a serious case. Yeah, and that's what it is, right? Big number, big threat, and like, you know, hey, maybe we can get another ABC early capitulation and we can get some dough and we get a big PR boost, right? Donald Trump literally bragging and haranguing reporters from ABC. You know I destroyed your network, right? You know I made you capitulate and bend the knee, right? Yeah, you shouldn't be asking me critical questions. You shouldn't be asking me anything. You know I made your network pay, right? So that's what this is. Anyway, moving on. So here we go. I think I talked a little bit about this earlier today, but this is what they're going to be calling trans people when they start kidnapping them and kicking down doors. Show me your papers. Got to make sure that you didn't have any kind of surgery. The sky's the limit with these fucking freaks. So they're not making trans people illegal. They're making nihilistic, violent extremists illegal. And of course, who are nihilistic, violent extremists? Trans people. And maybe some black people too. I don't know. Throw them in there too. Why not? Go crazy. It's certainly not right-wingers who commit mass shootings and family annihilations every fucking week. School shootings, etc. Certainly not right-wingers writing racist shit on their gun before they go to a grocery store predominantly shopped by, black people, shooting up the place. They're not nihilistic, violent extremists. No. It's a man who wears makeup and makes me uncomfortable because it's kind of hot and I like it. They gotta go. They gotta go. So this is just the next step of banning banning gayness, banning trans, and it's very clever, right? Because you don't want to just say, I'm arresting you for being trans. I'm arresting you for being gay, right? You want to say, I'm arresting you because you are a nihilistic, violent extremist. They'll say NVE. They'll say NVE. You're an NVE. Okay. I'm not going to engage with falsehoods. I don't have time. Remember, the right wing benefits from wasting your time. It's part of the game. Both sides, but it's definitely the left is more violent. Am I right? Let's have a long discussion about that. I'm going to hand wave away any statistics you show me, by the way. Everything you show me to contradict the falsehoods that I'm repeating, I'm going to hand wave away as false news and fake. So make sure you waste your time with me. Waste your time in an endless debate with me where I hand wave away anything you say that would prove me wrong and I just go off feelings and vibes. Can we do this in front of a conservative audience so I can get a nice little round of applause every time I repeat a talking point? That'd make me feel like I'm a big debater. It is, in fact, not both sides. It's like over 80% right-wingers. And then the other big chunk of it are like unaffiliated maniacs. It's like 0.00001% are the trans people that have committed mass shootings. And by the way, a good chunk of the trans people who committed mass shootings are fucking right-wingers. Okay? You can be a trans person who's a fucking right-winger and a mass shooter. But here we go. Gay people, the left. Be afraid. I believe this is from Woke Patriot as well. This is very interesting. Every once in a while, politicians do something to make your life easier. And here they go, making our lives very easy, right? Because what do I talk about? We need to shamelessly, as progressives, as democratic socialists, primary and politically destroy the neoliberal establishment, right? The Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Bookers, Pete Buttigieg's. He's no longer governor, but you get what I mean. we need to shamelessly, and go after them politically and ruin their political careers, replace them with democratic socialists, or at the very least try. And that the whole time they're going to say we're helping the right wing, you're helping Trump. If you attack the neoliberal establishment, you're helping Trump. That's why I say shamelessly. We cannot allow them to slow us down. We cannot allow them to use false accusations to keep their comfy careers. So they've done us a big favor here. Here are all the politicians that voted to, for like Charlie Kirk Day, the Senate or something was doing. So there's some kind of agreeing on the resolution honoring the life and legacy of Charlie James Kirk. So here's a nice handy list. Obviously, you're not going to follow up on this. You don't need a copy of this, but trust me. You got Hakeem Jeffries in here. You got Jim Costa. Who Debbie Dingell from Michigan, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. You got all the classics and then some, right? So if there was ever a list that I would start off with of neoliberal Democrats that need to be targeted and primaried for political replacement, and I'm not talking about violence, I'm talking about politics, I'm talking about democracy, I'm talking about primarying them, debating them, applying the Zoran Mamdani template, and going after their political careers. Here's a nice handy list of the ones that I would start with. Because here's a nice handy list of Democrats who honor a bigot, who honor a transphobic racist. That was Charlie Kirk's legacy. So here's a nice little handy list to start off with, progressives. This is pretty frightening stuff. Quick climate change update here, but I wanted to read this to you because this kind of scared me a little bit, but apparently we're seeing pretty dramatic changes in the global climate, whatever the fuck, climate environment, whatever you want to call it. Pete was always destined to do us dirty. Pete is a political product who groomed himself to be a neoliberal politician from the very beginning of his career. Pete was always, the Pete that we see now was always the Pete that we've always seen. He's always been like this. But anyway, back to the climate change here. We're seeing pretty frightening, erratic, and extreme changes. Maybe the Gulf Stream. But anyway, like the environment of the climate, erratic and strange things happening. The global water cycle has become, quote unquote, increasingly erratic and extreme, with wild swings between droughts and floods, spelling big trouble for economies and societies, according to a report published Thursday by the World Meteorological Organization. It's a bunch of woke, stupid guys who don't even know what they're talking about. I bet they don't even vote Trump. I bet they have like vaccines and stuff, and they drink soy milk. So what do they know? The water cycle refers to the complex system by which water moves around the earth. Oh, yeah, right. Jesus provides the water from the clouds, stupids. It evaporates from the ground, including from lakes and rivers. Evaporates? Woke. It rises into the atmosphere, forming large streams of water vapor able to travel long distances. That's Jesus. Before eventually falling back down to the earth as rain or snow. No, these are miracles provided by God. And it only happens unless we sacrifice gay people to the altar. We have no choice. The reason why things don't rain or snow sometimes is because gay people having sex. And I wish I could join them. I mean, I wish I could stop them. Please make them stop having so much fun without me. Climate change driven by humans burning fossil fuels is upending this process. Fake news, woke. Nearly 2/3 of global river basins did not experience, quote unquote, normal conditions last year, grappling with either too much or too little water, according to WMO's State of Global Water Resources report. Bunch of fake news by a bunch of hippies that deserve to be kidnapped by ICE. An annual analysis of global freshwater, including streams, rivers, lakes, reservoirs, groundwater, snow, and ice. Basically miracles by God. Many regions grappled with a dearth of water in 2024, the planet's hottest record on Earth. See, there you go. Global warming, not true. Wait a minute. Amazonian rivers fell to unprecedented lows. Parts of southern Africa endured a drought so extreme governments said they needed to cull hundreds of animals, including elephants, and crops shriveled in areas of the United States such as Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Well, they really should pray more. And definitely stop the windmills. That's not making things better. Hot temperatures also affected water quality in nearly every one of the world's 75 main lakes, the report found. Oh, yeah, according to them. And like this is like affecting people that don't matter too as well, right? It's not going to affect me. I'm just going to fly to the moon with my buddy Elon Musk. Despite the heat and drought, quote unquote, we also observed multiple floods and even more floods than in other years, said Stefan Uhlenbrook, a lead author of the report and the director of hydrology, water and cryosphere at the WMO. See, they're just making shit up. That's not even a real word. Europe experienced its most extensive flooding since 2013. Hurricane Helene brought catastrophic floods to parts of the U.S., because God, killing at least 230 people, and extensive flooding in West and Central Africa led to around 1,500 deaths, part of God's plan. The world's icy landscape suffered too, according to the analysis. Glaciers saw widespread losses for the third year straight, losing 450 gigatons of ice. How do you know? Equivalent to a block 4.3 miles tall, 4.3 miles wide, and 4.3 miles deep. So we're talking about a block of ice 4.3 miles large. You see how ridiculous these scientists are? I bet they're making this up for like free money from colleges or something, right? Like, that's ridiculous. Or enough water to fill 180 million Olympic swimming pools. Whatever. Scandinavia, the Arctic archipelago of Svalbard, and North Asia all experienced record glacier melt, the report found. Praise God. Glacial melting has huge consequences for sea level rise and flooding risk and threatens countries that rely on glaciers for power, irrigation, and drinking water. It's difficult to put numbers on the total economic cost of an increasingly erratic water cycle, but single flood events last year caused billions in damages, Uhlenbrook said. Changing availability and access to water resources can also, quote-unquote, fuel tensions and conflicts, he added. See, there's that woke language. What's wrong with a little bit of war? You know, we're kind of like, we deserve these places. We're inherently better, right? So they're kind of ours. They're really just kind of like keeping them warm for us. Anyway, quote unquote, water sustains our societies. Okay, whatever. Powers and economies and anchors our ecosystems. Okay. Said WMO Secretary General Celeste Sallow in a statement. Nowhere in this statement does this Sallow person mention Jesus or God. Big red flags. Quote, and yet the world's water resources are under growing pressure, and at the same time, more extreme water-related hazards are having an increasing impact on lives and livelihoods of people that don't matter. Okay? They're not us. They're not perfect and pure and white and American and awesome. Oh, wait, they said this. Some of this is happening in Texas and stuff. Probably the gay parts of Texas. Right? Praise God. Moving on. Think I made my point. Praise God. Moving on. Here's the quartering right-winger who's like literally made his whole career about free speech, free speech, free speech, free speech. If you know, you either know or you don't know. But the quartering, he makes these like fucking, you know, oh, the Disney is woke YouTube videos, right? Like, oh, if you go woke, you go broke. I'm a free speech absolutist. How many times do you think the quartering called himself a free speech absolutist? So here they are. They have to go. 2 down, 4 more to go. Get rid of all these people I don't like. I don't care. I'm a Christian and a patriot. Good point, UN TV. I agree with you. That trumps everything. So Agent Self-FBI saying, so, quote unquote, get rid of all the people who are saying things we don't like. And you're pro-free speech? Okay, and then he uses a slur. Fun. Great job. Great job, Abandoned Nihilism. Maybe find a better source, but welcome to Twitter, where you just R words all day, huh? But yeah, go after Jon Stewart, John Oliver, Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, all the talented people that people enjoy to watch. And is there any plan to replace them? With whom? Who? Rob Schneider? Rob Schneider here. Remember me in those movies from the 90s and stuff? Let me go ahead and repeat some right-wing talking points. Cut to commercial. Cut to some diaper commercials. Like, what are they going to replace these people with? Yeah, some Greg fucking Gutfeld in that motherfucker? Hi, I'm Greg Gutfeld. I don't deserve to be here. No reason in hell why I should have a career. Here I am. Moving on to the next thing. Unusual Wales reporting Trump administration considers raising retirement age to save Social Security from insolvency. So we hear this so much, right? Oh, it's going. Social Security, it's insolvent. It's collapsing. We hear that word quite a bit. Collapsing. What are we going to do? There's nothing we can do. There's no solution. No one's thought up of any solution. Nope, we're just totally screwed. Better cut it. Better to cut it now. Better to get rid of it now than, it's going to really screw you over. By the way, the screwing over, the collapse that they describe, if nothing changes, is literally just Social Security having to give you back less, a percentage less. That's the big fear. That's the big collapse that we need to be worried about Social Security. By the way, there's a solution. We all know there is. But here's Gritty, by the way, reminding us. Here's your regular reminder that they could guarantee Social Security for all by simply removing the income cap. Choosing to raise the retirement age instead as a class war. So once again, manufacture the crisis. Mainstream media not really savvy enough to push back, too cowardly to push back. Billionaires that want to see Social Security destroyed for one reason or another enforce this ignorance on mainstream media about Social Security because they let right-wingers just repeat the talking point that it's a crisis, it's going to collapse, and they just quietly nod their head. They're like, yep, we agree, yep, it's inevitable. No solution about it. Why? Because the solution is make rich people pay more. Can't have that, folks. So that's off the table. So the right-wing perspective is just default. Well, Maxim, the reason why you liked him is because it was like pre-Twitter era. We weren't subjected to his political beliefs. We just knew him as an actor who played funny characters. So anyway, this is the lie perpetuates constantly, because if you just on face value, if you listen to the mainstream news when they talk about Social Security, it's in crisis, its collapse is inevitable, something needs to change, and never discuss an alternate solution outside of austerity, an alternate solution outside of cutting. That is the only solution presented on mainstream media when it comes to Social Security. Because the alternative is make rich people pay a little bit more. Just like a little bit. Like just a little bit. Too much. This is so stupid. Anyway, this Nux character, Minecrafter, Pokemon streamer, I don't know, he's one of these right-wingers. Probably should check his fucking hard drive. But here he is saying, as a Jew, he would entrust his life to a Hitler-heiling anti-Semite, Jews control the universe, Nick Fuentes Groyper, named Horrible Thing, over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrates Charlie Kirk's assassination. So this is what makes sense in the minds of a young right-winger. I'd rather hang out with Sieg-heiling Nazis than lefties at a peace protest. Peace protest, right? When do we bomb? When do we bomb something? When do we burn something? Like, I'd love to see one of these guys come to a leftist protest. All right, when are we going to assault the right winger? When are we going to tackle them and kill them, right? That's what we do here, right? Lefties, it's all we can do to not just immediately bust into a fucking kumbaya circle. Well, he certainly is. He's calling himself a Jew. Isn't that all you need to do? You do a little ceremony, call yourself, I'm Jewish now, you do a little ceremony, and then boom, you're Jewish? Like, does that even matter? He's not really a Jew. Who fucking cares? Yeah, blasé, that's how it works. That's how religion works. I'm Elephant then. Yep, that's what you are. Praise him. Praise him. So no, this guy pointing out, you're making a big mistake if you think that. If there were ever a comeback to real extreme right, you'd be the first to go. Right now, there is the illusion of an alliance, but the Jews are the hereditary enemy of white nationalists. Yeah, German, exactly. Toot toot. So no, this person's totally correct, but they also give money to Elon Musk, so grain of salt. But I agree with this statement here, and this person here who's like, we're safer with the right wing. We're safer with the right wing. The left are so scary. The left are so dangerous. You know, there's nothing we can do to change these people's minds, and it's hard to tell if they're even having this opinion honestly, or if they're just trying to ride a vibe. You know, they're just trying to make some money, right? But it will definitely, it always goes in one direction, right? Purity, purity, purity. And yeah, Nux has his own, apparently, I think Hassan called him PDF file, I think, as well. I don't know. Another tweet here that's pretty interesting. Moving on to the next one. It's because of religion and immutable characters, what he's done as a person. Yeah, yeah. No, it's because you're an anti-Semite.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
So, Students for Liberty, who I assume support the right-wing fascist organization Destroying Liberty, quoting Ayn Rand, It is a free market that makes monopolies impossible. Really? No shit. Yeah, a free, unregulated market definitely doesn't have monopolies, guys. It doesn't become a fucking feeding frenzy for the ones that are already at the top and already have all the resources and money. No. Unregulated capitalism, it just works itself out. There's be no monopolies because there'll be a competition. First thing these moneyed individuals do is destroy the ability to compete with them. And Ayn Rand would be like, well, if you're stronger, you should be able to do it. If you're stronger, then you get it. You win if you're stronger. Might makes me right. So revolution of consciousness over here. The amount of historical illiteracy it takes to hold this view is staggering, and I couldn't agree more. It's a free market that makes monopolies impossible. It's... The best way to put out a fire is with gasoline. I've tried it myself. Works great. So this is interesting stuff. At first I thought, oh my God, broken clock. Oh my God, do I agree with Donald Trump about this? And then I realized, oh, corruption. So here, Trump signs an executive order on H-1Bs, raising the fee that companies pay to sponsor H-1B applicants to $100,000 fucking dollars. Wait till you hear what the price was before. It was $5,000. $100K annually? Oh, okay. That's important. I didn't know that part. Oh, okay. Was it $5K annually, though? So it was $5K annually, and now it's $100K annually? That's still a massive jump. That's still a massive jump. Okay. That's still huge. Thank you for that correction, but it's still massive. Why is this a big deal? What's H-1Bs? What the fuck are we talking about? H-1Bs H-1B visas allowed private companies to say to the government, I just can't find the talent that I need here in the United States. Can we temporarily provide citizenship to a person from India, usually? Because that's the speculation, is that this is all about India. So can we temporarily give citizenship to a person from India to work on this project? And anybody that's worked at a corporation in the last 20 years has had to deal with, you know, the company saving an incredible amount of money. Instead of hiring Americans, they hire foreigners who do it for pennies on the dollar, and they do it quite well because they're incredibly talented people. And they're happy to do it because they're happy to earn US dollars, and then they spend it in their country, and it's like triple the worth, right? So they're all happy to do it. They're incredibly talented people. They work hard, and they get paid pennies on the dollar, and they're super happy. And who's the one that gets fucked? Well, it's just the American worker. Who cares about them, right? American companies are making money hand over fist, and they utilize this to the max, bringing in thousands of people. Nick over here saying this will be absolutely devastating in the medical field. 30% of residents are international medical graduates, and 10K of 43,000 residency spots are filled by doctors with H-1B visas. So doctors and nurses and people who work at, old folks' homes and people who work at nurseries, they're not going to be able to just quickly replace these people. These are trained professionals. This would take months and months and years to get the trained people to replace this, and it's like, well, if this was happening slowly over time, slowly ratcheting back H-1B visas so that it's not a massive shock to the industry, that would be fine. But no, this is going to shock the industry. But wait, caveat. What does this open up? These multi-billion-dollar companies are now going to be petitioning Donald Trump for breaks. Give us a break. We can't afford this. This is going to put us out of business, Donald. We've always loved you. We've always supported you. Give us an exemption. Give my company an exemption where we can continue to utilize H-1B visa workers for, pennies on the dollar, please. And Donald Trump's going to love it. It's great. They love me. Look at all these rich guys coming to me asking for favors. I'm in heaven. So that's what this is. It's a massive, massive opportunity for grift. Everyone else gets fucked, right? Anybody who doesn't kiss the ring, and a bunch of people who don't, who are small enough that don't have the ability to kiss the ring are going to get totally boned. But this opens up another avenue for rich, multi-billionaire corporations to, here's a free trophy from Apple, here's a free thing, here's a free bauble, here's a gift. Right? It opens up more avenues for corruption, and Donald Trump is tickled pink at the idea. So that's what this is. This is going to hurt a lot of small businesses. Will it help the American worker? Maybe. Does it help the American worker, while everything else is collapsing? Maybe they'll get a job in a field that they were having problems with in the past. Maybe. I suspect that the damage this is going to do to the economy is going to hurt people more than the job openings that are going to be available. Because this is actually ironically affecting my industry. I was like, whoa, could I actually get a job in my field again if this happens? Because like all the IT guys are replaced by H-1B visas. So by the stroke of a pen, President Trump raises H-1B visa fee from $1,000 to $100,000. So this is already incorrect. And directs the Secretary of Labor to revise the wage rules to make it much harder for companies to hire foreigners in replacement of American workers. Massive win. Maybe. Yeah, female eunuchs. Oh, no doubt about it. American corporations were taking advantage of H-1B visas. No doubt about it. But like, to rip this away instantly just like that, and now I'm screwed, right? If you're a small business, like if you're a $1 billion corporation, sure, whatever, that's duck off a water's ass, water off a duck's ass, right? Oh, 100,000, whatever, no problem. A year, nah, no problem, whatever. But there's a lot of small businesses, and apparently the medical field, which is already, scrapped for cash. This is going to hurt really bad. Less doctors, less nurses, less trained professionals. So we're seeing, the bots. Get off Twitter, folks. You really got to get off Twitter. This is what's happening on Twitter over here. Literally robots repeating propaganda. Look at this. As a lifelong Democrat, I didn't know what to make of Charlie Kirk. I'm not quite sure my head was firmly up my ass. I've since spent several lunch breaks watching his debates, full videos, mind you. and have come away with the impression that we got them all wrong. Like we so often do, us Democrats, us woke Nazis. We trample free speech and we hate liberty. That's what we stand for. Hey, fellow lefties, won't you fall in line? Yeah, exactly, links, right? Like, I'm all for the American worker. I'm all for ending H-1B visas, but it needs to be, you know, careful, and like small business is going to need a help. Right? Hey, you know, if you can't hire enough workers to replace, you get an exemption, you get more time, right? Like, you know, you don't just get to magically exempt yourself from this law, but you get more time, or maybe you get a tax break, tiered, right? Depending on the size of your business, et cetera, et cetera. Not just like, boom, instant, you're fucked, bye. Yeah, my buddy Jeff is going to buy the husk of your company that I just destroyed. Good times, buy my crypto. Right? Anyway, get off Twitter, folks. This is what's happening over here. Copy pasta robots. God damn it, there he is. Look how well it lined up too with the window. That was awesome. So this is really something. I mean, the RFK health saga continues. I can't wait. This is the Netflix movie of the fucking year. What is happening right now behind the scenes. We're going to know everything, okay? These people hate each other, okay? They're all a bunch of fucking money-grubbing grifters. They can't wait to leave this disaster and start writing books and getting that fucking dough, exclusivity deals for media companies, etc., to tell the deep dirt about what happened here. So here's this is amazing. RFK Jr.'s anti-vaccine panel realizes it has no idea what it's doing, skips the vote. With a lack of data and confusing language, the panel tabled the vote indefinitely. So even these grifters were like, whoa, I don't know if I want to be the person taking away vaccines from sick kids. Can I, you know, you're telling me this is bad. Do you have any proof to back up your claims? Like, just at a basic level, anything you can give me. I'm not really comfortable coming to this conclusion. Even I'm not comfortable coming to these conclusions that these vaccines are bad, or that this is bad, or that's bad. You're presenting me with no evidence. And everyone kind of just felt the same. These are all incredibly dishonest people that were picked exclusively because they have a history of being bad actors and, you know, quackery, contrarianism, gussied up as academic science, right? And even they were like, I'm not comfortable coming to these incredibly wild conclusions that RFK wants us to come to. Right? I'm not comfortable putting my name on some of these conclusions. This is going to, you know, ruin even me. Like, my career is down the fucking toilet. I had to push it. So I'm not going to read any more of this crap. You get a break from my voice. Thank God. Wait, hold on. Yeah, here it is. This absolute fucking cutie is going to break down the issue for you. MSNBC The Weekend. So this just came out. Quote, I'm not sure what I'm voting for here. Chaos in RFK's Vaccine Advisory Committee. Take it away, MSNBC. Soon to be MS Now. Make sure you use MS Now for all the cramps and pains. MS Now. Anal suppository, MS Now.
Our meeting, you might have some idea of what you and your colleagues are actually voting on. Apparently, the CDC's new Vaccine Advisory Committee, handpicked by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., never got that memo.
Clutch Cargo, that's a complicated question. That's a whole episode of my stream answering that question. Man, she's...
I'm still not quite clear. So if we... the first vote has passed already, and if we vote no on this item, then what happens?
Bodie and I share the same confusion here. Okay.
I'm going to abstain because I'm not quite sure what I'm voting for here.
We are.
These are dishonest people, okay? These are people that are like, I'm okay bending the rules. I'm okay being a little kooky. And they're like, this is too kooky for me, man. This cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, bro. This is going to get people killed, and history will remember. Okay, because we're not talking about a tax cut. Okay? We're not talking about a park, you know, that gets turned into an oil drilling site. We're talking about dead kids, dead old people, you know, people not being given the best available medical that medical science can provide and fucking dying for that reason. People will remember the ramifications of some of these choices, okay? And even these goofballs understand that. RFK's like, go crazy. I got a million cancers already, so it's okay. Most America can, you know, the human body can handle several ongoing cancers and medical crises at the same time. The medical industry is completely lying to you about your ability to handle being sick. I'm sick 24/7, and I'm perfectly fine. He's like, go crazy. Go fucking bananas.
Rookies. And with one exception, this was either our first ACIP meeting or our second. And there are many technical issues that we might not grasp as of yet.
Almost like it helps to have officials with experience running public health organizations. After sorting through the confusion,
someone sitting next to her goes, mm-hmm.
Panel redid several votes on Friday, and here's where they landed. No longer advising that MMRV vaccine for measles, mumps, rubella, and chickenpox be given to children below age 4, and that children should get the MMR and chickenpox vaccines separately. The vote on whether babies should get them.
Okay, like that, you know, that's just, it's dumb. And it's not based off of any like actual real science. But at the very least, they're not taking away. Okay, keep going.
Hepatitis B vaccine at birth has been postponed indefinitely.
Right.
And perhaps most important,
they don't have the sack. They just don't have the sack. Knowing the ramifications, knowing what would happen, they just don't have the sack. RFK has the sack. He's like, I don't care. I've never had to ever experience the ramifications of my actions. I'll never get in trouble. I'm a fucking nepotism baby that's always protected. I don't care how many people I get killed.
Requiring that patients consult a healthcare provider before receiving a COVID vaccine. Meaning in some...
So that's great. So you got to go see a doctor. You got, and we all know what that's like. It's going to cost you. You got the upfront fee because your insurance doesn't cover that. So there's $50 or $100 right there. You got to take time off of work or maybe take time away from your weekend. Got to sit there and wait, you know, whatever, however long. You get there on time. Doctor gets to you 45 minutes later. For 5 minutes, looks you over, ups, down, looks you over, puts his name on a piece of paper. And then you have to make another appointment with a facility that provides the vaccine. Sign up, go there, and now you got to pay for it, by the way. They want to take away the government paying for any of that shit, so now you got to pay another $100, $150 to get a vaccine so that we can stop the spread of a literal deadly virus that still exists and killed millions of people before we had the vaccine. So it went from walking into a Walgreens and sitting in a chair for 15 minutes. They call you up, give you the shot. You sit down for 15 minutes, and then you walk out. They turned that process. You don't pay any money. You turn that process into this fucking quagmire. And the vaccine rates are going to go way down, way down. Way down. You're going to see like 10, 15% of people get the vaccine with shit like this, and they know it.
States no more walk-in vaccinations at the pharmacy, although they stopped short of requiring a prescription. Confused? Right. So was the committee.
So it's literally a waste of your time. It's a waste of your money. It's a waste of the doctor's time. He's happy to do it, of course. It's free fucking money. Literally, the appointment wouldn't even be 5 minutes. You know, they get the little piece of wood, check your tongue, check your pulse. Yeah, okay, you're a grown-ass adult that isn't literally dying, so you qualify for a vaccine. Next. Thanks for your $130. Make sure you pay before you leave. Next. Holy shit, man. Evil. These people are fucking evil. They're gross and evil. God damn it. She a baddie, dude. Make it stop. Make it stop.
And now so are millions of families now left wondering which vaccines their children should get and who will pay for them. But the process didn't go without major criticism from public health professionals, as you'll hear in this audio of their Zoom call.
I would argue that this recommendation is going to create more confusion among the public. It does not involve the aspect of actual practicing clinicians and how we deal with vaccine hesitancy and how we talk to our patients.
I've been a practicing infectious disease physician for over 40 years, and there is nothing worse, nothing more haunting than watching an unvaccinated child die of vaccine-preventable disease. I still hear this young teen asking me if he was going to die. I'm here today to urge you to make decisions that will decrease, not increase, such deaths and illnesses in our children.
I cannot sit silently as Secretary Kennedy undermines science, public health, and vaccine access in this country. I urge the public, Congress, and this administration to take proper action and restore the competent science-based leadership at HHS and CDC. For the health and safety of American families, Secretary Kennedy must go.
Those messages very stark and clear. Joining us now is MSNBC medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, former White House policy director in the Obama administration. Dr. Patel, I have so many questions for you, but first, you're so good at giving our audience context. How unusual is it to see a scene play out like this with the nation's top advisory panel openly admitting confusion and redoing votes like this?
Yeah, Jackie, good morning. Good to be with you all. It's very rare that I have a text chain with many other kind of seasoned public health people who worked with me in Congress and the White House, staffed ACIP meetings where I said, what the had just happened? I have no idea. And as you heard from some of the voting members, they felt the same way. You can imagine that if you're actually just trying to unfold, if you're working in a high-risk nursery while this is unfolding, you can imagine that you have no idea what you're supposed to do when a baby is born. Which vaccine? What do I do? And that's exactly how these last few days have felt.
Dr. Patel, one of the promises from RFK Jr. and the MAHA movement there's a lot of promises, some of them half-baked, but two of them seem...
Okay, yeah, the goddamn peanut gallery here, I'm good. No offense to these folks, but they're like, they never really get, like, I don't know. Anyway, we're done with this. Moving on to the next story here. Is JFK doing this, or is Quado brainworm? Quado. Open your mind, RFK. Purge your vaccines, RFK. Anyway, welcome back to Bike Shop Guru. Always good to see you. Are we done? Yeah. Yeah. Why the world ignores the genocide in Sudan. So I was looking for some international news. I was scrolling. I was like, there's not enough international news in my coverage today. Sure enough, Zateo, like a slam dunk over here, one day ago put this out, a big update about the genocide in Sudan that nobody is really covering, including me. I've missed out on covering chunks of this. I covered a little bit, but we're not going to watch the whole 25 minutes here. But I thought, perfect, this is a good recap. Let's talk about Sudan for a couple minutes. Take it away, Zateo.
Dr. Umar Birni, who was in Gaza. A few weeks ago, I asked Dallas-based U.S. Dr. Umar Birni, who was in Gaza when we spoke, if what he was seeing there was the worst humanitarian crisis of his career. He answered, probably close to, before then citing his trip to Sudan 3 months earlier as the worst thing he'd ever seen. And I know it's hard to imagine that what is happening in Sudan rivals the ugliness of what's happening in occupied Gaza. But what's really terrifying to know is that this is all happening in Sudan away from the media and social media spotlights. Yeah. After the country's plunge into civil war in 2023, with fighting breaking out between the country's military and a powerful militia known as the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, the situation for people on the ground went from bad to dangerous to outright despicable. From extrajudicial killings to imprisonment to torture, More than 30 million people in Sudan urgently need humanitarian
And
assistance.
look at where they're living. Look at this fallout fucking village. Look at this. You know, like I've shown you footage of people eating flies and other things, and like this is the conditions that they'll be in that case. And it's like, well, why don't they leave? Why don't they leave? Well, they would love to leave. They don't have the means, the money. They don't know where to go. Government gives them no support. They're just left in the winds to defend themselves. And then these religious charlatans come in and say, oh, you know, God, 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 God. So instead of doing anything productive, they're praying to God. It's a mess. It's a huge mess.
According to the United Nations. That's more than half of the country's population. Cities like Al Fasher, the state capital of Darfur, have endured over a year of siege by the RSF.
Exactly.
A year. But it's not just bullets and bombs genociding the people of Sudan. It's also starvation. In a city like Tawila in northern Darfur, people survive with an average of just 3 liters of water per day, which is less than half the emergency minimum threshold of 7.5 liters needed per person per day. Elsewhere, people have resorted to eating animal feed as a means of survival. Oh, and last December, a famine was declared by the same people at the IPC who just declared a famine in Gaza. For far too long, we, the West, the media, all of us, have forgotten the people of Sudan. Joining me now in studio to discuss what some are calling the forgotten war,
And by the way, we do have an obligation to do something. For a myriad of reasons. I won't bore you. Most of you are progressive. Most of you agree we need to do something. We have to help. You know, it's like, I don't even care if there's a good political reason. We should be helping regardless, right? Like that's I'm sure that's a lot of you in the chat. Like we should be feeding people even if it doesn't benefit us directly. But there's actually a lot of quid pro quo we could have in helping these people. Soft power. There's a lot of things we could talk about there, but you know.
Genocide.
We absolutely do, as Westerners, have an obligation to do something. Welcome back, Zio Duke.
Is Nemat Ahmadi, leader of the Darfur Women Action Group. And joining me remotely is Nesrine Malik, an award-winning British Sudanese columnist with The Guardian. Thank you both for coming on Mehdi Unfiltered.
Mr. Aesthetics, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you. I mean, if anything, we should... You know, the entire world should be reaching out to Israel to try to help Israel and heal Israel from its self-inflicted damage. It's going to take decades and decades of deprogramming to convince your average Israeli citizen that Arabs aren't, you know, animals, et cetera, et cetera. So, no, I think if anything, Israel needs more help from us than that. Obviously they won't be taking it, you know, yada yada, but you get my point, right? It's like they're a very sick society, and you know, we should... I really do. Like, I pity the people there. Like they're being told lies and they're supporting a genocide, and they think they think it's so cool. Like they get on social media and they're like, yo, look at me, dude, I'm totally fucking these people over. This is sick as fuck. You know, like that's mental illness, that's sickness. And I feel bad for them.
Let me start with you, Nemat. I'm assuming you still have family, friends, communities back in Sudan. How are they faring right now? How are they doing?
Unfortunately, I can't even begin to describe how they're doing. As you mentioned, Al Fasher has been under siege for more than a year.
German, certainly.
People are left with nothing. As I speak to you, people are dying in silence. We have family, we have relatives, we have friends, people we know. People are trapped, suffering hunger, lack of water, lack of access to health, and all survival means because of precisely the rapid support forces cut the city off, prevented fuel from entering into Al Fasher, preventing food, and even those who ventured to flee on foot were killed and raped.
Shit's brutal. It is truly brutal. And we should not ignore the role that the Sudanese government has in kind of allowing this to happen. all too often, the people at the very top of these governments in these African countries, I hope Sudan is in Africa, please. They're all too often like, multi-decade dynasties, completely enshrouded in gold, multi-million-dollar lifestyle. They got the cars and the mansions and everything. And then the people, like, in the middle of a fucking barren fucking desert, totally screwed, roving bandits and gangs of maniacs killing, raping, and murdering like it's Mad Max. They do nothing. Now excuse me, I'm gonna click play and Google if Sudan is in Africa. Excuse me.
I have an aunt who has been sick for well over a year, and she couldn't leave.
Yes.
So my other
county in
aunt
Northern Africa,
because they cannot leave her behind because she can't walk. This is simply one person, but many more. Their stories are horrifying.
It is horrifying.
No, it is, Float. I'm just an idiot. Float, I understand how you feel. You absolutely deserve to feel that way. We are currently on the back foot, the left, right? Whatever that means, right? But the left in general. Our only choice is to fight. It actually makes our life much easier, makes these decisions much easier. We either acquiesce to fascism that rolls over us and dominates us, or we choose to fight back. The choice is simple, for me at least. Right, but it's actually quite binary. We either acquiesce to the fascist dictatorship or we fight back. That's really our only two choices. Pick one.
Hearing you speak about
right, it's quite freeing. It's quite freeing.
What's happening? Nisreen, you and I spoke over a year ago about the situation in Sudan. Back then, you told me
we're gonna get this wonderful woman's opinion, and then we're gonna move on. I have a lot to cover. I don't have time for the whole video, but I'll definitely give you the link. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to Zeteo content, folks. 100% legit news network, more legit than TYT, and I say that easily. Okay, he's not taking no Peter Thiel sponsorships, and he's certainly not going to be making excuses for that shit either. Okay, Mehdi Hassan's the real fucking deal.
That it was very hard to get information out from Sudan to paint just how bad things are. How bad have things gotten a year later? Is it any easier to get information on news out of Sudan?
It's easier, but also harder, because the theater of war has expanded so dramatically in Sudan over the past year. And I actually can't believe it's been a year since we spoke. Two things have shifted. One is the capital city, Khartoum, had been liberated from the RSF, which means that there's much more information arising from Khartoum and sort of broader parts of eastern Sudan and the regions of Al Jazeera, to which people are now returning. So there's more information, much more information, and much more transparency about what went down basically under the siege of the RSF.
I have no idea, Mr. Aesthetics. I'm kind of learning right along with everybody else here. I totally admit my own ignorance when it comes to African politics. I cover it as best I can, but, it's really hard to do UK, US, Canadian, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza. Even I have my limitations. I do the best I can, though. But I totally admit my own ignorance, and I wish I knew more.
Over the past, say, year and a half, and horrific stories are emerging from there, and the circumstances that people lived in for so long, and the terror
sure.
Under which they survived under the reign of the RSF. So there's parts of Sudan for which there is much more information, much more access. Lots more journalists have been allowed in and have come back and given us a sort of apocalyptic description of what went down in the capital city. But then there are other parts of Sudan to which Zahmat alluded to, which are completely blockaded. All that we get are snippets of social media, videos. People have taken videos sort of undercover, under huge risk, to bring us these stories. And so even the kind of patchiness of the information that we're getting in is creating a fractured and inconsistent view of what the war is. People are seeing refugees returning to parts of Sudan. Something like 500,000 people have returned to Khartoum I think, in the month of July alone. And so it looks like life is sort of semi-returning to normal in some parts, but in other parts,
yeah, I agree, Float.
A total crucible of suffering, starvation, fear, and killings.
You know, and I honestly feel like, I think a lot of people feel like their government is doing something about this, and they don't really have to think about it, right? Because they're like, well, we're trying the best that we can. And that is just, you know, it was never true, but now it's the exact opposite, where we have these right-wing governments like, oh, great, you know, turning up the exploitation meter even further, you know, having zero concern for human life. You know, get those 6-year-olds in the gold mines. Let's go. So anyway, make sure, folks, you are liking and subscribing to Zeteo. Like I said, more legit than TYT. I'm still defending TYT, Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian and the rest. But when it comes to, you know, purity or legitness, whatever you want to say, right? Less sketchy, sus kind of bullshit. Zeteo, they're new, so they have that, you know, he has that benefit, Mehdi Hasan, but he's totally legit. I could never in a million years see Mehdi Hasan being okay taking a sponsorship from a company that has connections to Peter Thiel like TYT does. I could never see Mehdi Hasan taking hundreds of millions of dollars from some shadowy character without really addressing it, you know, and just making excuses for it. Like, I really couldn't see Mehdi Hasan doing that. Benefit of newness, taint free. Yeah, exactly, Zeo Duke. So I definitely acknowledge that. But at the same time, you know, I still have TYT's back, but I totally admit their faults. But look, progressives are in a, like I said before, we're in a rock and a hard place. We need as much of our message getting out there as possible. And we really can't afford to be nuking TYT. We can't. Few of us are perfect. But at the same time, we just got to keep criticizing, keeping that pressure up, because then, you know, it's like they'll make their excuses. Oh, well, it's not that big a deal, and blah, 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 blah. They'll make their fucking excuses, but they'll hear the criticism, and hopefully they'll correct their behavior moving forward when it comes to some of the stuff that people criticize them about. Because it's like, look, man, I draw the line at Peter Thiel, and so should TYT. I think I've heard them criticize Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and all that shit. To be honest with you, though, I have not heard TYT cover the Peter Thiel Antichrist. That might be something the B team covered. I don't think I've heard Cenk or Anna cover the Peter Thiel Antichrist conference that he did, right? Yes, exactly, B-Ree. My gripes with TYT are individual rather than collective. Yeah, I think that might be a better way of putting it. Because, yeah, I have no problems with John Iadarola, etc., and the rest of the B team. Is this what I think it is? Yeah. So this is a wild story. Yet another, basically, this backs up the pedocon theory. Right wingers, in positions of power, pedophiles. Here we go.
Today is June 19th, 2015. We're a very loving community, and we're going to reach out to everyone, all victims. We have victims, 9 of them, but we also have victims on the other side. There are victims on this young man's side of the family.
This is a mass shooter, racist white supremacist who murdered these black people. Was this is the Dylan Roof shooting, I believe. Was this the one that happened at the grocery store, or was there that was a different guy?
But we also have victims on the other side. There are victims on this young man's side of the family. Nobody would have ever thrown them into the whirlwind of events that they.
Charleston church shooter. Oh, that was this one. Dylan Roof was loner caught in internet evil family. Relatives of Dylan Roof, the 21-year-old charged with killing 9 people at a church, said that he was quiet, shy, but a sweet person. Oh.
Have been thrown into. We must find it in our heart at some point in time.
No warning
not
signs.
Only to help those that are victims, but to also help his family as well.
Oh, poor victim. Poor victim. His poor right-wing family that groomed yet another mass shooting, yet another mass shooter. Oh, poor folks.
Prosecutors say Gosnell made multiple financial transactions to a distributor of child sexual abuse materials in the UK. Agents say a search of his home led to chilling discovery, a flash drive with child sex abuse materials, including videos involving infants.
For those who don't follow that shit very carefully, that likely means he was paying people on the dark web for that material. You don't just Google search that shit, okay?
Peace. A racist...
Jesus Christ. Okay, so then this guy gets into his analysis here. He seems like a pretty cool dude. I've seen him around. But isn't that great? Oh, the victims' families, poor victim, you know, the real victims here are the mass shooter's family. Make sure you like and subscribe, folks. So then you got this judge trolling the internet for disgusting videos. Probably puts it on an unencrypted thumb drive. My nephew showed me how to use a thumbstick thing. I'll put all my dirty videos on the thumbstick. They'll never find that. They never look there. They never look on the thumbsticks. So this, I believe, was provided by Strategy Member. On to the next video. It's disgusting, I know. On to the next video. ICE again? We're doing ICE again? Yes, I should have had this stuff all together. But this is a really great breakdown of, you know, ICE. Of course, it's under the auspices of immigration, security, safety. It's soon going to be the policing arm of the administration. Show me your papers. You right there. Stop what you're doing. Give me your cell phone. They're gonna plug your cell phone in, or they're just gonna be like, give me your phone number. And they just send you a message, automatically connects your phone to their shit, downloads whatever they got to do. Give me your phone. And if you resist them, if you don't give it over, you're arrested immediately. So this is the future of America. Maybe by next year, we'll be seeing this totally normalized. ICE just harassing any random person. I want to check your phone for leftist content. You think I'm joking? They're making leftism illegal. They need to confirm it. Here, this thing's gonna check if you said anything leftist to your friends recently. Oh, what's this? You said Donald Trump was a clown 2 days ago. You think the President of the United States is a clown? You think that's funny? You should be arrested. So that's the plan. Using ICE as just the Stasi, the thought police, to enforce this, you know, you need to be fair to the administration.
Can now hack into my phone. ICE has made a ICE can now hack into my phone. ICE has made a number of moves lately that would strongly suggest they're increasing their surveillance capabilities as well as spying on U.S. citizens. The program called Graphite that they just got can hack my phone without me even clicking a link. All they need to do is send you a message to get access to your phone, your messaging, your cloud data, encrypted apps, even use your microphones to start listening to you. This feels like really conspiracy theory, right? Yeah.
And there's got to be more information here. Like, there's no way that every single operating system that this allows it, you know, like, there's no way this just works on every phone universally here. So I'm sure there's some details that he's leaving out, right, to keep it snappy. But that is really frightening. They don't even need your phone. They don't need to plug it in. They don't need to spoof anything. They just send your ass a text message. And most people have their phone numbers as public because they've applied for jobs. But even a Faraday pouch doesn't prevent the phone number, you know, like, because eventually you'll take your phone out of the Faraday pouch and then you receive all your text messages. And just receiving the message opens it up to the intrusion.
But this is all public information. The $2 million contract was awarded in 2024 under the Biden administration. So this was done by Democrats. No, the Biden administration actually blocked this contract with an executive order that was restricting the use of foreign spyware. But the company was bought out by a U.S. company this year, so ICE fully executed the contract. Too soon. I can't say execute anymore? I don't know, man. German. People are losing jobs and shit. Even if the government can use this now, I thought that ICE didn't have jurisdiction over U.S. citizens. Well, for one, even if this wasn't supposed to be used on U.S. citizens, SCOTUS just ruled that law enforcement can racially profile. So if they're targeting people based off looks, U.S. citizens, especially people of color, are gonna get caught up in this. Yeah, but we can also see from other contracts that ICE is now intentionally targeting all U.S. citizens,
my phone's
like
operating
hiring
system
contractors
right
to
now.
scrub people's social media, compiling lists of anyone that is critical of ICE, even creating dossiers about some of those people. I heard about that, but this was also done in previous administrations. The contract was awarded under the 2 previous administrations, but it was focused on immigration violations. Now they're targeting people just for being critical of ICE, which suggests that the...
So isn't that great? A bunch of Democrats and neoliberals signed on for it. That's okay. It's just immigration. It's just keeping us safe. It's just immigration. Fascist government comes in. It's as easy as pie to expand that purview to the American public, and they do it with ease. Thank you so much for building this apparatus for the fascist dictatorship, Democrats. Great job.
Agency is moving away from immigration enforcement and more towards controlling dissent.
That's correct.
There's even some evidence suggesting that they might be using Stingray technology against protesters. They're using missiles on civilians? Those are called Stingers. I don't think they've done that yet. Stingray technology is essentially a mobile cell phone tower that connects to your phone. I've heard of those. Law enforcement can drive around neighborhoods, and since your phone is always trying to connect to the strongest cell phone tower, it'll automatically connect to their tower emulator, which allows them to pinpoint your exact location down to an apartment. You are conveniently informed. Thank you. Once they connect to your phone, they can collect unique identifiers, which allow them to track you through the actual telecom networks in the future if they need to. It's like your fingerprint. Once they have it, they can track it back to you. And they're using these against protesters? We don't have confirmation. What we have is a couple of different independent researchers using tools like Marlin at large protests and have noticed significant mobile network anomalies, which suggests that at least one agency might be collecting information about protesters. I don't think I actually want a smartphone anymore. You've never heard of Faraday bags, have you? No, I can't say I have. Oh, damn ICE.
Very funny stuff. Very, very funny stuff. And informative. Funny and informative. Frightening as well. Extremely frightening. And it is. It's like, how do we avoid that? You know? What, are we just not allowed to have a phone number? Do we just all use dumb phones? I mean, it's kind of up to you. Right? But we have to respond to this. Are we really just gonna be like, well, this is too sweet. This is too awesome. This phone, my apps and stuff and camera, like I can't, I just simply can't go back. Having a surveillance state because you're kind of volunteering this stuff over to the surveillance state through your phone. You don't necessarily have to give it that data. There's alternatives you could still use. They haven't eliminated all the alternatives. It just makes your life more inconvenient. But what are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to respond to something like this? Right? I don't know, but it's very, very funny. This guy is Generic Art Dad on YouTube. Very funny dude. Make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks, if you want that stuff in your algorithm. I recommend it. Pretty funny. Very informative. So I'm a fan. ICE obtains access to Israeli-made spyware that can hack phones and encrypted apps. So this is just more information about what was being talked about. I don't have time to dig into it. It's all bad. It's all Orwellian, right? That's what we know. It's all bad stuff. But here's some data. Back it up. Take a look if you want. Guardian. That's such a terrible song. Here is an absolute hero putting their body in front of the ICE Gestapo, and look at how comfortable they already are throwing around white people, throwing around, I don't think she's a young person. She doesn't look that young. Maybe that's just how she's dressed. Maybe she is a 20 something who can, whose body isn't as frail as, say, an older person might be, right? Because if you throw an older person on the ground, so you can really hurt them. you know, and that's like serious medical shit, you know, that's really bad. But look at how comfortable they are. Manhandling and tossing around American citizens, I assume. Right. So he's blasting her. He just shot her point blank just there. As you saw, you can see it on her skirt. Probably hit her leg with one of these stinger balls. That's probably why he's facing in the other direction, because he's getting shot. But look at that shit. Boom. Shoots her point fucking blank with that shit. Cool. And then they shoot her on the ground. And then they shoot her on the fucking ground.
Oh my god. That was really cool, guys. You guys are super cool for that.
Wow, tough guys, huh? Yeah, big tough guys. Wearing masks. Push it. She's definitely not in her 20s. You know, pushing her by the neck and blasting her with pepper balls. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Gets right back in his face. Absolutely. That is America, baby. How about that? Big tough guy. Big tough guy. Huh? Bet you wish you could pull out that pistol and just blast her, huh? Bet you wish you could just mag dump her. Big tough guys. Oh yeah, look at that. He's getting it? Oh yeah, all right. Look at that. 100% ready to fight back. 100% not taking that shit. So there she is. She's just been hit hard with that. Look at, you can see it all on the ground, these impacts.
You're gonna need some shit.
Right.
You have to. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse.
Go. Right. So I think some of these shots that we've seen are coming from Mr. Sniper up here. Just having a field day, by the way. Absolute field day. Loving this. And it's you know, once again, everything is like this now. It starts innocent and absurd, turns into deadly very soon. Right? It's innocent, it's not innocent, but it's absurd to wait at a courtroom and kidnap people as they're leaving their court appointed date, you know, to renew their citizenship, and they get approved on that, but then they get kidnapped anyway. Right? So it starts off kind of absurd. It's going to get so much more violent. It's going to get so much more brutal.
We're not threatening anyone. We're not threatening anyone. Move out!
I'm a big tough guy. I get a bonus if I do this enough. I get a big bonus. My wife loves me. She's not cheating on me right now. No way. My wife loves me and my money. Worth it for the paycheck, folks. Worth it for the paycheck. I got a daughter who's going to be an OnlyFans model and hates my guts. Got to pay her medical or school bills or something.
That's good.
Got to do it. Look at that, and there we go. There we go. Look at that shit. Look at that. Look at the rage. Look at the unbridled rage. Even his buddies are like, dude, don't do that.
That's good.
Even his fellow ICE agents. Right? She touched me! She touched me! She assaulted me! Look at that. Look at that. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. And it's only a matter of time before this. Donald Trump sees this and he's like, what's the problem here? She should be bloody. Her nose should be bloody. She should be on the ground. She should be arrested. Antifa super soldier. She's got to go. So look at that shit. De-escalate. She touched me. She touched me. I'm allowed to kill her. I'm allowed to kill her. She touched me. Right? Because that's how they think, right? That we've already had ICE mag dump a vehicle that had the audacity to drive away from them. So that's what we see here. I'm allowed to kill her. I'm allowed to kill her. I'm allowed to escalate. She touched me. She touched me. So I assume that's what happened right here. She's what? What did she do? What did she do? Huh? Right. Look at that. Amazing. Amazing.
Get your boy! Get your boy! What the fuck is wrong with you? You say get off the property, we did.
had to put his cute little mask back on too. Hopefully we got his picture.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
This is the beginning. We're still in the fun and games portion of the show, folks. This is the beginning. It does not end like this. We're all still having fun right now. The illusion of peace and security. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know it's bad when your fellow racists are like, "Whoa, cut it, slow it down, buddy." Pretty much enough. You're making us look bad. You're making us look like a bunch of raging white assholes. Knock it off, dude. Welcome back, Dundee Man. You're tubing. I promised and I shall deliver. Here are the farmers, soybean farmers, letting us know that, hey, you know that guy we all enthusiastically voted for and we thought was going to be super badass, who literally told us straight to our face, I'm going to ruin your industry with tariffs? Well, we didn't bother Googling the word tariffs and just voted Trump all the way. Overwhelmingly, statistically, overwhelmingly voted Trump. And God damn it, you know what? If the consequences of our actions didn't catch right back up to us, China buying 0 soybeans. Okay, folks, I'm not exaggerating. Hundreds of farms by the end of this year will go out of business. And tragically, and I do mean this, even though they are people I disagree with politically, tragically, likely dozens of farmers will have committed suicide because of that fact. And it's a very, very real issue. And you once you understand the context, you understand why they do that. Because it's like, well, what's the big deal? You know, like these are often farms that they inherited from their family, from their father. Maybe their father's father gave it to them, right? These are things that have been inherited through their family in some cases. And this is it. Like, this is their life. Without this, they don't exist. And right, when there's nothing else they can do, when the government doesn't bail them out, that's what happens. And it's incredibly tragic. There was apparently, just in the story I told 2 weeks ago, the woman was saying there were 5 customers of hers, because she ran like a farm supply business or something. Like 5 customers of hers had committed suicide before, before even the tariff stuff was all solidified. That was already happening because they were going out of business. So, for me, I guess, the damage has been done and whatnot, and damage is going to continue to happen. But I guess the real question for me is, will anybody learn anything? Is anybody going to, are we going to learn anything from this disaster? Because we certainly can't avoid it. It's already happened. China's not changing their mind. Donald Trump maybe could go on his hands and knees and start begging China to buy soybeans. I'll cut the tariffs to 0. I'm so sorry. I thought you were my buddy. And I'm not sure if they would reverse it, because they've actually already secured replacements for the soybeans that they used to get from the United States. I'm not quite sure where. Was it Brazil? I'm not quite sure where. Maybe India. I'm not sure. But they already have that, that supply locked up. So they're not going to fuck over that country that they just made that deal with. So it's already done. It's done. It's irreversible. It's done. And these farmers are boned. They're boned unless the government does what they do with corn and they just go, we'll just buy it from you. We don't need it. We don't know what to do with it. We're going to store it in a warehouse until it rots, sell it for pennies on the dollar. I don't know. But we'll bail, we'll give you the market rate or, probably beneath market rate, let's be honest, for the soybean, and we'll just buy it from you. And I don't know, we'll figure out what to do with it later. We do that with corn. We subsidize corn farmers. Millions of dollars to grow a bunch of corn we don't need. I swear to God.
It's not good.
We started growing so much corn, there started to become a market for something called ethanol, which was made from corn, because they were desperately trying to figure out, what do we do with all this fucking corn? Well, maybe we can turn it into gasoline, which is totally asinine, right? Because it takes an incredible amount of gasoline and diesel or whatever to grow the fucking corn for all the stuff. So you're spending diesel to grow corn to then spend a bunch of other energy to turn it into ethanol that you then turn into fuel. I mean, but of course, if all your farm equipment was ran off ethanol, then maybe you would have a point. But that's not how things work. You can't buy an ethanol fueled tractor right now. So there's no infrastructure to support any of this insanity. So that's what the U.S. government's been doing with fucking corn. So we might have to do the same fucking thing with soy.
It's not good for anybody.
Cambridge farmer Doug Fuller has been in the business almost 5 decades. He's tiring of the tariff talk, and his solution to make things right is simple. Best case scenario for this year?
That we never have to talk about tariffs again. Free trade is the answer.
China not buying U.S. soybeans just adds to dwindling hopes as Fuller expects to start harvesting his beans around October 1st. With little hope, China will go on a spending spree.
Doubtful. This has been...
Okay, so you don't necessarily need special equipment to use ethanol. Either way, it required too much energy to make, right, to justify using it. You'd have to expend more energy to create ethanol than you would saving and using it.
Adds to dwindling hopes as Fuller expects to start harvesting his beans around October 1st. With little hope, China will go on a spending spree.
Doubtful. This has been dragging on, and there doesn't seem, they don't really want to talk with us, and
it's over.
It's just kind of a stalemate right now.
It's over. It's over. If I was a soybean farmer, I would literally be winding it down, right, wrapping it up, harvest to failure. I'd be selling it for pennies on the dollar as quickly as I could, right? I'd be trying to dump it, try to recoup as much of my cost as humanly possible, and I don't know, change my crop to strawberries or something, right? If I could. If I had, because a lot of these farmers are actually already underwater, I mean, and they have to take out loans to buy the seeds for their crop, and they depend on selling their crop to pay back the loans that they took out to buy the seeds to grow the crop. Right? So if they can't sell their crop, now they owe the bank tens of thousands of dollars because they were expecting to get a yield back from their crop. Or they got a yield, they were able to grow it, and but no one's buying. Truckloads, hundreds and hundreds of tons of soybeans rotting on the side of the road. That's what I'm going to be showing you footage of that. I'm certain of that. China made the deal with Brazil. Okay. I wasn't quite sure what country China made a deal with. Anyway, I showed you a little bit of this video yesterday. I won't repeat it, but it's basically because of greed, because of Donald Trump, and because of AI data centers, we've all in the United States started paying a lot more for electricity. And of course, it's coming out of our pocket. Never would it have to come out of the billionaires' pockets. They're setting up special deals, right? They're setting it up so that they're putting the cost for the billionaires to build their data centers and power their data centers for AI, putting that on our backs and kind of doing it quietly without any legislation. Yep, thanks. Yeah, we're providing value. Good point, female. Unix. That's how we can keep the AWS costs so cheap, right? Jeff Bezos is a genius. He just makes a bunch of poor people pay for it. But without any legislation, right, without any kind of like trickery, they've been able to just kind of offload this cost on a bunch of poor people. So it's a pretty fascinating video. Make sure you check it out if you're interested. Here's the link. Thank you once again to Jeff Bezos for providing value. Don't know what I'd do without you. All right. Let's talk about nightmares. Let's talk about horror. Let's talk about Gaza. This is Israel dropping leaflets over the remaining residents in Gaza City, telling them, in no uncertain terms, leave or we will kill you. Here's what that looks like. It's like a fun game for the children, right? Right. So this of course, under according to Barry Weiss and according to anybody else carrying water for Israel, that's all you need to justify murdering hundreds of people, because they should have known better. Anyone who remains are militants. We warned you. Sorry. Now you get your nuts blown off. Not my problem, says Barry Weiss. Snapshot here. Here's just a single picture in the middle of the night. Palestinians are oftentimes, they do this in the middle of the night, thinking that they're going to be able to move in a more secure way. Honestly, the IDF uses high-powered, they're incredibly well-funded military using high-powered American gear. So I'm sure they have night vision. I'm not sure if moving at night gives you any kind of advantage against the IDF, but apparently this happens. Maybe it's cooler, easier to move when things are a little bit cooler instead of it the heat, like, holding you down. But look at this absolute nightmare that Israel is making these people go through. This father of two beautiful children, the few possessions, right? Probably a lot of stuff to cook with. Probably everything is absolutely essential to getting food into these children's stomachs. This man, even still has the time to groom his fucking beard, which I can't even find the time to do. Over here, still showing humanity. Injured himself. Look at him. Injured. Right? Who knows from what? Doing everything he can to protect these kids. No shoes. Kids taking a nap. Right? I'm not a religious man, but God help us all. It's amazing. We all thought we were better than this, right? This is stuff for the history books. Oh, we don't do that kind of shit nowadays, right? Not in the first world. Certainly wouldn't pay for it. We wouldn't support it as a society. And here we are. Poor thing, she lost her shoe. She's only got one shoe on. Poor thing. Here's what it looks like when starving people see food for the first time in probably several days. These are food trucks rolling into Gaza, and no organization, no, nothing, just people fend for themselves. And then eventually the IDF starts picking these people off like it's a turkey shoot. All right, they let them scrape around for food for a little bit, and then they just start opening fire. Sometimes they shoot above their heads. Sometimes they shoot directly. No one covers this anyway. There's no press out there to see that it's happening every single day. Barry Weiss gets in front of the camera and says, they're not starving. We feed them. Look, we feed them. This is what it looks like. This is what she's talking about when she glibly tells media personalities, we're feeding them. We're so merciful. This is what it looks like. That's right. These are people. These are people. It turns into a no holds barred, only the strong over the weak. Old people and young people and children, they get trampled. It turns into instant chaos, and it's engineered. We've talked about those subjects many times, Maxim. I'd like to remind you that Israel kicked out all of the functioning and competent professional aid agencies that are perfectly capable of distributing this aid without all this chaos. They were able to get the trucks in and get the food in and get it to everybody. And of course, sometimes there'd be craziness, it's a lot of people, but mostly chaos free. Certainly nobody being open fire upon, right? Nobody getting shot at, right? Everybody, of course, the women and the children get the food, right? Everybody else gets some food too. Perfectly capable of handling that. Israel got rid of all of them and replaced it with this intentionally underfunded, intentionally underprepared aid agency, and then they went to the press and said, look at us, aren't we great, aren't we so merciful? We don't let the press in, we don't let the competent aid agencies in, it's just a total black hole, we just open fire on people whenever we want, it's total chaos, engineered. These are human beings. These are human beings. I haven't seen shit like this since Holocaust footage. They're not, and let me just say, they're not doing this because it's just inconvenient to wait in line. They're doing this because they're starving, and if they don't get there to get some food, they might not get some food. And when you're in that situation, you're like, I have the energy now to fight and get some food. I won't have the energy tomorrow if I don't eat. So I either do or die right now. I either push and pull and claw and punch my way to some food today when I have the energy, or else I could very well die of starvation tomorrow. I won't have the energy, and no one's going to do it for me, right? My family's dead. I don't know anybody, right? It's every man for himself, man, woman, and child for themselves. No one's going to feed me. No one's going to help me. So I either risk my life and act like a complete maniac to try and get myself some food right now when I have the energy, or I die. And this is intentional. Okay? It's intentional. Welcome back, Harry Haas. You just can't make this shit up. I don't think even Nick Fuentes, raging anti-Semite, screaming Nazi, right? Jews are the problem with everything, anti-Semite, could come up with a more stereotypically evil caricature than Smotrich. Literally getting in front of a camera and talking about how the Gaza Strip is going to be turned into a real estate bonanza. I mean, literally, could you, the most raging anti-Semites couldn't come up with a more evil, cartoonish caricature than this. This is totally wild stuff. Real estate bonanza on a cemetery.
Prime Minister acknowledged their differences on the issue of the recognition of a Palestinian state.
At their news conference earlier, both leaders said they want to end the war in Gaza and acknowledge the brutality of the Hamas attack on October 7, 2023. Keir Starmer said he plans to recognize a Palestinian state within the context of an overall plan for peace. President Trump focused on the release of hostages.
See, that's a very important caveat, right? He's bitching out. So he's not going to call for a Palestinian state. He's going to say Palestinian state if this magical thing happens that makes everybody satisfied and happy. Oh, that magical thing didn't happen? Guess we don't support a Palestinian state. Sorry. It's a cop-out.
2023, Keir Starmer said he plans to recognize a Palestinian state within the context of an overall plan for peace. President Trump focused on the release of hostages.
I want an end. I want the hostages released. And I think it's going to be okay, but it has been a brutal period of time. But this has been going on for a long time. This is not something that's over the last year, 2 years, but this has been for decades and decades. But we want it to end. We have to have the hostages back immediately. That's what the people of Israel want. They want them back.
On the ground, Israeli tanks appear to be stationed on the edge of Gaza City 2 days after Israel's military announced its ground incursion into the city had begun.
Reuters is reporting that internet and phone lines have been cut across Gaza. This as Israel continues its aerial bombardment. Palestinian officials say more than 100 people were killed across Gaza in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, tens of thousands of Palestinians are heeding Israel's warning and streaming out of Gaza City any which way they can as intense international criticism mounts. Some new comments by Israel's far-right finance minister could fuel tensions as well.
Bezalel Smotrich says negotiations are currently underway to divide Gaza and describes the battered enclave as, quote, a real estate bonanza. Listen to Smotrich describe the plan in his own words.
Hey, CNN, do you got an opinion about this? Hey, hosts on CNN, do you got a fucking opinion about this? You too? Do you have a single fucking opinion about this? No, we can't have that. Not even a gruesome? Can't even give us like a contextual description?
Are currently underway to divide Gaza and describes the battered enclave as, quote, a real estate bonanza. Listen to Smotrich describe the plan in his own words.
I admit, I didn't expect this. Just so you know, it's not funny. There is a business plan. Listen to me carefully. There's a business plan set by the most professional people there is, and is on President Trump's table, and how this thing turns into a real estate bonanza. I'm not kidding. It pays off. I have started negotiations with the Americans.
So, I mean, honestly, I mean, like I said, could a right-winger produce satire more anti-Semitic than this? How about, could you just twirl your mustache, maybe, right? Wear maybe a larger comical, nose or something to be even more of an evil stereotype, but that's about it. Comically evil. Look at the smile. Yeah, retail bonanza. We're talking about on a cemetery. We're talking about literally freshly bulldozed Palestinian land turned into cheap, gaudy looking condos.
I say this not jokingly now because I also demand. We paid a lot of money for this war, so we need to divide how we make a percentage on the land marketing later in Gaza. And now, no kidding, we've done the demolition phase, which is always the first phase of urban renewal. Now we need to build. It's much cheaper.
I thought it was a war against Hamas. Now I hear it's a demolition phase, guys. Demolition phase is complete. I thought... I was told, Barry Weiss was telling me, they had to hit every building, including every school and hospital, because there's tunnels underneath. Oh, it was a demolition phase, actually. That's what they call it internally. That's what they've been calling it internally for probably the whole year or longer. The demolition phase. That's why it's systemic. Every single building. Everything. Open, big smile. Thanks for the check, Uncle Sam. UK. Keir Starmer over here. Oh, I'm still on the fence. Still on the fence, huh, Keir? That's smart politics. That's how Keir Starmer does smart politics. Still being on the fence. Blatant, open, grinning genocide.
Is that good? All right, let's bring in CNN.
Wild shit. Okay, so then CNN cuts to the guy with the opinion. I'm kind of curious. He's not looking too happy about this. He looks a little. ICE. We should probably call up ICE right now. Kidnap this guy. He's looking a little too ethnic, if you ask me. Yep. He could be a white guy with a tan, but he might not be. We better ask ICE to check his papers and put a virus on his phone and scan every single message to make sure he hasn't criticized Donald Trump ever once in his life, ever in a million years, never. Better make sure. Better call up ICE. We got a slightly ethnic-looking guy. Could be a white guy. Might not be. Can we get you on the case? We're right on it, sir. Please give us the image. We'll send Palantir over his way immediately to infect his phone. Thank God we're safe. Thank God they're finally keeping America safe.
Jeremy Diamond joins us live now from Jerusalem. So in that press conference...
Okay versus not okay. He's right in the middle. I busted out the scale. I couldn't quite tell if I'm supposed to be racist here or not. Let's see if he talks. Let's see if he has an accent, then we can confirm.
Between Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, and President Donald Trump. Keir Starmer talked about the importance, in his view, of recognizing a Palestinian state, but he also took time to really condemn Hamas, to condemn what happened on October 7th.
Oh, thank God we're mentioning October 7th again. They did it. They did it. They're no longer anti-Semites for criticism. It's okay. The subject is Smotrich talking about Gaza being a real estate bonanza, cold-hearted Nazi shit, some kind of shit you would have heard from Goebbels. October 7th, caveat, 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 caveat. They'll never learn. They'll never fucking learn. And this is why I'm hesitant to be tossing out TYT. Okay? They'll never fucking learn. But Hamas, October 7th. Yeah. He talked about this war on Hamas. He called it a demolition phase. Okay? Can we drop the nonsense? Nope. No. I want to keep my job. And the billionaire who runs CNN would be really peeved at me if I didn't mention October 7th and but Hamas at least twice a minute.
The issue, of course, is the humanitarian crisis that is unfolding in Gaza right now, which has led to a huge international diplomatic fallout for Israel, especially among the Europeans. Just in terms of what's happening in Gaza City right now, we know that hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have fled, but there are still many, many thousands of people who are still trapped within Gaza City right now as this ground incursion is ongoing. What are they experiencing right now, Jeremy?
Well, indeed, while some 350,000 Palestinians...
Bummer. Call up ICE. Tell him to... No, he's a white guy. He's a white guy with a tan. He's just a sexy white guy. He's got a little Latin flavor to him, but he's just a white guy. Call up ICE. We got a mochaccino. Mochaccino alert. Call it off. We got a mochaccino. Abort. We got a mochaccino. He's just a sexy white guy, guys. Sorry, we can't kidnap him. Yet.
Are estimated to have fled Gaza City already. There are many hundreds of thousands more who still remain there. Keep in mind, the UN last month said that Gaza City had become home to some 1 million people approximately, and so you can easily do the math there and understand what a large population still remains there. Now, the Israeli military has been urging people to leave the city, and they say that it is in order to get civilians out of harm's way, as this very large Israeli force of some 20,000 Israeli ground forces is set to carry out attacks in Gaza City, fighting against what they say is a Hamas force estimated at just 2,000 to 3,000.
So that's the best they can do. That's literally the best that they can do, and they still get the emails. With
anti-Semitic remarks.
That they say. Sounds like anti-Semitism to me. What do you mean? Are you saying the Israeli government might be lying about their intentions and motives in Palestine? Are you implying with what you're saying that this is not a humanitarian mission for peace, to create peace in the Middle East and to perpetuate the two-state solution that Israel totally believes in. Right. Don't want to lose your job. Right. I just simulated what it's like to be Barry Weiss for about 45 seconds.
Is set to carry out attacks in Gaza City, fighting against what they say is a Hamas force estimated at just 2,000 to 3,000 fighters. And so when you see what is happening with displaced people in Gaza, that is why you are also hearing these accusations that Israel is carrying out the mass force displacement of the population, squeezing them into...
This is how they cover it. This is how you cover a blatant genocide. Maybe, well, one side is saying this and the other side saying that, so, well, it's complicated out here. Back to you.
A smaller and smaller area of the Gaza Strip. And then I think you really can't uncouple that from the comments that we are hearing now from Bezalel Smotrich, Israel's far-right finance minister, who we have seen have considerable influence over the decisions that this government has made, including arguing against any ceasefire negotiations and instead advocating for the very type of military offensive where they will conquer Gaza City but also occupy Gaza City for the indefinite future. And then, so when you hear Smotrich, in light of Palestinians being forced out of this major city in Gaza, before the powder is even dry, talking about a real estate opportunity here, a quote-unquote...
Yeah, pretty ghoulish stuff, huh, CNN?
Bonanza. Those comments are very important to try and understanding the motivations of at least his right-wing faction of this Israeli government, and perhaps ultimately, as we have been watching things going in this very same direction.
See how careful they are? See how clinically it's framed? Overt genocidal glee is turned into this like Ezra Klein filter. It's like put through the Ezra Klein bullshit filter, like all these qualifiers, all this extra language, careful tiptoeing.
Perhaps ultimately the motivations of the Israeli government itself.
I have to say, it is really notable that President Trump, who rarely shows such deep emotion as he has consistently for the Israeli hostages.
This ought to be real fucking good. This ought to be real. This ought to be a real gem.
Did this once again today when he was standing side by side with the prime minister in a way that I think many Israelis say their own prime minister doesn't. But he clearly has been affected by his meetings with the hostage families and some of the carnage that he saw.
Donald Trump clearly affected by the hostage families, guys. If you want to watch the rest of this for some reason, here you go. I'm going to go ahead and move on. Not going to waste any more time with this one. Thank you very much. ICE, maybe send the virus just in case. He could be sexy ethnic guy born and raised in America. They say he's a citizen, but great replacement. If he ain't like me, you know what I mean. I should probably just do that. Just to be safe, I should probably just do that to everybody in America and in the world, because I want to be safe. I want to make sure nobody is adhering to left-wing ideology. We need to destroy left-wing ideology wherever it is. We should organize together, get a military or police force to make sure that nobody thinks like they do. That's the solution. Man, I almost convinced myself. Oh my God. The expansive right-wing media network that stretches all over YouTube, Twitter, Kick, Rumble, Fox News, and even the non-political spheres. It affords them a reality-bending propaganda power that is completely unmatched by anything else. The right loses every debate factually, but always wins narratively. I don't even know how anyone can contend against that. I know. Socializing sapien. Unlike most political commentators who just point out what's wrong, I do have a solution. I call it the 3-step solution process thing. Still working on it. Basically, it's nonviolent direct political action, aka activism. Step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we're doing today. Step 2, we sign up and show up like some of the heroes that I've shown today, showing up to protest, putting their body on the line, getting choked, spit on, shot at. And step 3, we got to put in the work like Charlie Kirk kind of used to. But we got to put in the work. That's the only solution. That's how we fight back. It's the only thing that's ever worked. We got to start talking about a general strike. Okay? We got to start talking about primarying the neoliberal establishment that stands in the way of progressive progress. 3 easy steps, and then you can shitpost all day. 3 easy steps, okay? And then you can go completely ham on social media, and I won't blame you. Have fun. Waste all the time you want, you know, as long as you show up for the protest, as long as you're donating to the group, as long as you're contributing. A word up. We're almost done, folks. I know it feels like I'm running out of steam, but I'm not. We're finishing this up. We're going to do Argentina now, and then we're going to do we don't have time for this video, this amazing 18-minute Vlad Vexler video about how Putin and Trump are very, very similar, and how Trump is trying to kind of create a Putin-like regime inside America, and the similarities between, you know, are they fascist or are they monarchist? Are they a combination of the two? This video is absolutely essential. Vlad Vexler video is absolutely essential, but we will not have time to show it today, so sorry. Everything else I'll show. Oh, shut up. Like, you want to sit there for 18 minutes and watch this with me. Shut up. No one wants that. But we've been following the Argentinian economy for quite some time. Early on, of course, we saw Elon and a bunch of right-wingers go, yep, see, there you go. That's how you run a country. That's how you run a country. Come in like a total buffoon, claiming, you know, the left are evil and everyone's incompetent, even though they definitely were incompetent in Argentina. The neoliberal, leftists were kind of a similar problem here in America. Feckless, weak, terrible ideas, corrupt themselves, right? But come in like a wrecking ball. I got the answers to everything, right? Demagogue. And the right over here in the West was like, that's the answer. That's my boy. Chainsaw, hell yeah, dude. That's how you fucking win, dude. And that's how you people, this is what people really want. So fast forward, he's his re-election, I don't know, I think it's a couple years away, but there was a midterm elections that his party was really hurt in. People are not happy with his reforms. They're not happy with his style of government. Go figure. And it's like, you know, I don't know. I mean, what am I trying to prove here? I guess that, you know, of course, what I was saying from the very beginning, this guy's a populist. This guy's a buffoon. He's going to rip people off even more. He's going to, you know, put the whole country in a economic turmoil. Yeah, and big props to TLDR News Global here, who does an amazing job covering some of these very complicated topics. So make sure you're liking and subscribing to TLDR. I'm actually subscribed to this one, so I'm not even being a hypocrite. So get to it. Let's watch.
Since assuming the presidency in December 2023, Javier Milei has transformed Argentina's economy. He dramatically cut public spending, made impressive progress towards balancing Argentina's budget and trade deficits, and remained one of the world's most popular leaders throughout.
I mean, like other right-wing populist movements, it should, you know, just like we all predicted, just like the left wing predicted, it's going to be a disaster. You got to be careful with these populist carnival barkers promising the moon and stars, saying, you know, everyone else is stupid and everyone else is your enemy. It's like, how many times we got to repeat this shit? I feel like we're going to repeat this literally 1 million more times before people finally get it. Where, how many times does that dishonest, grifting, charismatic, populist, right-wing leader have to say the enemy is the other guy and I'm going to fix all your problems magically? How many times is that going to fucking work?
Out, with approval ratings consistently above 50%. Milei quickly became an inspiration to right-wingers everywhere. Elon Musk shared a chainsaw with him at this year's CPAC, and both Nigel Farage and Kemi Badenoch heaped praise on him this summer. However, in the past couple of months, it looks like Millei's project has stalled. GDP has flatlined, the trade account has flipped back into deficit, and earlier this month his party performed remarkably poorly at the Buenos Aires local elections, losing to the left-wing Peronist bloc by 13 points. So in this video, we're going to explain what's gone wrong for Milei. And
just to answer Maximus's question really quick, the solution is to utilize the three-step program to shamelessly primary neoliberal establishment politicians, and I literally provided a list that we could start with in this stream today. We primary them. We get the people that we don't successfully primary. We scare them into following along with the progressive democratic socialist agenda, similar to what the Tea Party did to their party. Right? Primary. Go after them. And this is why the three-step program is so important, because we can't do that without money. We don't get money unless you're following step 2 or step 3. Okay? But that's the answer to your question, is that we assimilate. We don't destroy leftism. We assimilate the current left, so-called neoliberal left-wing party that's in charge. We assimilate that party and turn it into a progressive party by hook or by crook. If we can successfully primary you and ruin your career, you're gone. If you're too powerful for that, we will pressure you and force you to bend the knee. All of our people should get in there and start leveraging their political advantage, being gadflies, being, flies in the soup, being that unmovable stump. You're going to give me what I want. You're going to give me progressivism, or we're not going to proceed. That's how we win. Oh, you're going to help the Republicans. You're going to help. That's what they say every time, right? You're going to help the Republicans. Well, that's what they've been saying this whole time, and it's gotten us to this. I suggest trying something different. I suggest attacking this neoliberal establishment that works so incredibly hard to destroy left-wing progressivism.
And what might happen next?
Oh, sorry.
Who's the best politician right now? Hear our thoughts and argue with us on our podcast, The World Leader Leaderboard. Find it over on the TLDR Podcast YouTube channel or in your favorite podcast app. So let's get straight into it. When it comes to the Argentinian economy...
Now watch Wide Putin just on loop. Just watch Wide Putin for an hour silently on loop. Just the meme. Maybe I could fundraise torturing myself that way, huh? You guys would like that.
There are broadly two big problems facing Milei at the moment. One, Argentina's recovery has apparently stalled, and two, his so-called strong peso policy looks increasingly unsustainable. Let's start with Argentina's economic recovery. To understand why things don't look great at the moment, you need a bit of context. In short, there are four components to GDP.
You would watch it for 30 seconds and then switch to a different, more entertaining streamer while playing video games. Who are you kidding? Oh, that's funny. He's doing the thing I told him to do. Okay, I'm going to go somewhere else. That's something funny now.
Spending, business investment, household consumption, i.e. people buying and consuming stuff, and net exports, i.e. the value of your exports minus the value of your imports.
No more
pausing. This is a bit of a simplification, but Milei basically argues that Argentina's economy has long been overweighted towards government spending, as evidenced by Argentina's recurring budget deficits, and domestic consumption, as evidenced by Argentina's recurring trade deficit. In other words, the fact that Argentinians import more than they export. The reforms he pushed through at the start of his term, which basically involved cutting government spending and devaluing the peso to reduce imports, were aimed at reducing both of these components, and were thus always going to temporarily reduce GDP. And, well, this is exactly what happened.
Okay, Zio Duke. Okay. No, I believe it. No, you would watch me silently watching a meme on loop for an hour. No, I believe it. I believe it. You have no idea how big of a loser I am. You have no idea how much time I would waste doing absolutely fuck all. How dare you?
First half of 2024,
yeah, exactly,
Argentina
Eleni.
sank into a deep recession, with GDP falling by over 4% year on year in
We
July.
have to squash
But Milei's
it.
hope was
We
that
have to destroy
Argentina
that.
would then see, in his words,
more
a
pausing.
V-shaped recovery, driven by exports
more
and
pausing.
investment. The other two
Lenny,
components
you
of
know
GDP.
I love you, man.
Again, this is a bit of a
Thank you for coming
simplification.
in. Thank
but
you so
Milei
much,
hoped
Lenny.
that by reducing taxes, cutting red tape, and simplifying Argentina's currency regime, he'd make it easier for businesses to invest. Milei also hoped that devaluing the peso would make Argentina's exports more competitive internationally. Originally, it looked like this might work. In the second half of 2024, the Argentinian economy saw a dramatic recovery, reaching a year-on-year growth rate of 6.7% in January, one of the highest in the world. However, in the past couple of months, Argentina's recovery has stalled. While year-on-year growth rates still look pretty good, this is only because Argentina's economy was doing really quite terribly a year ago. And they disguised the fact that, for 3 of the past 4
Wow, Maximus, I think I totally disagree with you.
months, Argentina's economy has actually shrunk, with consecutive declines in May and June and a further decline expected in July. This is because both investment and exports have been weaker than expected. When it comes to investment, Milei has introduced a number of eye-catching policies in the hope of tempting business back to Argentina, including a new citizenship by investment program, reportedly for anyone investing at least $500,000 in approved Argentinian businesses, and the so-called RIGI scheme, which offers tax cuts and exemptions for companies investing $200 million or more in Argentinian industry. Unfortunately for Milei, these policies are yet to bear fruit, and investment into Argentina has been relatively meagre over the past 18 months.
No good.
When it comes to exports, Milei would have been hoping...
And we're seeing this all over the place, these pro-growth economic manifestos, you know, big austerity, big pro-growth to make up the difference. And it's like, no, man, you need socialism. You're not going to capitalism your way out of this one.
That a combination of more investment, deregulation, and a weaker peso would all stimulate exports. But
it doesn't
again,
happen overnight.
this hasn't worked that well. While some export-oriented sectors, most notably the mining industry, have rebounded, others, including agriculture and manufacturing, have not. And the OECD actually expects net exports to act as a drag on GDP in 2025 and 2026. This is
well. I'm not claiming that getting victory would be easy, but I am claiming that getting started with activism and nonviolent direct political action is actually incredibly easy. Literally show up. That's it. Literally show up, and you're doing it. You've succeeded. So the oligarchy and the empire, whatever you want to call it, right? Those that work forces, they benefit from the confusion around how to actually fight back against them. So they try to make things complicated. They try to make it scary and like, oh, it's a pain in the ass. It's a waste of your time. What they don't want you to think is that, oh, it's incredibly easy to actually show solidarity with my fellow class and participate in nonviolent direct political action. And it's not the biggest burden in the world, and I can work it into my life and work it into my lifestyle. They don't want you to think that. So that's why I come in and demystify the entire concept of nonviolent direct political action, because I think the confusion around what it is and how to do it benefits the oligarchy.
In part because, and this takes us nicely onto the second part of this video, the peso is still overvalued, which makes Argentina's exports more expensive for the rest of the world.
Look at how tickled pink he is with his little cane and his little sash and his little Corvette or whatever the hell, this little drop top. You know, this is dangerous. You see this kind of stuff. You see individuals that are really like into the pomp and really into the whole thing. That's really bad news. You want people that are like, tone it down, okay? I don't need to drive around in the Pope Mobile, okay?
For context, when Milei took over, the peso essentially had 2 exchange rates. The official rate, claimed and managed by the government, and the unofficial or actual market rate, known as the blue rate. When Milei took charge in late 2023, the official rate was about 370 to the dollar, while the unofficial rate was about 1,000 to the dollar. In other words, the government was pretending that the peso was worth about 3 times as much as it actually was.
So that was pre-Milei, just to give you an example of how corrupt and bad things were with the neoliberal leftists that were in charge of Argentina. What, Milei definitely, like most populists, taking advantage of a vacuum created by the failures of neoliberal governance.
Milei did dramatically devalue the peso's official rate by about 50% early on in his term, but it was still overvalued. Nonetheless, to avoid stoking inflation, Milei refrained from another large devaluation and instead moved to what's known as a crawling peg, devaluing the peso by 2% each month with the idea that the official rate would eventually catch up with the unofficial rate.
Okay.
This didn't happen because the peso's unofficial rate kept...
I will give him credit for actually attempting... he had an actual idea. It's not like Donald Trump where he just farts out, I like tariffs. I saw half of a documentary about, the tariffs, they're really great. They make rich people happy. Paid for everything. I didn't watch the end of it, though. Who just doesn't have any fucking idea, any kind of economic plan, right? But, give credit to Milei here. He actually, he had a theory and he did try to implement it, which is honestly more than you could say from most right wingers, because they don't actually give a shit, right? So they get in and just start stealing. It seems like he got in and was actually like, okay, let me try my ideas. I'm so convinced that they're going to work.
Declining even faster. So in April of this year, Milei took the leap, scrapped most capital controls and let the peso float, essentially unifying the two rates.
Okay.
This worked surprisingly well, and the newly unified peso quickly stabilized. But Milei was still resistant to further declines. So whenever the peso came under pressure, he'd use a whole load of complicated measures, like fiddling with interest rates and reserve requirements, to give it a...
Guys, and this is why we want an independent Fed. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's just twiddling with the knobs and pulling the levers, trying to make it work. Oh, I'm a genius. I'm actually a genius. I know what I'm doing. And he's just fiddling around, troubleshooting. This is why you need an independent Fed. Look what happens when it's not independent. Look at that.
A whole load of complicated measures, like fiddling with interest rates and reserve requirements, to give it a boost. While this succeeded in keeping inflation down, month-on-month inflation is now seemingly stabilized below 2%, higher interest rates also dampened GDP growth. And after a while, Milei ran out of clever tricks to keep the peso afloat, so had to resort to burning through his foreign exchange reserves. In other words, spending the billions of dollars the IMF gave him earlier this year to just buy up pesos on the open market. This is fundamentally...
I thought he hated IMF and all that shit. What?
...unsustainable. Argentina's treasury has already spent over 10% of the $2 billion or so in foreign currency deposits it had at the start of August, the peso has still fallen to a 12-month low of over 1,400 to the dollar. Milei's life has been made even more difficult by his loss at the local elections in Buenos Aires earlier this month. Milei's party massively underperformed the polls, losing to the Peronist coalition by 13 points. The prospect of the Peronists reasserting themselves in Argentina's politics has spooked investors, triggering a further sell-off in the peso and Argentinian bonds. The risk for Milei is that he gets trapped in a vicious cycle, whereby weak results at the ballot box trigger sell-offs in the market, stunting any prospective economic recovery and undermining public faith in Milei, leading to more weak results at the ballot box, etc.
These growth-based manifestos, man, they just don't work.
This is why next month's midterms are so crucial. It's his best chance to arrest this vicious cycle before it's too late.
Who's this fucking slob on the left? What, is that his son? I bet you. That's his fucking son, isn't it?
It's his best chance to arrest...
Put on a fucking shirt. You're stoned, bro. You're high. You're over here high. You can't even put on a suit coat? What, you're in a band t-shirt?
This vicious cycle before it's too late.
That's the son. I fucking guarantee it's the son.
With the rise of complex geopolitical...
Okay, and then he's going to do an advertisement for his sponsor. Folks, once again, make sure you're liking and subscribing to TLDR News, Global News. They have multiple channels. They do an excellent job of informing Western dummies who don't know the rest of the world. It really helps understand what the heck's actually happening out there. So as promised, I will deliver. We're doing Ukraine, folks. Hell yeah. Nothing too new to report from the last time we talked about Ukraine. Russia is being slowly pushed back. Hell yeah, we got the Zelenskys in the chat. Love it. We got some really awesome frontline victories for Ukraine here. It's not like Russia is losing hundreds of kilometers and they're running like scared, like like the Taliban or running like the Afghanistan army versus the Taliban. It's nothing like that. But things are not looking good. Once again, there's no positive news for Russia. They're not achieving their military goals on the front line, and Ukraine is consistently in long distance hitting important Russian energy targets. Ukraine has been targeting Russia's oil refineries, et cetera, hurting their main cash cow, making it more difficult for them to export oil and fund this war. So these are big victories. Sorry, Seneca. I'm a very boring presenter. Thank you for the view, though, while you were snoozing. We're almost done here. This is the final segment of the day, Ukraine. Welcome back to DCH.
On the night of September 20th, the Ukrainian Armed Forces unmanned aerial system struck two important oil refineries in Russia, Saratov and Novokubishevsk. This was reported by the general...
So even now, Russia is incapable of defending its skies from cheap $5,000, $10,000 drones that just fly low enough. They're loud as hell. They sound like lawnmowers going overhead. But still, even now, after all this time to prepare, Russia still can't defend its own skies.
Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Unmanned Systems Forces units of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, in cooperation with other components of the Defense Forces, under the overall command of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, struck the Saratov oil refinery, the statement said. The General Staff notes that the Saratov oil refinery accounts for approximately 2.54% of the total oil refining volume in Russia, more than 7 million tons.
There's so many oil refineries. You're like, whoa, that's only like 2%. That's only 2%. That just gives you the idea of the scale of Russia's oil export business. Like, it's really just oil. It's, people have said Russia is like the gas station of the world, and it's so true. They haven't focused on any other industry, and all of their oil refineries, it's using technology from decades ago. It's just crude, pumping, all this oil that they have across their entire continent, their country. I mean, sorry, they basically are a continent, but you know what I mean.
Tons of oil annually.
Yeah, Star Troopian, yeah.
It is noted that explosions and a large-scale fire have been confirmed in the area of the plant.
That's right.
And the results of the damage are being clarified. That same night, units of the Unmanned Systems Forces struck the Novokubishevsk oil refinery in the Samara region, which processes over 8.8 million tons of oil annually.
Right. Okay, so this AI voice is going to put you back to sleep, Seneca, so let's keep it moving here. We're going to do another reporting from Ukraine, and, caveat, grain of salt. These people are definitely biased for Ukraine, but their data is mostly accurate. I haven't seen them blatantly lie about anything, but it's definitely a more rose-colored glasses version of the front line. But still, it's worth watching. So let's dive in. Yeah, exactly, Sapien.
The Sumy direction. Today there is important news from the Sumy direction. Here, the Ukrainian tactic of cutting off and starving out Russian positions before eliminating them is paying off with the continued capture of village after village. Now the last Russian stronghold in this sector is about to fall, with hundreds of enemy soldiers being left to either die or surrender. Ukrainian forces in Sumy successfully exploit methodical maneuver warfare, pressing forward settlement by settlement to turn Russian positions.
Yeah, that's the main reason why I haven't purchased Escape from Tarkov. That and also Atomic Heart. I really wanted to play Atomic Heart before the invasion. I haven't touched it, not going to give them any money. It's the same thing with Escape from Tarkov. I'd love to play that. But yeah, it's a Russian, and they're proud Russians, right? Like, I don't think they've gone so far as to put, like, Z propaganda in their game, but they're definitely pro-invasion.
Methodical maneuver warfare, pressing forward settlement by settlement to turn Russian positions into manageable targets. Rather than trading lives in costly frontal fights, Ukrainian commanders isolate enemy detachments, sever their supply lines, and then tighten the noose until those positions become untenable.
Smart.
Relentless air and drone strikes have exposed Russian units, leaving many undersupplied and unrotated for several weeks. By bypassing strong points and collapsing salients piece by piece, Ukraine has been able to push north of Kindrativka and even probe back into Kursk while turning both sides of the border into a flexible battlefield.
Okay, right.
Another push north from Andriivka led to Oleksiivka being cut off on 3 sides, and the Russians there facing an increasingly dangerous situation.
That's rough, dude. That's rough. If you're Russian, that sucks.
The encirclement is the result of coordinated Ukrainian maneuver, constant fire control, and persistent pressure, with Ukrainian units now executing flanking attacks to close lateral routes. At the same time, Ukrainian drone units pummel Russian concentrations and roads in the area with hundreds of strikes.
Nice, Star Troopy.
This denies the Russians any possibility of moving freely and degrades all reinforcement efforts. With only a single usable road into Oleksiivka.
No, this is not. This is north. This is the northern border near Sumy in Ukraine.
Bringing supplies, evacuating casualties, or rotating troops has become effectively impossible, as anyone attempting the approach is detected and struck long before it reaches the outer edge of the settlement. Russian soldiers on the ground now openly warn that Oleksiivka is heading for the same fate as Kindrativka unless the Russian command abandons the position rather than bury more troops there, as they report that the semi-encirclement is rapidly turning into a slaughter. Instead, Russian officers have reacted with frantic redeployments in a bid to break the encirclement, as the exhausted 382nd Separate Infantry Battalion of the 810th Russian Naval Brigade was pushed into action at Kindrativka, supposed to mount a counterattack and relieve the pocket at Oleksiivka under normal strength. This formation would field roughly 1,000 soldiers, but under current conditions, it only musters close to 500. Notably, a large number of these are reportedly newly mobilized, poorly trained, and badly equipped soldiers thrown in just to bring the battalion up to a higher combat readiness on paper. Russian sources confirm all combat-effective reserves have been redeployed to Pokrovsk, leaving only second-tier and under-strength units for the task of preventing a full-on collapse.
I'm not trying to be a hater.
One Russian officer even reported they receive only older people, marginals, and simply not combat-ready recruits in poor physical condition. He added that to prevent desertion or the shooting of officers, they are constantly watched by military police and are only issued weapons right before combat missions, with ammunition limited to 2 magazines each.
So that means they're doing whatever combat training that they're doing the super lame, where they give you a stick and they say, pretend this is a gun, carry this around, right? And this is how you hold it. Or they give you an empty gun, right? Or you have to share the gun with everybody. African warlord style, exactly, right? So you don't even get your actual weapon. You don't get your pew-pew machine until like 5 minutes before you're storming a place, right? Wow.
The attempted rushed countermeasure to attack Kindrativka to relieve pressure at Oleksiivka was predictable and fated to fail. Replacements arrived under fire, becoming immediate targets for Ukrainian drone and artillery assets, with exhausted Russian units unable to form coherent assault echelons. Rather than rescuing the encircled formations, these hurried moves only dramatically increased.
These are blurred out photos of targets that were struck by drones.
Russian casualty counts. The attempt to plug gaps with understrength battalions highlights an operational dilemma, with Russia's concept of trading bodies for ground running straight into Ukraine's deliberate tactics of isolation, starvation and attrition. Overall, with the Ukrainians maintaining pressure by holding fire control over the approaches.
No, Sapien, Russian soldiers are paid actually better than your average Russian worker. It's funny, they've actually raised the economic status of certain rural villages because enough soldiers were plucked out of these villages and actually raised the economic, because now all of a sudden there's a bunch of people getting much higher wages. So, you know, they're paid quite a bit, but that's actually a problem for Russia as well, because now they're running up against a reality where they won't be able to pay these people as much. They'll have to be even more stingy, which makes it even harder to recruit.
Continuing daily drone strikes and refusing to be lured into costly frontal battles, Oleksiivka's fate will mirror earlier Russian collapses in the area. Ukraine's advantage is decisive, with its troops being on the offensive and able to choose when and where to fight. The fall of Oleksiivka would fracture the western part of Russia's Sumy incursion, damage morale, and the remaining soldiers would either be captured or neutralized. This will jeopardize the nearby eastern salient and lead to repetition of the events with the same catastrophic outcome for Russia.
No, I'm not comfortable making that comparison. The way that the Russian military operates is pretty different with how ICE is operating right now.
To watch uncensored combat footage.
All right, folks, make sure you're enjoying and liking and subscribing to Reporting from Ukraine. Help them out. Give them that view. And if you want that uncensored footage, if you want to see people getting their, you want to see people getting engaging in combat, make sure you check out that Instagram channel there. It's pretty cool stuff. Yeah, so this one can be saved for next time as well. We'll put this in the same category there. Yep. Okay. So I guess we're actually done with Ukraine for now, because we're gonna cover these. These are two kind of longer form videos that I wanted to cover. So the last thing I wanted to cover here was, you know, we got to talk about the template. We absolutely need to talk about the template. Hashtag the template. My boy Zoran Mamdani. Got to talk about Zoran. Zoran. Mamdani. Saving Vexler for the next time. Yeah. Sorry. It's absolutely 100% worth watching. And if you want to watch it right here, I recommend it. Here's the link. 18 minutes. It's an extremely interesting political analysis. I don't have time for it this time, but maybe this week, maybe Monday, Tuesday, I will be. You know, maybe just dedicate the whole stream to this one, because it's a doozy. It's you know, and it's academic. You got to dig in there, right? It's academic. I don't know if I want to show this Times Radio. I really don't like Times. They're extremely biased. So I'm going to take a second look at this video and see if it's worthy of actually watching. Don't want to waste your time. So let's go ahead and end it on Mamdani here. Two major NYC unions backed Mamdani's general election bid for mayor. That's right. They're bending the knee, baby. They're bending the fucking knee. Oh, no, we won't do it. No, we're Cuomo. No. We're neoliberal. That's what we support. We support the establishment. Never. No, you're socialist. You're communist. You're dangerous. Never. Bending the fucking knee. Every fucking time. And it's the same thing with rich fucks, too. It's the same thing with the oligarchy. You start arresting them, they start falling in line. You know, you let them get away with crime, you let them get away with corruption, they just keep going and pushing until they've installed a full-blown fascist dictatorship, and they're handing him baubles and kissing his feet, crowning him the new king, if you don't regulate and stop these fucking monsters. They will fall in line. Unions, of course, in NYC. Don't think that some of these unions are just like progressive. You know, a lot of these unions are captured by corporate interest. They themselves are quite conservative. Sometimes they represent conservative constituents that maybe, you know, some of these unions are maybe pro-Trump, half of them are pro-Trump, right? Because we're talking about, in some cases, blue-collar unions, right? Wage earners, plumbers, things like that, people who are more likely to be conservative. But they will bend the knee. They will bend the knee. Two major labor unions that backed Andrew Cuomo's failed Democratic mayoral bid are set to endorse upstart Democratic socialist Zoran Mamdani. This is huge. The template wins again. The Hotel and Gaming Trade Council and 32BJ SEIU, that's right, a union for blowjobs, which represents building service workers. Correction, not blowjobs. In New York City are intending to back the Democratic nominee as Cuomo ponders whether to run as an independent. He will. He will. You'd have to be totally shameless to run as an independent. So he will. This is a quote unquote, this is a campaign for the working people of the city who deserve dignity on the job and neighborhoods that they can afford, Mamdani said in a statement, to the sound of roaring applause. Quote, that's exactly who HTC and 32BJ fight and deliver for every single day, and I am honored to have their support as the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York. There it is, folks. The template strikes again. All right. Yeah, we can forget about all your anti-progressive activism. We don't need to do that. You're kissing the ring now. We're kissing the ring now. A third union, the New York State Nurses Association, also endorsed Mamdani. The group did not back a candidate in the Democratic primary. That's huge. So they're like, I don't like anybody. And now they're like, I like Mamdani. The trio of unions has combined 267,000 or so members in New York City and the surrounding region. And remember, it might just be one person, right? This might be just 267 individuals, but these are people that are telling their friends, telling their family, vote Mamdani, support Mamdani. I'm supporting Mamdani. Okay? So it's not just 267,000. There's a multiplication factor here. Word of mouth. Mamdani met Friday morning with 32BJ leadership. The union's president, Manny Pastorich, praised the 33-year-old candidate. Quote, the 32BJ members have long fought for a city, blah, 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 union, sustainable wages, affordable housing, better transportation system. Zoran Mamdani has united the inspired New York workers around a positive, optimistic vision for a truly affordable city. God, he's good. The candidate also met with HTC President Rich Morocco this week after his primary win, according to one person with direct knowledge of the meeting. Quote, Zoran has made it clear that our priorities are his priorities, Morocco said. Quote, his core message is improving affordability and quality of life for working New Yorkers and sorry, got interrupted with the phone there. Quality of life for working New Yorkers is the guiding vision behind everything our union does and supports. We are confident that whenever we're in a fight, Zoran will be on our side, standing up for hospitality workers. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Is that my wife? Hold on, let me see. If she needs me. Oh, my wife. Oh. She's having one hell of a day. So my wife, she allowed me to take a nap instead of going with her to take my son to get a haircut. And he was so fussy, he couldn't even give him a haircut. So now my wife is being nice to me and taking him on running some errands. And now he's being so fussy, he won't even get in the grocery cart. Right, so she can do some shopping at the grocery store. It's just, she's having one hell of a day. So I'm gonna make sure we get off stream here, and then I'll be able to relieve her and give her a break when she gets home. Poor thing. She's working hard. She's doing the best she can. Labor support is critical in New York City, one of the most unionized municipalities in the country. The unions contribute to independent expenditures, help churn out blah, 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 blah. Unions are important. The endorsements are an indication Mamdani is pulling together institutional support after his upset over the moderate Democratic ex-governor. Moderate Democrat? Boy, that's pretty nice of you, Politico. Andrew Cuomo. Moderate Democrat, guys. Moderate. Cuomo, or I'm sorry, Andrew Adams, or are we talking about Andrew Adams? No, over Cuomo. We're talking about the primary race. Cuomo is expected to retain an independent ballot line for the general election, but he's yet to decide whether to actively campaign. We all know he's going to do it. No, they're talking about the primaries. Quote, we appreciated and valued their support during the primary. Cuomo spokesperson Rich Asso Party said in an unsolicited statement after Politico and others reported on the union's endorsement. Mamdani is set to meet next month with influential business leaders who are skeptical of his tax and spending proposals, and these meetings are important. Okay, maybe he's not going to change their mind, and that's okay. But he's like, look, I'm going to tax you. We're going to be treating Palestinians like human beings. You can get on board with this new reality now, and we can work together, and we can have a nice relationship. You can fight me. I'm going to continue with my principles. I'm going to continue moving forward with these policies. And you won't get any kind of special breaks, any kind of special negotiations. You'll just have to accept whatever I do moving forward. So it's up to you how you want to do this, folks. That's political power. That's how you deal with the oligarchy. That's how you deal with moneyed interest. Oh, I'm going to leave. I'm going to pack up and leave. I'm going to take all my money and leave. That's fine. You want to leave the world's greatest city and move your ass to fucking, Beverly. You want to move your ass to fucking Florida. You want to move your ass to Texas. You go ahead and do that. We're going to continue being the world's greatest city, though, and you're going to miss out on that. Well, maybe I won't leave, and maybe I'll just pay the taxes and go along with this. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's how you rein these rich fuckers in. You use your political leverage. You stick to your principles, right? But you don't completely shut them out, right? Hey, we'll talk. We'll listen here. Maybe I'm not going to lower your taxes, but maybe we can work on a tiered taxation system, right? Maybe we can work on I want to get to a 30% increase. We're going to start at 5, and then in 10 years or 2 years, it'll be 7, et cetera, et cetera. Nice and careful so everybody's happy. We can do it that way, or I can just jack that shit up. Or I can just crank that shit to the max. How do you want to do it, Jeff? How do you want to do it, Elon? We're going to leave. We're going to leave. Okay, yeah, all right. That's fine. Then I'll just give this opportunity to someone else. Not a problem. New York's economy is the equivalent of some countries. The amount of economic business and trade and it is one of the world's greatest cities, New York City. So Mamdani, unlike a lot of other smaller cities and whatnot, he has an exceptional amount of leverage here. I've never been more confident that he's going to win. The only way he loses is if they steal it. Is Cuomo and Donald Trump and they get with the Supreme Court and he passes an executive order that says, I don't know, people named Zoran Mamdani are not allowed to run for any kind of political office in America. That's the executive order. People specifically named Zoran Mamdani are not allowed. Free speech forever. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump. Right? I love free speech. That's why you're not allowed to talk. All right, folks, that's all I got for you today. Sorry. I know you want more. It's only been 6 hours straight of news. It's only been 6 hours straight. Come on, you pussy. XQC puts in 14 hours a day. Come on, bitch. Give me more news, bitch. I don't want to report on any more news. Yeah, she's going to be tired. I feel very bad because he's probably screaming in the car right now. He's probably in his car seat screaming. But thank you, Female Unix, B. Ree, Seneca, Zeo Duke, You're Tubing, Socializing Sapien. I think you're new. Thank you for stopping in. Love your discussion. Maximus, thank you, Maximus. Appreciate you coming back. Thank you, Star Troopian. Dirty Crackhead, hope you're doing well. Take care of yourself out there, Dirty Crackhead. German Cow, lovely discussion. Lovely to have you around. Thank you, German Cow. Big props to you. A lot of OGs in the chat, by the way. Star Troopian's a big OG. Simply Steve, thank you so much, Simply Steve. OG Simply Steve over here. Oh, looks like that person from Kick even stuck around for a little bit there after he made fun of me. Lovely. Oh, Kick. It's going to really suck when we're on Kick, you know, because you think we have bad views now on Twitch. Like, the views on Kick are dismal. They're dismal. It's a cemetery. And DLive is even worse. It's a cemetery when they kick me. Mercurius still here? Mercurius? Wow, Mercurius was in here from the very beginning, went the whole 6 hours. Thank you, Mercurius. I very much appreciate it. By the way, B-Ree, extra special props to B-Ree, who was here very early. Thank you very much. Everyone else that was here early, thank you. Lynx, big props to you. Zio Duke, big fucking props. Elaney, thank you, Elaney. Love you guys. You know, you're the regulators, the best chat on Twitch. Best chat on Twitch, folks. You win TV. Most informed. Most bowdy bout it. Best chat on Twitch. Your boy Lenny. Can't forget Lenny. Gaius. Thank you so much, Gaius. Big props. Near Rose. I recognize that name. Near Rose. Big props. Harry Has. Big props. Mr. Aesthetics. Female Unix gets extra special props because Female Unix is awesome. Quick Double Tap. Thank you, Quick Double Tap, for coming in. Big props. Boy, my voice is starting to go. Isn't that funny? Dude, Dundee Man. Thank you, Dundee Man. Float 32. Float 32. Big props. That's all I got. The Salazam over here. Big props, Salazam. I only ever hear a DLive on this stream. I know. I'm literally the only one there. It's just me. It's just me, and there's no viewers. It's literally just me. But no, everybody, let's not forget why we're here. Nonviolent direct political action. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up and show up. Step 3, we put in the work because we're hardcore motherfuckers. I got to find a better rhyme. I need a new rhyme. Charlie Kirk is gone, and I can't be saying his name every time. I'm going to get my ass in trouble. Gonna get my ass kidnapped by ICE. You said Charlie Kirk. Get him. You see this Charlie Kirk pin I got on here? Never forget. Never forget, mister. I'm sorry. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory. Thank you. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Take care of yourself. 3-step program. Save democracy. It's just that simple. Bye now. That sounds sensual. Sign me up. No, that does sound nice. Thanks again, folks.